Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address. Add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this mega webinar, Conversion Over Traffic. We had over 1,200 registered an hour ago, and it might fill up during the sessions. And I think this is close to a record of number that I've hosted a webinar or been on a webinar. So that is so cool. So let's kick off. We usually ask the audience to enter the chat and say hello and tell us where you're from. It might be that your friend or colleague or neighbor is in the audience, and it's just make the best use of this webinar and just give a holler in the chat. We like that. And also it's nicer for us to know that we are not alone here. So today, I want you to ask a lot of questions and be brave and ask stupid and smart questions. There will be 5 sessions with 5 extraordinary talented speakers and 2 hosts. So it's me and later Deborah O'Malley. And between the sessions, we won't have breaks. There will be a short video, but other than that, there will be no breaks. So just bunker up with the popcorn, enjoy the nerdiness. I am Ulrika Wiberg, your host for the 3 first sessions, and I'm an SEO and have been for a whooping 19 years. It's too long. You might have seen me on any of the many webinars I either host or have been speaking at, or at any of the many conferences I also spoke at. I used to run an SEO agency called Unicorn, but nowadays, I also do other things, mostly on my own, and will soon start lecturing in generative AI, because that's the new shiny thing, right? Well, I do also other things, so. But enough about me. I talk too fast. Let's chill down a bit. With me first, I have Talia Wolf. Talia here. Welcome. Where are you from, Talia?
I'm from all over. London and everywhere. I don't know. I'm just everywhere.
That's amazing. You're like a world citizen. I like that.
All this stuff. Like everyone here, there's people from Singapore, there's from Brazil, South Florida.
Oh, look at that.
Arizona.
Oh, this is amazing. So cool.
Yes. Hello, New York City and Houston and Minneapolis.
And France.
Really, really awesome places. Yes. Welcome,
Richmond.
everyone.
That is so cool. So cool, guys. I used to work in Richmond for a while. That is a really nice place.
And Colorado. Yes. Hello, Colorado. Oh, so many places I'd love to live in and travel.
And Detroit. Oh, yeah. So I would like to kick off because we usually try to spend a few minutes for people to log in, but I see that there's already a lot of people here, so I don't want them keep them waiting for too long. So we're going to kick off right away. And let me introduce you, Talia. In front of you, you have Talia Wolf, a conversion optimization expert, author of the book Emotional Targeting, and the founder of Get Uplift, a CRO agency. Brands like Amplitude, Bitly, and Upbrand turn to when they want to drive more leads, sales, conversions with a meaningful customer-first methodology. And Talia has recently been recognized as one of the most influential experts in the field of conversion optimization, and has been invited to keynote on hundreds of stages to teach her emotional targeting framework, including Google, FWD by MailChimp, Growth Marketing Summit, Product Hackers Conference, SMX, and many more. I am impressed. So cool to have you here.
I'm excited to be here today. I'm excited to talk about conversion optimization. I'm excited to see all of the talks today. There are some mega stars today that are speaking. And I'm excited to kick things off and talk to you about emotions before algorithms and a little bit about the data that we're tracking and what we're not, and how we can really start creating better A/B testing and CRO. So maybe just let me know in chat right now, everyone. Are you currently running A/B tests or not? Just let me know in chat and I will share my screen and get started.
Yes, please.
All right. Let's do it. All right. So stop chasing conversions and win more customers with an emotion-first CRO strategy that actually works. Let's dive straight into the CRO process, conversion optimization. What does it look like? Usually it means that we find the leak in the funnel using GA4 or Amplitude or Mixpanel, whatever we're using in order to identify where our leaks are. Then you create a new variation that will fix the problem. You launch an experiment using the various tools that you have, and you analyze your test, which is great. Now, finding the leak in the funnel, launching experiments, and even analyzing them is pretty simple. But knowing what variation to create is a hard one. How do you know what changes you need to make on a page in order for it to increase conversions? Let's say you can see that it's your home page. You can see that it's your product page. You can see that it's your comparison page or your landing page. But how do you know what actual changes you need to make on a page in order for it to convert? Now, because most of us don't know and don't have a strategy for that, we end up running these very basic tests that are all about just duplicating a page, changing one element on it, and seeing if it works. So in this example, you can see purple button, blue button. What's going to work? Okay. If it increased conversions, that's great. But what are you actually going to do with this result? Nothing really. And what I have seen after running thousands of A/B tests, helping hundreds of marketers who have taken our courses and hundreds of brands who we've helped, is that everyone is stuck on what I like to call the deadly hamster wheel of optimization. We're all on it. And where we start is we start by testing random stuff, meaning we are Googling best practices. We're listening to what some guru said on LinkedIn. We're really just trying to get the most information that we can from all over the web. Maybe we're using ChatGPT or Perplexity and we're asking it for best practices for a product page. And we're really just testing random stuff with no strategy. When that doesn't help and you don't get the results that you want, you move into the second part, and that is copying your competitors. Now, you're not alone in this. Everyone's doing it. Everyone is. We think that our competitors know what they're doing. So we go to their website and we borrow a few things. But I want you to be really honest with yourself right now. If I were to go to your website and you were to swap logos with your competitor, would I know the difference? Would I? I'm not really sure that I would. Now, why does this happen? Well, we copy our competitors, and then the result of that is that we all start sounding the same. Everyone looks the same. And this is also happening because everyone's using AI and everyone's using LLMs to be better, but we're all copying the same stuff. So everyone looks and sounds exactly the same. And it's making it even harder for your prospects to tell the difference between you and your competitor, and even harder to actually choose a product. So then when none of this has worked, we start throwing tools at the problem, meaning we buy a new landing page tester or a landing page builder, an A/B testing product, or we get all sorts of different tools in order to make it better. And we spend months onboarding these tools, spending a ton of money, resource, time in getting all of this done. And then it's finally ready. And you have this incredible landing page builder, or you have a great A/B testing platform, or an automation platform, or an email marketing platform. But now you have to start feeding things into it. You have to start building stuff with it. But you don't have a strategy and you don't know what to do with it. So what do? You start testing random stuff on it. So we're all on this perpetual thing where we want to increase conversions. We have no idea what we're doing, and we're just going round and round in circles. This is happening because we don't know who we're actually selling to. And what do I mean by that? Well, we think when people ask us, or when I ask marketers, our clients, our students, why do people buy from you? Who is buying from you? I get a long list that is to do with their age, location, geographical location, their job, their title, their gender, the browsers, the devices that they're using. It's really all about the technical pieces. We all have this persona. Josie is a woman, 35 to 50, living in the US. She manages a team of 10 people. We have this very specific knowledge about customers, and we're all being told to be data driven. So we're constantly collecting all these metrics, and we're running after all these tracking things. But what actually happens is that 82% of marketers have no confidence in their ability to analyze their own data. We're just collecting data like Pokemons because we're told that we need to, but we're collecting insignificant data that isn't actually helping us. Because then when I ask, hey, why do people buy from you? I get answers like, oh, we have AI, it's our pricing, it's our technology, it's our features. And all of this information doesn't actually help us identify what changes to make, what's not working, why things aren't converting. When we collect this kind of data, when we think that this is why people buy from us, we end up speaking to the building and not the person inside. Now, at this point, you might say, okay, Talia, I get this, but now we have AI. As the world moves into AI, we can streamline things, we can make them faster, we can put out and get things out faster, right? Like landing pages and websites. Okay, I hear you. So here's what's actually happening. We're using AI and we're creating more and more of the sameness. And I'm going to show you an example. I went into ChatGPT and I asked it to outline a landing page for a well-known soda drink. And I described the target audience, which is adults and children. I said, I want you to start with an attention-grabbing headline, use the first paragraph to clearly describe what our drink is, use the final section to invite people to buy it. And I actually put in there the main selling points and benefits that all companies use, whether you're B2B, B2C, whatever you're selling. This is the price. This is what we do. This is how many calories. This is how, the different options that you have: glass, plastic, cans. There's all sorts of multiple options for you. And it's the #1 drink in the world. And of course, ChatGPT said, well done, Talia. This is a wonderful outline. I love what you did there. And it gave me suggestions. And it said, here, use a catchy headline to immediately capture attention. Add a sub headline, refreshing, delicious, and made for everyone. Use limited time promotions. Don't forget to mention all the key benefits, the calorie count, the affordable price, the universal appeal. So I took this and I sent the brief to the designer, and this is what I got. The #1 soft drink in the world since 1886. This is insane. We would never ever see a landing page like this from Coca-Cola, yet we are all on the web creating this garbage. We're creating this stuff that is all about our benefits and how carbonated or not we are, and about our pricing. And you will never see Coca-Cola with a landing page that talks about how much it costs, where it is, the different container options that you have, yet we are all doing this. So the biggest problem that we have right now is that we're collecting meaningless data, and meaningless data equals distractions. So what data do we actually need? We need to understand why people buy from us, because a conversion means a decision. If you can understand how people make decisions, why they buy from you, then you can actually optimize your website according to those decisions. So this is not how people make decisions, but we've trained ourselves to think that we have. We think that when people have to make a decision, we go through this rational process of thinking about the pros and the cons and what makes sense and what doesn't, until we finally reach this conclusion. Yes, this makes sense. And that's what we think is how, people buy from us. But then what psychologists, neuroscientists, and the biggest brands in the world have shown us for decades is that this is not how people make decisions to buy. This is. Every single decision that we make in life is based on emotion, whether you want to admit it or not. We buy on emotion and then we rationalize it later. And it's your task, your number one task is to understand those emotions. Now, before I continue and explain to you exactly how you should do this, the number one question I get is, okay, I get it. Emotion matters. Of course it does in B2C, but what about B2B? So even in B2B, I would actually argue that it's sometimes even more important because B2B purchases are very emotional. But Think with Google recently found that B2B purchasers are almost 50% more likely to buy a product or a service when they see personal value to their decision. What does personal value mean? They are 8 times more likely to pay more for a product or a service when they see personal value. Do you understand how incredible this is? Someone is in a company and they have to decide between, I don't know, an accounting management software, and they will buy a more expensive product if they see personal value for themselves. That's crazy. So really, emotion is involved in everything that we do, and it's even in every single search. So what we've noticed is that almost every single search includes emotion, and I'll show you an example. What is the simplest accounting software for small businesses? Can I do my own accounting for a small business? This is also asked. Also asked, a phenomenal product you have to use, shows you what people search for in addition to the first keyword or search term that you entered. So I went in here for one of our clients and I put in what is the simplest accounting software for small businesses, because we know that that's one of the things that people look for the most. And it said, okay, can I do my own accounting for a small business? And then it showed me all of this stuff. People are asking, is it worth it? Can I do it myself? Do I have to hire someone? Do I need an accountant for a very small business? What's the best practice for this kind of stuff? And let me show you what the landing pages look like. All your business on one platform, simple, efficient, yet affordable, $13.50 a month for all apps. Automate your invoice management today. Use automation to make your domestic and international invoice processing seamless. And my favorite, the UK's favorite tax filing software, simple, efficient, affordable. It's insane. There's a huge emotional gap. Our prospects are saying, can I do this myself? Can I stop worrying about this? How do I know this is for me? And everyone in the industry is saying, we're an all-in-one platform. We're the number one solution. We're powered by AI. Companies are ignoring everything on the left, and they're missing out on huge opportunities for optimization. So who you're actually selling to, who are the people behind the screens, not the robots, not the data points that we're tracking. Your prospects are asking, will people see me as the go-to? Will I feel more confident? Will I get a career advancement? Will I finally stop worrying about this? Will I get promoted? Can I feel better about myself? If you want to stop talking to the building, you want to improve conversions, you need to understand the emotions of your customers. And let me tell you that the question that I get the most is, okay, great, emotion matters. What are the most common emotions, Talia? Tell us. Okay, so here's what you should know. There are never just one emotion. It's always clusters of emotions. So you've got bunches of emotions all mixed up together, and it's never just one. The first cluster of emotion is self-image. How people want to feel about themselves after finding a solution. They want to feel effective. They want to feel meaningful. They want to feel hopeful, smart, happy, successful. They want to feel good about themselves. So for example, Shopify doesn't sell software, it sells the dream of entrepreneurship. So when you're thinking about your customers, when you're thinking about, okay, how can I optimize my website? One of the things you need to be thinking about is their self-image. Are you appealing to that? Are you thinking about that? That is super critical. The next cluster of emotions is social image. How I want others to feel about me, to think about me, perceive me after I buy a solution. People want to be looked up to. They want to be appreciated, admired. They want to be envied. They want to see as the go-to in the company, as altruistic. They want to be loved. All of these emotions really matter to people, and they want to know that when they buy a product or a service or a solution, someone is going to feel a certain way about them. Are you even appealing to that? Are you thinking about that? One of my favorite ads is nobody ever got fired for buying IBM. Think about how genius this is. IBM understood that when people buy a product in B2B, it is highly it's risky because you could get fired if you make the wrong decision. So when you choose IBM, you're choosing the number one product that will keep you safe and secure, and everyone else is choosing it. So there's no risk. Another incredible ad, the Epic Split. If you don't know this, you're too young. So freaking Van Damme doing the splits between two cars, trucks or lorries, depending on where you're from. This ad, to show the stability of their trucks, cost them $4 million to produce. They made $170 million in revenue for Volvo, a 31% increase in sales from a B2B ad selling trucks. These brands didn't wait until they were established to start selling with emotion. Selling with emotion is what established them as the world's top brands, and you can do the same. So let's bring it back to CRO and what this actually means for you. Right now, you're probably approaching CRO from a tactical standpoint, doing data analysis, meaning going into GA4, finding out that it's your homepage and deciding, okay, the homepage needs optimizing. Then you need to create a new variation. So you come up with a list of changes that maybe could hopefully optimize the page. You launch an experiment. If you increase conversions, great, fantastic. You're so happy. If it doesn't, it's failed. The customer first process for CRO, meaning the emotional targeting process that I'm going to teach you today, is customer first. First, you identify the why behind the purchase, why people buy from you for real. Then you identify the problem. You're going to run an audit and uncover what's preventing people from converting and create a variation based on your research. You're going to launch an experiment. If you increase conversions, fantastic. Great. That's what we all want. But if you don't, it is still going to be successful because you're going to learn from this test, and you're going to be able to say, you know what? I know now that my prospects are more motivated by self-image than social image, or I need different types of social proof than the ones we just tested. So, self-assessment exercise, let me know in chat, where are you? Tactical or strategic? Tactical. If you're tactical, you're focused on increasing testing velocity. People are constantly asking, how many tests did we run this month? If you're strategic, you're leveraging tools to implement and test strategy. You're not using tools as a crutch. You're leveraging them to test your actual strategy. Tactical CRO asks, what should we test next? What elements should we change? If you're strategic, you have a clear roadmap that's rooted in strategy and your business plan. If you're tactical, you're driven by best practices, C-suite, guessworks, competitors, tactics. If you are strategic, you're running experiments to solve problems that you've identified in your funnel, real problems. If you are tactical, you're measuring success based on uplifts alone. If you're strategic, you're not only measuring uplifts, you're measuring whether all of your marketing team is informed by the tests that you're running. You're breaking silos between everyone, between sales and product, and everyone is coming together. So let me know in chat. I would love to see afterwards where you feel that you are. But in order to get strategic and get out of the tactics, the first thing you need to do is collect meaningful insights. Uncover why people really buy from you. So what do you need to uncover? What pain does my prospect feel before finding a solution? What are their hesitations and concerns? What are the emotional triggers that drive their decision-making process? And how do they want to feel after finding a solution? If you can answer these 4 core questions, you will know exactly what copy to change, what visuals to change. You'll know what to test because you will clearly see what's not working on your pages. Now, where do you get these insights? Well, you're not going to find them in GA4. So we used to think that this was the funnel, but this is not what your customer journey looks like anymore. This is an incredible visual, thanks to Rand Fishkin, who basically said, hey, look, our customer journey is more like a pinball machine at this point. And he was so right. People come in and out from your customer journey all over the place, and they are not on your website. They are on your website to convert, but they're making decisions elsewhere. They're not on your website making those decisions. They are on YouTube, LinkedIn, Reddit, Facebook, Quora, Instagram, TikTok. They're watching the news to make a decision. They're texting their friends in order to make a decision. If you are not combing through all of those conversations, you won't have that information. So meet Upright. Upright is a wonderful device that you place on your back. It's this size. And every time that you slouch, it vibrates and it reminds you to sit up straight. It's a wonderful product. And this was the original homepage. Get the healthy posture you've always wanted. Shop healthy posture. So reminder, your prospects are searching for authentic solutions to their problems on Reddit, Quora, and Facebook groups. So we went to Reddit. And we wrote in literally how to fix my posture, Reddit. And you can see dozens of conversations and threads and subreddits about posture, endless conversations from people who have tried things and hated them, who've tried things and succeeded, who are against a certain product or pro a certain product, who are helping each other out. And we need to be a fly on this wall in order to uncover those emotions. So what we found out is really interesting. We combed through thousands of conversations. And one of the things that kept coming up, which was so funny, was that everyone wanted to work on their posture. Everyone started the day thinking, okay, today I'm going to sit up straight. I'm not going to slouch. But as the day progressed, they forgot because they were on the computer, they were working for hours. And the deeper they got in their work, the more they forgot about actually working on their posture. And all of these comments in here are so crazy. Someone actually said, so there's funny things. There's like, every time you take a sip of water, that will remind you to sit up straight. Someone said, you should tie yourself to the chair, like crazy stuff. But this is Reddit, right? People are just making all these different suggestions on how you can remember to sit up straight, to practice, to actually work on your posture. Then we did some interviews. We ran interviews with their customers and we asked them what their biggest problems were before using Upright. And they all said very similar things that were around forgetting to work on their posture. My biggest concern is when I'm sitting at my desk or standing at my desk, because that's when I tend to get lost in work. When you're working, you're so focused on what's going on, you're not paying attention to your posture. Posture is an afterthought. Nobody wants to commit that much time to fixing it, even though it's a big problem, or it's the times I'm not thinking about it that I lose it. Upright helps me when I'm sitting at my desk to not forget when I'm focused on work. Then we went into also asked, and we asked it, hey, is it really possible to fix bad posture? And it showed us all the different things that people are looking for. Can I really do it? What about if I've had bad posture for years and years and years? Can I actually fix this? So many questions from people who just don't believe anymore, who've been sold products that don't work or hurt them or give them pain. So going back to our client Upright, we now discovered that our customer is a home office worker. They're tired of the pain caused by long hours in front of the screen, but cannot remember to work on it. And they feel very guilty, which is crazy because people really wanted to work on their posture, but they couldn't remember to do so. So we created a new variation for the homepage, the simplest way to transform your posture, helping 750,000 people sit, stand, and feel better every day. And below that, you can see your poor posture isn't your fault, but there is something you can do about it. So we're taking the guilt away. You slouch because you forget not to. We all do. Upright makes remembering easy by gently reminding you every time you stay bent over for too long. It makes sitting and standing better unbelievably easy. So we took the guilt from them. We said, hey, you can outsource your posture training to Upright and we'll do this for you. So all you need to do is to start collecting all of these insights from so many different places. Customer interviews, chat transcripts. You can literally analyze all the chats that you're getting. Visitor surveys, emotional competitor analysis, review mining. You can go onto Amazon literally today and find a product that's trying to sell a solution to what you're actually trying to solve and just comb through all the reviews and of course use AI to actually analyze them. You can do social listening, which is what we just did with Reddit, customer surveys, and keyword research. So many different ways for you to start leaving the data that you're already collecting, which is behavioral and great, and adding a part that is strategic, that is more about the customers. Once you've actually collected these insights and you've started answering these questions, next, you want to run a strategic CRO audit. You want to uncover the real gaps and identify why people aren't converting. So when I talk about CRO audit, I'm not talking about the go-to CRO audit we all do, which is a GA4 analysis, a heuristic analysis, checking heat maps and recordings, comparing against best practices, creating a list of A/B testing ideas. I'm talking about a strategic, holistic approach. When I do an emotional audit, an emotional targeting audit for a website, a strategic audit, we're asking yourself a set of questions. We now have learned a lot about our customers. We know their pains. We know their desired outcomes. We know what frustrates them. We better understand what motivates them to buy. Now you need to look at your pages and your entire customer journey from a different lens. One of the first questions you want to ask yourself is, are you making it about yourself or are you making it about the customer? So this is Strata, the identity orchestration company, abstract, integrate, and secure identity in your multi-cloud environment, and so on. This is about the product, about the company. After we optimize the website, make modern identity work everywhere, build your identity fabric, and everything on the pages was about them, about the customers and becoming those identity heroes. So the first question you want to ask yourself when you're looking at your homepage and your landing pages and your emails is, are you making it about yourself or are you making it about the customer? Next, you want to ask, can prospects see their pains reflected in every step of the journey? It's not enough to just make big promises. You want to show them that you understand them. So for example, for Social Media Marketing World, a huge social media conference in the US, we examined their landing page for the conference, and we saw that, yes, it does focus on the fact that there's going to be incredible techniques and tips and tactics that any marketer who does social media can learn from. But it didn't reflect the specific pains that people felt, struggling to keep up in an ever-changing nature of social media marketing, actually knowing exactly how to successfully implement those latest techniques, having all the wisdom that you need to support every marketing decision that you need, complete confidence with every tactic that you present to your boss, your colleagues, your clients. All of these are pains that social media marketers feel. And by optimizing the landing page, by adding this information about their specific pains, you can actually increase conversions and drive more sales. So again, can your prospects see their pains? Are you focused on their specific pain and saying to them, I know you, I understand you, I know what you're going through, this is what you're going through, and this is how our solution can help you? Do your design, your UX, your colors, your images all support and prove your message? So it's not enough to just say, we're customer first. You actually have to show it. So you can see over here, the best platform for client work, and run your client work in the only platform that's actually built for it. So there is an actual website on the right-hand side that says best platform for client work. Over here, in the only platform that's actually built for it. But look at the visuals. On the right-hand side, it's a screenshot from the product that's homepage redesign showing you the actual project management solution and an actual feature of it. But on the left-hand side, you can see a profitability report. Who's working on what, how much it's costing, how they're doing. when you run an agency and you're doing client work, this is the kind of stuff that you want to do. So everything on your page has to support and amplify your message. It's not enough to just say, yes, we support people like you, we solve pains like yours. You actually have to show them the proof with your visuals and your images. Are you highlighting the outcomes the prospects actually care about? So sometimes we promise things we think people want, but they don't actually care about them. They care about bigger, better things. So over here is one of the biggest moving companies in the US. Their landing page said, long distance moving with no hidden costs, because we believed before doing all of our research that, of course, hidden costs, no one wants hidden costs, and that's a good thing. So that was the original landing page. We did our research, and then what we discovered was actually the biggest pain that people had was they were so stressed, and what they wanted was someone to just come, get all their stuff, take them, and no stress at all. To take the stress out of your next move across state lines, actually highlighting what prospects care about. Do they care about pricing? Of course they do, but that's not the biggest thing that they want. The biggest outcome that they want is removing the stress of moving. Can a prospect immediately see the connection between the action that they need to take on your website and the emotional outcome? So over here, meet the upright posture trainer. Our smart posture trainers use biofeedback science to help you achieve healthier posture habits. Naturally, shop the go-to versus make your posture the one thing you don't have to think about. Shop now. Emotional results, you don't have to think about it anymore. You're outsourcing all of your posture training to Upright. Just shop for it now. So when you ask people to take a certain action on your website, to sign up, to contact you, to buy something, can they see the emotional connection to clicking on the button? When I click on this button, this is the result that I'm going to get. Can they see that? Are you focused on how the solution works and its features, or the outcomes? So smartphone controlled paper airplane versus power up your ideas with one of our lightweight yet powerful propellers. People are tab jumping from one place to another. So when they land on your page, you want to make sure that you're actually not just focused on how your product works or how you do things, but the actual solution and outcomes that your prospects care about. Okay, you've done the research. You've identified why people buy from you. You're starting to see all these insights. Now you have a better understanding of what might not be resonating. Maybe it's your social proof. Maybe it's your headlines. Maybe it's your visuals. Maybe you're making it too much about yourself, or you're not highlighting the right pains or the outcomes people want. What do you do next? You run meaningful experiments. You learn from every experiment that you can. And when I talk about experiments, it doesn't have to be just an A/B test with a redesign. It can be in an email. It can be in an ad. But when you're running tests, they're meaningful tests, not button colors, but actual things you can learn from. Successful CRO programs answer critical business and customer questions. They inform your whole marketing strategy, and they break the silos between the different people in your company. So how do you plan a meaningful experiment? First, you write down what problems have you identified based on your research and your audit. Where is this happening in your customer journey? Why could this be happening? So this is your hypothesis. And what tests will you run to solve this problem? This is how you write a good testing hypothesis. Let me show you an example. So teamwork, why choose teamwork over right? This is their comparison page. It's a project management solution. I showed you their homepage before. It's all about helping client-facing teams do really good work. Now, what's great about Teamwork is they really have built a product that's for client-facing teams. If you're an agency, if you work with clients, sure, you could use any other project management solution, but Teamwork specifically built it for retainers and for actual client-facing teams. So in addition to that, they have many competitors, hundreds of competitors, actually. It's a very packed industry. So how do you create a comparison page that actually helps their client-facing prospects see the difference between them and their competitor? Right here, this is a generic comparison page that many B2B companies create. Here's why you should choose us over this competitor. And underneath there's a table of features that you can compare and some pricing. But beforehand, what we knew is that their audience was an agency owner. They were 32 to 55, 10 employees, needed reporting, dashboards, and chat. After we did our research, we understood that the agency owner is tired of over-promising and under-delivering, wants to know what the F is going on with his business, wants to know if she's profitable or not, and if Patty the designer is actually working. This is emotional insights you can't get in GA. We got this from running customer services, from doing customer interviews, from going on Reddit, from speaking to people on Facebook groups, and actually diving in to the emotional state of agency owners. So what does that look in terms of an experiment? What problems have you identified? Prospects cannot immediately see that this solution, this project management solution, was specifically built for them and do not know the difference between us and these competitors. Where are we seeing this? On our homepage and on our comparison pages. Why would this be happening? We believe that our copy is too generic. It speaks to everyone. We sound and look a lot like our competitors, and it's hard to tell the difference. So what are we going to run? We're going to run a messaging experiment on the comparison page, the homepage, and the main website navigation. So I showed you the homepage test. This is the comparison page test. The alternative specifically designed for client work. Complete overview of everything, all the features you need, no constant upsells or gating. Helping client service businesses manage projects in one place. We literally started saying, here's what you get with this company, here's what you get with us. Here's what you don't get with this company, here's what you get from us. And not only did we compare prices, but we actually started going into what each pricing plan means, what you get with it, and really got into the nitty-gritty of each pricing plan. And then we didn't just use a feature comparison table. We said, here's what you get. See challenges before they cause problems. These are the features that support them. This company doesn't have them. Get visibility into performance and profitability. We have these kind of reports. They don't. So by highlighting the specific outcomes that they want, the specific pains that they have, and showing how this company's features support that and showing how other companies don't, we were able to increase their conversions. And we did the same, by the way, with their main navigation. So we had the regular menu and navigation of this company, overview, features, platform add-ons, what you see in most B2B companies. We wanted to make our menu more conversational, and we wanted our prospects to come to the website and immediately see that this product was built for them. So here's everything that you need to know and the features that you need to run client work. And we know that you're comparing us, so compare us to Monday, to ClickUp, to Asana, to Write, to Cantana, to everyone. We know that when people are trialing these products, they're also trialing others. So we don't want to send them over to Reddit. We don't want them to go all over the web. They can come here and actually read all the content, and actually showed case studies of how that worked. And then here are the teams that love us. Here's how they use us, and another actual case study. So everything on this page and on this menu was designed to help prospects coming in here to actually see, oh, this product was designed for me. They understand my pains. They see what I need. So when you're creating an hypothesis, you want to make sure that you're focusing on the insights that you found and uncovered, how people are feeling, how they want to feel, what's stopping them, the challenges that they're waking up in the middle of the night, and what's actually stopping them right now from converting. What isn't working on your website right now in terms of messaging, in terms of design, in terms of the whole flow? There's so many different things we're ignoring because we're so specific to tactics. So here are 2 emotion-based tests that you can run this month, now in November. First is current pain versus desired outcome. That means you want to test and see, do your prospect feel more connected when they see their pain described, or are they more influenced when they see the solution that they can get? So actually, Basecamp did a really cool test once. We've been expecting you. All growing businesses run into the same fundamental problems: hair on fire, buried under email, stuff everywhere. So this is pain specific, right? And then they have a new variation where it all comes together. This is the project management platform that helps teams move faster and make progress. So you can see the difference. Now, as I mentioned, you don't have to do a complete redesign to test this kind of stuff. You can send an email, a subject line, send one email about the pain that they're feeling, one email about the solution that they could get, the emotional desired outcome, and see what people move from, what they click on, what they open, what they convert from. The next text, solution focused versus customer focused. So what you want to do is actually say, hey, solution focused, this is about us. What you might be doing right now, our features, our product. Amaze your students with smarter worksheets, create and share free interactive worksheets with your students online, versus create unforgettable worksheets that grade themselves. This was for teachers during COVID that really had no time for themselves, really wanted a break and to have a product that would help them be able to get back to their family and work less, win your time back, and end overwhelming and late night prep with fun, easy to make interactive worksheets that students love. So solution focused, we have smarter worksheets, versus these worksheets grade themselves so you get your time back. So solution focused versus customer focused. Okay, let's wrap this up. We have been listening to music for hundreds of years, right? And the way that we listen to music, the technology that we use has changed throughout the years. Technology changes, but the reason people listen to music doesn't. And it's exactly the same. Technology is going to change, and AI is here, and it's here to stay. And we can leverage it in an incredible way if we have good strategy behind it. Conversion optimization isn't about changing elements on the page. It's about solving people's problems. And at the end of the day, reality really, really sucks. And it's our job as marketers and people who create beautiful products and solutions to make life easier for our customers. And in order to do that, you have to know them better. You have to understand their emotions. You have to understand what motivates them, what pains them, what challenges them. And then you can optimize anything and you can drive real meaningful results. Thank you very much. That was me.
Wow, that was I'm blown away. Thank you so much. This was fantastic. Thank you. I wrote down some of the things that I really loved. One of them were we are collecting data like Pokemon. I'm so guilty of that.
Everyone is. We all are. We're also doing that, right? Like I'm also doing it. I have all my metrics set up because we're told to do that, but we're forgetting so much of this.
Yeah. And you get like a FOMO if I don't collect it, if I don't store it, and I want 3 years of data. Otherwise, something bad will happen. Oh God. Yes. There's been some promotions about your book in the comments.
Oh, thank you.
So that is and we also had links to it. So yes, I'm gonna buy one. So for sure, this was amazing. So there is not that much time for questions, and not that many have asked questions either. I have one here. How from Modern Business AI? How would you appeal to emotions when promoting a leisure product like a nonfiction history book, for example?
Again, I think one of the most important things to remember is that you need to go back to your audience. So why are they buying this book? What's motivating them? What pain are they feeling? Or what interest do they have? What is their real intent that causes them to want to buy and read this book?
Yeah.
And then that's where you connect on an emotional level.
Yeah, I agree that. And you talked about, the strategies and everything, and there was kind of a lot. But if you only have like, I don't know, for a few hours or a week or, like a few days, you have your boss breathing on your neck. Where do you start?
I would definitely start with research. I would start by listening into conversations and identifying where people are. If you don't know where your audience is hanging out, a great place to start is SparkToro. It's a wonderful product that tells you where your audience is spending their time. Are they on Reddit? Are they on Quora? Are they on LinkedIn and Facebook groups? Are they on YouTube? Yeah. Once you have that information, then I would start combing through conversations. The great thing about AI right now is that we used to comb through these conversations and put them in a spreadsheet and then manually go for each one. Now you can literally just copy all of these reviews, all of these conversations, plug them into ChatGPT and ask it to put it into 3 buckets: pains, desired outcomes, and concerns. So that's where I would start. I would start by doing that, especially if you don't have any customers or you're just getting started. I definitely do that.
Be where the customers are and go get them with their language that they're speaking. I like that.
Sorry, I was going to say that this applies to Reed's question. If you don't have any customer data yet, then the information I just shared about how to go into the different social platforms that your customers are spending their time and reading through these conversations, you don't have to have customers to do that. They're on Facebook groups. Join their Facebook groups, listen to the conversations, have coffee with some of them, and figure the stuff out through that.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, we have a question here. How can these strategies be applied to a startup where a business has not yet established a history or purchases? There's no customer data yet.
Yes. So again, I think the best way to do that is by doing the work of going to where your customers are, even if they're not your customers yet, with all the different platforms.
And then if you have a boring product, if you have something that is like hard to attach emotions to, it's like, how do you do that? Or something that is just like, I don't know, an elevator.
So I think
elevators.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I will connect it to Famil TDS, who has a great question here exactly about this. Like if there are pain points that people don't recognize in them, right? And when you think about boring products, you also think, well, they're not on emotion, or it's hard to connect emotion to them because it's a boring product. So if you ask someone directly, like, what pain were you feeling? How do you feel today? Why did you buy this product? They're going to tell you that they chose it because of their pricing or their features. What you need to do is to start asking more strategic questions about their daily lives, about how they use the product these days, what happens when they don't use it, how people around them respond to it. So at the end of the day, it's all about keep asking why until there are no whys left. You don't want to be asking questions about, hey, why did you choose us? Or how would you rate us? Or what do you think is our best feature? But going more into those real emotions. And I truly believe that the more boring the product is, the more emotions are involved, because that means that they're probably more expensive. There's probably more teams behind them. You probably have to go through so many people that need to approve what you're saying and what you're buying. And so, I guess that's where you really need to put more emphasis on emotion.
Right. Yeah, I totally get that. And actually, as an SEO, those are the most interesting products to try to optimize for. When it's like super boring and very, very hard, like it doesn't really come to you like directly. You have to like go places where you didn't know that you would have to go to and find emotions and ways to talk about things. And doing so, you have to ask people and read a lot. And what other domains would these customers probably be shopping? What other things would they like to have? And then maybe tag on to that.
So one of the things I also learned from, I think Joanna's next, from Joanna Wiebe, who's coming on, I think she's next, was the whole idea of mining Amazon reviews. I mean, it's freaking brilliant, right? So imagine, let's go back to the accounting software example I was giving before. Imagine you have an accounting software. You could go into Amazon and look for the book Accounting for Dummies. And literally, this is a book that's trying to solve a problem that your product is trying to solve too. So you could comb through all these reviews and look at the different emotions that people are saying, and also what they miss in the book, what they're missing from the book, what they would love to have, what they hope there is. what they wish actually existed in this book. And it's a great way to find opportunities for optimization. So it was really a really cool way to get more data about your customers.
We have a question here from Ezra. I'm sorry for slaughtering your name, but Ezra Verici. It can be tough to balance the emotions with technical specs on tech products. Both have huge importance. For instance, high-end cameras. How would you prioritize for this category?
So if I understand your question correctly, I would say that you're talking a highly technical product. And I'm not saying that the technical details don't matter. Of course they do. And a lot of times we worked with a company that sells dashboard cams, and there's so much technical details that go into that. But at the end of the day, when it comes to dashboard cams, for example, it's all about, well, there were two things: either keeping your family safe, or knowing what happened to your car when you're not in it. That's a big thing. So there are huge specs on each product page where we get into all the different reasons you should buy and why and how all the technical things work. But the main message around that was that these technical specs help support your main goal, which is to keep your family safe, to know what happened to your car if it was hit while you weren't in the car and stuff like that. So you're constantly connecting the features that you're selling to the value that they're going to get.
That's cool. We have also one from Sahil Kom. There are pains that customers may not recognize inside of them. How do you sell a product that address that issue to those kind of people? And this kind of touches also to like the products that are sensitive to talk about. Maybe how do you talk about it?
I think it obviously at the end of the day, it is very specific, and depends on the context of what you're selling. Some brands can talk more freely about the stuff and who they're speaking to. A while ago, we worked with a company that sold natural acne treatments for teenagers. None of them want to go on a website and talk about the fact that they had horrible acne and that this company, saved their lives. And it's in their self-esteem, I would say. There are many, many products out there that people don't, are ashamed to talk about their specific pain. So the question is, where do you talk about this stuff and how deep do you go? That's also part of what you do. If you run customer research in terms of, let's say, interviews, and you speak to them, you can also find out, where do they feel comfortable having these conversations? How deep can you go? What are things that you can mention? And what are things that you can't? And where do you have the more complicated conversations? So the answers are there. You just need to ask the right questions.
Cool. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have also one here from 100% Organic SEO, but I also learned that his name was something else during the chat here.
So did I. Yes.
So emotions change. How does this go beyond messaging and align to search journey from organic search to LLMs to agentic search like Comet and Atlas?
I'm going to take a step back and say that what's happening right now in LLMs is really interesting, because the way people search in LLMs, and I'm reading so much research about it, and we're actually running our own research right now about emotion-based search in LLMs, is that so much of LLM search is emotion-based. Google has trained us to enter keywords. LLMs train us to have conversations, and people are pouring their different specific pains and hesitations and annoyances into their prompts. They're talking about all the things that are going on, and there's a lot in there in context, and it's very focused on the problems that they have. So one of the things that we've noticed is that obviously the more your content solves specific particular problems that your prospects have, the more you're going to show up in an LLM. Because right now, at least right now, everything that's on page 1 of Google is optimized for Google. But what's showing
Yeah.
up, what's being mentioned and recommended in an LLM are the articles from pages 19 and 20 in Google, because they're not optimized for Google. They're optimized for solving problems. So if
Yeah.
you want to actually show up in LLMs, if you want to create, if you want to increase your conversions from there and show up more, you need to create content, blog posts, articles, white pages, and all of your service pages need to solve the particular problems and pains that people feel that they're going into AI to write. So yeah, anyway, there's that.
I love that. I love that. I actually also have seen that. So the hour has passed away. So I have to thank you so much, Talia. This was fantastic. Thank you very, very much. And
Thank you so much for having
I'm
me.
for one is gonna order that book, and I'm also ordering one of the Get Uplift devices because I love gadgets and I
Thank
need
you.
a better posture. All right, love you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address, add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
Hello, everyone again. Stay put because there's going to be more awesomeness.
More awesomeness.
More awesomeness in this on this stage. So with me now, I have Joanna Joe. Do you say Wiebe? Is that your?
You know, that's how it should be said, but over
Okay.
here in North America, it's just Wiebe.
Again, Wiebe.
Yep. Yeah, my
Okay. I'm sorry
grandmother
to
would
laugh,
say-
but that was Wiebe. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. It's my last name is Wiberg, so it's it could also be the Ulrika Wiebe.
Love it. Love it.
It's like vibe almost. I like
Totally.
the vibe.
I actually love
I like
that.
the vibe
Yeah.
of you. I like the vibe of that.
Let's go with that.
So, thank you everyone for being with us and continue this nerdiness with us. And my mind is a bit blown from the last session. That was a lot, and it was amazing. But I know that we're gonna get more amazing from you. So,
Yeah, no, I caught that too. I caught the end of Talia's talk and loved it. It was great. As usual, Talia's great.
Yeah.
So very, very cool. I'm excited to be here and just like stack on and be part of this this cool, really intense day of learning.
It's insane. Did you hear that there's more than 1,200 registered spectators?
Amazing.
And filling in. So yeah, it's
hello everyone. Hello.
Yeah.
Good. Let's make it worth their while. All those people. Let's do this.
I hope you all refilled your popcorns and drinks and everything, and just lay back now and enjoy some more. Let me introduce you, Joe.
Love it.
I'm sorry for slaughtering every name and the English words. English is my third language, so
that's amazing. Yeah, no, don't apologize when English
I don't,
is your
guys.
third
Sometimes
language.
it gets like, what did you say?
Good.
All right, in front of me and in front of us, I have Joanna, the original conversion copywriter, and the founder of Copy Hackers.
Yep.
And the author of the new book, The Copy Selling System, that's going to be published in July next year.
Yes.
I am so excited. For 20 years, she's helped clients in B2B and B2C tech, from Shopify to Glowforge, to transform visitors into leads and leads into customers, using a customer-centric messaging across ads, pages, and emails. And moreover, 5,000 students and 500 teams are enrolled in her flagship program, Copy School. I am impressed by that. That is cool.
Thank you. Thanks.
Congratulations for that success.
Thank you. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's a good place. I enjoy getting to teach a lot of people doing this kind of stuff and our other teaching too. Yeah.
We had everyone here telling us where they're from. I didn't actually say where I'm from. I'm from Stockholm. I'm in Stockholm, Sweden right now.
Nice.
And you're in Canada somewhere?
I'm in Canada. Yes, I am way out west, in a place called Kelowna. If anybody knows Kelowna, shout it out. Yeah, I'm out in Kelowna, BC. That's British Columbia, Canada, where it is
Okay, so that's what is that high up or like
low down. It's
low
about
down?
a 2-hour drive to get to cross the border into the United States.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I don't get anywhere in 2 hours. I have to. I don't know. I get to like some stupid city. Just so everything in
Everywhere in
Sweden
Europe
is like
close. Yeah.
not in Sweden.
Oh no.
Everything is far away. Yeah, everything is
Then
far
I
away.
feel you. Ooh, modern
Okay,
business
so
AI.
people,
Nice.
yeah,
Yeah.
so cool. Could we please see your presentation and hear your
Yes.
fantastic talk?
Yeah, I
I'm
wasn't
super
sure.
excited.
Totally. So I've got it loaded.
Oh,
There we
look at that.
go. Yeah, and I'm ready to dive in. I do want to,
Kick off.
This is beautiful.
Kick
Thank you.
off.
I'm ready.
I'll
I'm gonna
ask you
go. I'm
questions
gonna roll
after.
with this, Ulrika. Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. So today we're talking how to build a customer. Now, to a lot of people, they're like, "Well, you don't build a customer." Okay, fair, fair. However, what if we thought of it a little differently, as if we do build a customer? Now, I've been in conversion optimization for a long, long time. I started in-house at Intuit. That's where I got my first, like my feet wet when it comes to experimentation and optimization, trying to just get more people to take out their credit cards during a time when you still took out your credit card, when it wasn't like pre-saved or there wasn't like just go straight to Stripe. So yeah, I've been doing this a long time. Then I went to Conversion Rate Experts, did some great fun optimization stuff there. And then I started Copy Hacker. So I've been in this space for a long, long time. I've been a copywriter since I didn't know what copywriting even was, or that was what my job was. I didn't know I was doing that when I was doing it. And so what I want to share with you today is, okay, so after 20 years of work, such a long time. For me, it feels like a very long time. 20 years of working in trying to understand how to get people to say yes. One of the things that has come to the forefront for me is that it is far easier in experimentation, in all optimization, just in marketing in general, to try to think of generating revenue as building a customer. So we're going to talk about that today. The reason that this is how I think of it, I think in systems. I come from, a tech background. I've worked with a lot of startups where it's like the product marketers that are hiring you. You're really working with product teams. And they're in charge. There's like a product that gets built and features that get built. And then there's all this chaos but we got to get some customers. We got to get some leads. And I don't love the chaos. So I've been working for a long, long time to try to figure out how to get rid of that chaos. So that's what we're going to talk about here today. This is an AI friendly presentation. So anything I share with you here, I fully expect and hope that you'll go and you'll use your preferred AI platform to try to use it to optimize what you've been writing. Yeah, I'm not going to show you how. I think we all know how. It's 3 years later already, since ChatGPT exploded onto the scene. I use Claude. Claude's my favorite when it comes to trying to get really good work out the door. It's Claude for me all the time. So add notes, go ahead, use it. It's here to party with us. Let's party with AI. All right. So kind of backing up. If I were to build a product, now you don't have to be a product person to know this, but if you were to build a product, what would that process look like? Let's talk about a product like a house. Let's say you're going to build a house. You've got all these materials, you've got a vision, you've got all this stuff. Okay, cool. So what comes first? What do you do first between these two things? You've got your 2x4s to frame the house, and you've got the drywall. In North America, it's drywall at least. I know there's like plaster still in other places, but here we've got 2x4s and then drywall. Which one goes first? It's not a trick question either, right? Like you frame the house before you put the drywall up. You can't put the drywall up if there's no frame, right? What do you do first? Do you paint or do you put up the walls? You're going to need the walls before you can do the painting, right? So these are really obvious things. We know this. If someone said you have to build a house, you'd know that there's a laying of a foundation. You'd know that there are plans. There's going to be plans. There's going to be approval processes. This is all before you even break ground and do anything bigger than that. Then we turn to marketing. How do you actually build a customer? If someone said, I want to go from a 0 to a 1, I want to go from person doesn't know who we are to they're a customer now, what would you do? Also, not a trick question. There's going to be all sorts of stuff that you can do, right? Oh, there's so many things we can do. We can run an ad campaign. We'll do a lot of long form content. That's really good for AEO, for discovery. We're going to get on social media. We're going to do some weird, broad stuff on social media in order to get to a more narrow space. There was a person who made $2 million last year doing this. Let's do that. We're going to do Instagram. We're going to do, of course, we'll need a website. What goes on the website? Don't know, not the point. We're going to need a website though. And we need emails. So you've got all this stuff, right? We've all got all of these things at our disposal. We don't all do all of these things, but we know they are just one small part of what we do in trying to create a customer, which is really just trying to get a sale. But what do you do first? What's the foundation? What's the 2x4 that comes before the wall? When I ask this question, understandably, few people can answer it. It's not that simple. It often comes down to the consultant's response. It depends. And honestly, in a lot of cases, it really does feel like it depends. I have a hypothesis as to why it feels that way, but I'm going to argue that it does not have to depend. And it only depends because we're not starting off in the right way. We're just kind of like throwing crap into the space out there and like hoping something sticks. We know this. This is a spray and pray approach. It's not good. It's not good. It's expensive as well. You have to do something for a year before it even starts to pay off, and nobody ever does it for a year. So you just keep throwing crap around out there. It's chaos. So for me, I'm recommending that we replace all that chaos, all that guesswork with a system. Now, I'm not going to today convince you that you can build a customer on an assembly line, but I want you to suspend disbelief. I want you to imagine a world where what if you could go from somebody not knowing anything about you to absolutely knowing and choosing you, your product, your service, your client's product or service in the end? What if there is a system there, we've just been ignoring it with all of the chaos, and that the system has actually always existed, but we've ignored it? So that's what I'm going to share with you today. Now, when we try to replace the chaos of marketing with a system, it typically turns into a funnel. We've got this, here's the process that people go through. There's awareness over here. And then they're discovering you. They're getting into research mode. This is one of many ways of looking at the customer journey, by the way, but it's one way. And then we look at something like this. And from there, the next step is to create some sort of map, some sort of funnel map. And we've got, okay, the bunch of squares on the side, those represent ads. And then there are arrows that drive to a landing page, which drives to a confirmation page, from which we have boxes that represent emails, where there are other boxes that represent retargeting ads, and. All of these boxes, all of these arrows, what goes in them? What is that first ad about? What's the second ad about? What's the landing page about? What's the headline on the landing page? These are all the things we kind of leave to the end, when those are actually the things that matter more than the obvious stuff. Like, obviously, we're going to do ads. Obviously, we're going to have a website. Obviously, we're going to do all of these things. What goes in them is less obvious, and that's where marketing is falling apart. So I want to replace, and I have for my clients as well while we're talking about this, replacing channel first with message first. This should not be revolutionary. In fact, this will not be revolutionary. What I hope will be different from you is seeing how it gets done. So we're going to get into the actual how of how it gets done. It looks like this. This is a big old poster, actually. It comes from my book, which I mentioned earlier, The Copy Selling System. This is called a message matrix. We're going to talk about this exact thing today. And if you have ever worked with a message source document and found them unpleasant, which I have, or if you've never worked with a message source document and you've been like, what messages are we leading with? What are we saying? And someone in some Slack message says, oh, this is the headline that won. You're going to like this better. This is better, right? This is the assembly line. This is 20 years of working with clients galore that gets you from zero, start here, where a customer begins, all the way through to actually having a customer while keeping them on the assembly line the whole way through. Suspend disbelief or fully indulge it, fine, that's good too, but just stick with me as we walk through this, okay? Because for the next 40 minutes, a bunch of what I'm going to share with you is going to feel unnatural. You're probably going to resist it. If you do resist it, totally normal. When I show this to clients as well, there's usually like half the team is like, oh, that's so cool. How do we get a poster for our wall? And the other half is like, that doesn't work. That's not how it works. That would never work. So it's cool. You can resist it. Just stick along for the ride. One of the bigger, more unnatural things that people don't love hearing, some people, other people love it, is that you need to build a customer on an assembly line, or at least think of it that way. It doesn't mean that you think of your customer as some sort of cog, some sort of weird little product that you're churning out, but rather that you do them the respect of saying, look, I need to get you from where you are to where you need to be. And the best way I can do that is to keep you on the straightest line there instead of distracting you with all sorts of crap. That's the flavor of the month. And whatever we're doing now, oh, here's the latest way to get somebody to say yes to you. I'm not going to distract you with that stuff. I'm going to share with you the right messages that you need to see in the order you need to see them in order to get you to say a confident yes at the end, which is all we're in business to do. All of us are in business to get more confident yeses at the end, not to pretend, not to show clicks, not to show, engagement or views, but rather, did we get somebody to say yes? And how many of those are we getting to say yes? And can we scale that, which an assembly line is a scalable thing. Okay, this is all based on years and years and years, which we've talked about, of working with clients of all sizes. These are some of them. These are some of the ones that you may recognize. There's also a bunch of smaller ones that grew. I mean, I was working with Shopify when it was like, I think there was one designer there. So I've been working with some of these brands through a lot of changes, all the way to Shopify, adding Shopify Plus, and through Shopify Plus, right? So there's been a lot along the way. Where my whole focus has been on, let's get the right messages in place, y'all, in order to get the conversion wins that we need to get to grow this freaking business. Because we can't buy more leads if we don't have money coming in. We can't grow if we don't have money coming in. So let's make the money. This is how it works. Now, back to the beginning, I invented something called conversion copywriting a bajillion years ago. It doesn't matter if you don't know what it is. If you do, very cool. If you don't, that's cool. Probably some of the tech people that you work with do know what it is. And here's what's most interesting about it. The question behind it is, who is coming up with your messages? Who is writing your copy? And how are they coming up with that? Now, this goes back to when I first started out. So when I first started out, I was at an agency first for 2 years, and then I went and I worked over at Intuit. So I worked at Intuit. I was a senior web writer, I think, when I started there. I'm just going to put my hair back. I was a senior web writer when I started there. And then I moved into a bunch of other stuff that I was doing there, and then eventually into conversion optimization. But when I started, I was selling QuickBooks. Does anybody know what QuickBooks is? And I know I can't see all the responses right now, but QuickBooks is accounting software. So I was 27 and I'd never owned a business. I came from an agency And here I was sitting there writing QuickBooks.co.uk and QuickBooks.ca for the global business division. Okay, cool. So a 27-year-old who's never owned a business before who doesn't know accounting software, is going to write to convince a small business owner that they should use QuickBooks for their accounting needs. It's fair to say there's a disconnect there. It's fair to go like, you might not be qualified, because you're 100% right. I was in no way qualified, and no copywriter ever has been qualified for that job if they do not also come from a small business background as an owner, and they understand the problems that accounting software solves, all of the challenges people go through. After all, this is what a small business looks like if you've never owned a small business, right? It's always, and this was always it. It was always a florist or a baker. This idyllic thing where you like walk in the door at 9 a.m. with your coffee, and it's like all plants and lush, and you feel alive in there for the 8 quick hours you put in before you lock up your cute little door and go home. That's what it looked like to me. I was like, that sounds nice. But when you're actually a business owner, you mostly hate life. You are working through all of the challenges largely by yourself. And frankly, the last thing you need to do is worry about depreciation of the laptop you bought 2 years ago and what that means for your taxes this year. But you don't know that until you're actually a small business owner. So what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do with that, right? We need to get the copy written. And this is just one example. Everything we're selling is always the same scenario. You don't know what the people are actually going through who should be buying your product. You have no idea. Even now, as a small business owner, I've walked in these shoes for 15 years as a small business owner doing this digital business by myself. And I still haven't experienced half of the challenges that all these other people around me have experienced, especially like at all the different stages. It's never going to be okay for us to sit there and just write our own copy. Rather, we're just going to lazily just go ahead and steal. It's the best. Stealing's the best. Just ask OpenAI. Ask all of the AI platforms that just took everybody's knowledge. Stealing, but this is slightly different. What we're doing is we're listening to customers, right? And you've probably heard this before. You're in conversion rate optimization. You're in digital marketing. You've heard you're supposed to listen to what customers say and use that in your copy. I know you've heard it. I've heard people parrot it back to me, and I'm like, dude, I'm the one who told you that 10 years ago. Yes, you're supposed to do that. Why aren't you doing it? What is going on? And the thing is, people are not doing it. So I got an email. From a lead at this $20 billion company that is a household name. And this person came to me and said, we need to hop on a call stat. Our CEO is pissed. And I was like, oh, what did you do? Oh no. And I've never met this person before. I'm like, okay, sure, I can hop on a call. Okay. So we hop on a call and I hear the CEO's pissed. The messages for next year just suck. He's so unimpressed with what the team has come up with. Like, it's horrible. So I'm like, okay, all right. Well, how did they come up with those messages? This is a $20 billion tech company. How do you think they came up with those messages? Did they sit around listening to their customers, do you think? Or did they go into a creative brainstorm with the beanie guy here, because he's got a beanie, so problem solved, y'all. And we've got like sticky notes on the wall. Plus, we're writing on glass. We must be solving problems. You're right. This is how people think it gets done, no matter what. This is how people think it gets done, to the point that they end up presenting messages for the next fiscal to their CEO, who's like, where did this hot garbage come from? This is where it came from. These are all good people. I'm a good copywriter. I am in this room. I don't wear the beanie, but I'm next to the guy in this room. What we need to know is that it's not about their brain power. It's not about their creativity. That's not what we're doing here to try to get people to convert, right? We have to go out and listen to what people say. Otherwise, we're just blind, right? We're just moving forward, freaking guessing, hoping that the thing that you did for that other client is going to work for this client, which it won't, never does, ever, repeatedly. We have to stop guessing at everything that we're saying. It's a trap. It's an absolute trap, and you are very likely stuck in it. I know that I get stuck in it myself. When I'm sitting there and I just talked with some client or some person, and they told me something that they're working on or a challenge they have, and my brain's like, oh, I got this. Joe, you don't got this. And it's okay not to got this. What we need to do is step past the easy answers and move toward the harder stuff, harder and more rewarding, which is, of course, listening. So this is not how people come up with high converting copy. If you're feeling weird sitting around a brainstorm going, is this the right way to do it? You're right. They're not. This is not the right way to do it. We need to listen. Okay. The challenge is here. This is a copywriting presentation. What's wrong with the word copywriting? And I've highlighted it for you. It's right there. The word writing is a problem. It's a big problem. People have a lot of baggage tied up in the idea of writing. And this goes right back to school, back to your writing instructor, wherever you're from, is going to be different. For me, it was language arts, or in high school, it was English. And that is when, the teacher would give you a B-, and you're like, who are you to judge my writing? And it's all about this writing. That's the problem. It's always the problem. We think writing is a creative exercise. And so we're just going to write. Even if you just sat through 7 interviews with your client or your own lead or customer or anybody, you've gone through and sat through these, and then it's time for you to go flesh out what the new value proposition is. You still open up a blank doc and you put your fingers over the keyboard and you go, what did that person say? It was something like this. What if we phrased it like that? And now we're going down the path of guessing. And now we're writing and we feel like we're doing the job right, but it never works out in the end. So we throw it into AI and think, well, AI can do it well too. And then we come out just as unhappy as we were before, because we're still operating like this is a writing exercise. It is not a writing exercise any more than coding is a writing exercise. Engineers are writing. That's all they're doing. Everything to build all of these features is a writing exercise. They're just writing code. But nobody thinks of it as this creative, I could sit here and brainstorm my way through writing code for a product. No, you couldn't, any more than you can brainstorm your way through writing copy to convert a customer. We can't. It's not writing. I'm getting angry. Joe is getting angry now. It's not writing. All right. This is a liberating thing. I have a creative writing background. I was an honors English student. I was all in on writing when I became a copywriter. So this was hardest for me to hear as well. Wait, hold on, I'm in sales. Wait, don't you sell your soul to get into sales? You don't. You just make businesses rich and customers happy. Okay, so we're talking here about the copy selling system. Yes, this is the book that's coming out in July. The reason I'm talking about it is because it is everything. It is I'm so excited to get this out into the world. The copy selling system is a system. That is this assembly line that we're looking at. That is breaking through the guesswork trap, moving straight toward actually getting people to say yes. And so it is what we're talking about here for the remaining 23 minutes, 25 minutes is this. How do we combine all of these really great thoughts over time that are not about writing? They're not, how do I make it sound good? That's the final layer, man. That's a line edit before you hit publish. That's not the job. We want to take the best of direct response copywriting. And by that, I'm talking about the really old school stuff, the old school stuff that this is all entirely based on. So when I say we've always been doing this, we always have. I'm just bringing it forward to 2026, as it were, for next year. But it's always been there. It's just, it got really lost along the way, and things got really chaotic along the way too. So we're going to take direct response copywriting, sales technique. So if you're familiar with the Challenger sale, if you've read that, or Way of the Wolf, I think, Jordan Belfort's book, I know, but for real, it's actually a pretty good book, with straight line selling, with innovation, optimization models, all of these things that everybody on a growth team is already thinking about, but not combining, and definitely not thinking about when it's time to write copy. We're going to pull all those things together, right? So all of the stages of awareness from direct response days, unique mechanisms, we're going to talk about those today. If you don't have a unique problem and a unique solution mechanism, you need to sit tight. We're going to talk about that in this conversation today. Offer optimization. Offer optimization. Have you ever written a SaaS website? Have you ever found an offer on the entire website? Is there an offer anywhere to be found? No, there is not. Innovation, jobs to be done, the switch. Anybody who's happy, who loves jobs to be done, thank you. Optimization models, like the theory of constraints. We won't get into that much here, but many of us have heard of the theory of constraints, and we're thinking about that when we're trying to optimize. You look for the constraint, and then you optimize to like relieve the constraint. Or the original term was something different that I don't love, so I say relieve the constraint. Sales techniques, again, straight line selling, even things like storytelling and the hero's journey. This is what we're talking about here when we're getting into a real system around getting the right message in front of our customers. This is what the system itself looks like. We're always listening. And what we're going to talk about particularly is this part, the matrix itself, the matrix, the message matrix. So this is... my problem is that it's exciting for people who work in copywriting and messaging. And what I want to make sure is true for you, if you're sitting there going, I don't actually write the copy, fair. I haven't written copy in 100 years, but I review copy nonstop. I approve copy nonstop. Almost everybody in marketing is involved in some way in approving copy. If you've had to go into a copy doc or into Notion or into anything like that and go like, yep, this is approved, or no, it's not approved. Yeah, 100 years. Then this matters to you, because copywriting is a team sport, because everybody's involved and everybody gets a say. That's upsetting to me, but it is the way of things. And so if everybody gets a say, you better be informed when you're going in and saying, I don't like this. Or can we try it this way instead? This is not a guessing game. You are guessing there. We got to get rid of the guessing. No more guessing. You don't go into a product, into code and go, but do we need to tab here or do like multiple spaces? Not your job. So if it's your job, you better know about code. If it's your job to get into the message, you better know about the message. And you can. This is the job. And it's not actually as hard as I'm currently making it sound. This is as simple as it is. 36 points along the customer assembly line. They start here. You take what they say at every stage, you map it, and then you use that in the copy. So that if you're like, okay, how do we actually start a conversation with somebody who's brand new into our ecosystem? Well, you don't start at your product value prop. You think you do, you don't. That's midway through here. That's all the way through here. We're not going to do that. So let's walk through how we actually do this. Okay. This is the part that we're going to work on today, because there is a lot. There's a lot here. And again, this goes back to how do we make sure no CEO ends up pissed because we were just brainstorming messages. We're going to combine stages of awareness, jobs to be done, straight line selling, all of that good stuff. And we're going to give every message one job to do, which is to move our prospect along to the next point on the assembly line. That's it. You map your messages out first, and then you use those in the assets on that funky funnel map that you have with all those boxes that are empty and arrows in between them. That's what we're going to put. We're going to take our messages and drop them in there, and then they make sense. Now we know what goes in the ad and what goes on the landing page in what order, and then the confirmation page. We know how to map out our webinar. If you're going to do a webinar for your product and you want it to finish with someone saying yes to your offer, you can't just start with, I think we do a webinar that's like 3 ways to succeed at X. What? That's just a random freaking idea. You know, you pulled that out of the sky. You know, you saw that on some blog post. Stop doing that. Start with the message first. Okay. This is an assembly line. This is an assembly line too, but the messaging itself is about an assembly line. So this is the straight line. We keep the person moving along this beautiful line down the middle. The straighter, the better. Side note. What's going on with all these dudes standing around? Why aren't these guys working? Why are they looking at the camera? Look at everybody who's working. I'm just saying, what do they all have in common? And what do these stander-arounders all have in common? Just putting that out there. Also, who is she? I'm obsessed with her. She's just like staring at the camera. She's like, there's a different life for me out there. I don't know. I love her. Okay. It's an assembly line. That's the idea. If messaging is a struggle for you or your clients, which, I mean, honestly, who isn't it a struggle for? I've been doing this forever and it's still a struggle for me. I need something like this. If it is a struggle for you, path to free poster, got this pre-order QR code. This is just, if you would like the poster, pre-order the book. I'm going to show you these later. You don't have to. This isn't a sales pitch, by the way. This is just, if you want it, you can get it. Pre-order the book, then forward that receipt to me. It's Joe at Copy Hackers. This is just a pre-written one if you want to, and I will send you the poster. You get the 3x2 poster. Okay, so we'll take it from there. You will get you put it on your wall. You put it on your wall like my friend does. I won't mention her name, but she's got it on her wall too. And when you're writing, you look at it and go, oh, okay, we're at this point, moments of highest tension. So we're trying to get into this next part, the red part, and you use it to guide your messages. Okay. Get the free poster by pre-ordering the book, scanning to email. You won't get the book until July. It's just a pre-order process, but it's going to be a print book. All right, cool. What's going on with an assembly line? I want to keep this in mind. This rule. Compounding, these messages are compounding. Okay, so Charlie Munger, obviously very smart money brain, but the idea is still the same. Never interrupt it unnecessarily. We're not going to interrupt our customer on the assembly line with some new freaking message we think is so cool they need to see it now. If they're not ready to see it, they're not ready to see it. Don't interrupt people as they're becoming a customer. Okay, so we're moving people step by step, one by one through this assembly line, which is called the message matrix. 36 beats, okay? Again, that was the poster. This is how you build a customer using little old words, just like we were all hoping for. All right, so a lot of people love to start, and I've seen this on like LinkedIn famous people, and it's like why I don't go on LinkedIn because everybody loves to start customer acquisition talks with, but what's your value prop? And I'm like, cool, that's awesome. You will need one of those, but there's a lot that comes before that. So this is on the assembly line. A product value proposition is number 19 on the list. So you have to do 18 things before. 18 things is actually harder to say than you'd think. 18 things before you get to the point of presenting your product value proposition. This is not the golden child that everyone seems to want it to be. Oh, you just need your value prop figured and like marketing takes care of itself. No, try it and see. It didn't, did it? No, it didn't. Of course it didn't. This is what, of course, like this is a really common website. This is the homepage for a very cool product. I use this product, but everybody's making the same. Everybody thinks it's the same thing. We just work on our homepage, and on our homepage, we just put our product value proposition. Then, of course, we're going to need some logos. And then we're going to do 3 benefits, just 3 benefits. And then we're going to do what we'll call value pillars, but we really think those are probably just features that we're turning into quote unquote value pillars. And we're going to usually stagger those columns, but sometimes we're going to do a 2-column layout and we'll have copy on the left and image on the right. And then we'll switch it up. That can be an A/B test. It's a horrible A/B test. Don't test that. That's a horrible thing to do. What we want to do is begin with the problem. Now, that does not mean that your homepage needs to start with their problem. However, it might convert a lot better if it did. When we've changed homepages for e-commerce sites from product shot for core product with value proposition next to product shot as the hero, and we change that to the problem and match our prospect with the problem that they have when they land there and move them through these beats toward the point where they're ready to hear about the product, it converts. Paid conversions increase. Paid conversions. So we're looking for that, right? That doesn't mean you have to start on your homepage, because most discovery of your product doesn't start on your homepage. It doesn't start on your website. It's very rare to land on your product website homepage when I am brand new to the problem I've just experienced. So I just had a baby and it's not sleeping at night. Okay, that's a problem. That's a real problem, but I don't know what any of the solutions are for this outside of losing my mind praying that the baby will sleep, right? So that's a problem. I'm probably not going to land on the homepage of the solution to that problem the second I have it. So where does that go? Usually top of funnel stuff, right? But all customer creation begins with the problem your prospect is experiencing. If you don't move them through the problems, then you are not selling the solution, because there's no problem that you're solving. This is the yucky part that most marketers don't want to do, and they leave it to direct response copywriters to do it. And then they avoid mentioning that a lot of what led to growth was talking about problems, usually in social spaces. So here's what's going on. All customer creation begins with their problem. We listen to customers, leads and customers about the problems that they were experiencing early on. This goes back to stages of awareness for any nerds in the room who want to know more about where this is coming from. So for example, I search, I need a better pillow. Okay, that's a problem that I have, right? The problem is implied. I had a bad sleep. My pillow is too warm. My pillow's too cold. My pillow is old. I've just heard that there's better pillows out there, and I feel like that my life would improve if I had them. So I need a better pillow is where my problem starts. That's where a customer begins for the people who are down here trying to sell these products. But they're showing up so early, and we don't want to go there, right? We're not talking about this part yet. Don't think about that part yet. What we're talking about is everything over here. So all of your top of funnel stuff, the social posts you're doing, everything you're optimizing for AEO or GEO, whatever you call it. I call it AEO. So if I say AEO, that's what I mean. But this is all top of funnel stuff. And this is what we need to be really thinking about a lot at the top when we're actually, and trying to create a customer. Now, we don't have to stop there. You don't have to just mention a problem and then hope that they'll eventually move on. Once you've got somebody on your assembly line, you matched the problem. Our job is to move as quickly as we can without skipping any of the steps to get them to say yes. And that can move really, really quickly. All right, so how do we find that problem? Every single beat on this message map up here, we call them a beat. Every single one of those has a question you can ask in order to get to the answer you're looking for. So if you are trying to find out what your leads' problems are, ask this question of visitors to your site or to leads in early sales calls, okay? You're going to hear about a lot of problems. You're looking for the most frequently mentioned problem for that persona as it's tied to the product you're trying to sell, okay? So when it comes to your category or the problem, what one thing are you struggling most with right now? You ask that as a visitor on your site. It's a little poll that pops up, or it's something that you're asking along of the process of getting to a coupon code or something. You're not going to get really great answers there, but it can start to show some frequently said problems. Leads in early sales calls, if you do have sales calls, those go so far in finding your message. Ask this question very early on. What one thing are you struggling most with right now? And really listen to what they say. That then gets mapped. Exactly what they say. You take exactly what they say, and the actual version of this message matrix that we use and that people use once they go through the process is a spreadsheet. It's a big old Notion file or a big old like Google sheet where we map in on every beat exact phrase responses to this question, so that when it's time for you to go write the copy for the core problem that they have, for that ad or the top of funnel blog post or the opening of the webinar you're putting on, whatever it is, now you've got the messaging right there that you swipe directly from those people that you asked this exact question to. Next one up, moment of highest tension. The moment of highest tension is a delightful thing to know. The moment of highest tension is the moment at which your prospect would do anything to solve their problem. And this is a really good example of this is I have a friend who runs hair loss clinics. And he gave me this example years ago when we were talking about this together. And it was, okay, in like heterosexual dude is sitting at a table. He's on his third date with this girl. He's got his ball cap on, and she reaches across the table and she lifts the ball cap right there on the brim. And she says, "Let me see what's under there." And in that moment, he is worried that he's got a little bald spot. He's been trying to cover it. In that moment, he would do anything. He would give any amount of money to not have that little bald spot there that he's been trying to hide. The moment of highest tension is the moment that we need to bring to life for our customers on the page. They're all experiencing it. We're just like being subtle about it. We're being chill about it. It's not on brand to really talk about problems. Okay, but I hope you have a lot of money, because you're going to need a way to finance actually getting this well-branded message out there, when in fact what people are looking for is to see themselves on the page and then to see that better version of themselves coming through in the very next step, which is moment of highest pleasure. That moment when she lifts the brim of the cap and he's got like this full tumbly curly hair. That's the moment of highest pleasure. If your solution can give people that, then you have got to build up this problem up front. You've got it. It is required in conversion optimization. If you are trying to grow your business, it is 100% required that you start with the problem that they have and really bring it to life. You share that all over top of funnel, okay? This is where the problem goes, all over top of funnel. And if you're like, we're already doing this all over top of funnel, are you using voice of customer data, or are you using what you brainstormed? What is the problem? Don't ask what's the problem to each other. Go ask customers. Okay, then we put problems on the page. Without a problem to blame and solve, there is no need for your solution to fix it. That's why conversion rates get really, really low, because no one's putting problems on the page ever. So someone's coming to buy and it's all this good news story of like, everything's about to get great, which is only cool if I remember that everything kind of sucks right now. So talk way more about their problems. Now this is, I'm gonna fly through this, but this is a really important concept. So Gene Schwartz is one of the more modern fathers of direct response copywriting. And if this doesn't sit with you, I want you to sit with it for a while. If you're like, I hate this idea. The idea is, don't sell a better mousetrap, create a scarier mouse. If you can do that, which is what marketing exists to do. It's like, what are marketers doing if not this exact thing? You can't just go out there selling the mousetrap, selling the feature, showing how great it works. Like a demo goes a long way, but a demo that starts with the problem goes way further. Our job is to create that scarier mouse. So this is a whole part of the assembly line dedicated to exactly that. How do you find this mega mean mouse? We want to look into the problems that they mentioned way back in beat 1. All of those things that weren't frequently mentioned, we add those in here now. Then we need a blame game. And you ask this question to webinar attendees and in sales calls. Oh, back here, mouse plus AI equals scarier mouse. You're looking for multiple outlets to blame, not for people. Okay, so looking for concepts to blame, like nobody taught me this in school, or why did nobody mention perimenopause until like 2 years ago on Instagram, and now it's all anybody talks about. And that's the thing. That's what we're picking a fight with, right? We have to blame something, and that is the mega mean mouse. You find the thing, not the person, the thing to blame. and then you build that up. You build that up. That's where your marketing investment goes. That's where your mind share goes. That's where when you're sitting around trying to really figure out what to do with this funnel, this is where your brains come in. You listen to voice of customer data, and then you're like, how do we make this bigger? Obviously, stay on brand. I'm not saying you have to scare people, but you do have to make them feel that there is an enemy there, and we're going to align against it. And the customer is going to be the hero in the end because they've solved this problem. Ask questions like, why do you think it's so hard to, then the outcome that they're looking for? What have you already tried to eliminate? And then the problem that they've mentioned before. Have you tried, or you said you tried, and whatever they said earlier, why do you think it didn't work? So all of these questions that you can ask in a single call with a new lead. Why do you think it's so hard to get the thing they said they wanted? What have you already tried to do to eliminate that problem? And why do you think that didn't work? All of that. You only have to run like 7 interviews, and you'll have so much data to bring this mega mean mouse to life in your copy from that point on. Use it in your webinar without question, your podcasts, your special report. Those are the key places to use it, but use it all over the place. Okay, we're going to finish now with mechanisms. I had promised it earlier. We've got a couple minutes, so we can, but the mechanisms are, I really wish I had access to just like chat with everybody. I'm so used to that in like when I'm controlling everything. But let's finish off with these unique problem mechanisms and solution mechanisms. Okay, these are beats 7 and 9 when you're trying to build a customer. Unique problem mechanisms, unique solution mechanisms. I'm going to take a sip of water and ask if you know what yours is. And if you're like, I work as a consultant, then think about a client that you have. Or if you work in-house, then definitely think about your own product. One of your products, right? The one you're responsible for, the one you work on the most. Do you know what your unique problem mechanism is? That's for your customers, or what your unique solution mechanism is? Just a thumbs up or thumbs down. And if you know it, shout it out. Now, it takes a while with a delay and everything. So in most cases, people have no idea. And that's fair. It's fair. So let's work on it. So these mechanisms are the thing that makes your product worth buying. So a unique problem mechanism is this mechanism that holds your customer back or just like creates their problem. So it pre-qualifies a person to buy your solution. Okay. Now this will make more sense when I show you some examples. Thumbs down. All right. Unique solution mechanisms are the things that make your product solve the customer's problem in a unique way. Okay. And we talk about, there's a lot of ways that you've probably already been trying to get here with like positioning discussions and even digging into your value proposition, right? But it's the mouse trap. It's the thing that's going to catch that mega mean mouse. So for example, a unique problem mechanism, I can't meditate. Okay, so interruptive thinking. If you're like trying to sell a solution to meditation, I can't meditate is the problem. And the mechanism itself is interruptive thinking. You give it a name. And then unique solution mechanism is their guided meditation packs to build the habit of meditating. So this is Headspace, right? This is a brand a lot of us know. This here, guided meditation packs, is the unique solution mechanism. You can usually find it by looking for the TM anywhere and like the title case. That's how we know that we're dealing with an actual mechanism. And this is how you know if you have one or not. Now, it doesn't mean everybody throughout history has always known this. So you may have one and you might not be calling it what it is, but give it a name, give it something that it's working against, interruptive thinking. And now you've got, that was the guesswork trap versus the copy selling system, versus like including the message matrix, right? So stop guessing, that's a trap. Start using the copy selling system. These are everywhere, right? So TurboTax, I have to force myself to do my taxes because it's such a confusing and expensive chore. The problem mechanism there is the tax man cometh. Versus the solution mechanism, anybody who's actually used TurboTax knows about the refund calculator. Shows you in real time how much cash you can get back. A lot of the best brands that have ever existed, the ones that you were quick to buy products from, and I'm thinking about like infomercials here, those are the ones that have that unique solution mechanism built in. So how do you find yours? It is not we plant a tree for every shirt sold. It is we ship in goat's milk from Florence to craft our cheese. It is something that is more unique to you, usually comes from anything on this list. So take a screenshot if you're like, I would like to know what my unique solution mechanism is. Go take a screenshot and then try to use that when you're coming up with this. Now, we have no time left to go through any of the rest, including any rapid fire. So I just want you to keep in mind that your completed message matrix becomes the backbone of all of your conversion copy across ads, emails, pages, and content. This is how you take voice of customer data and actually action it. Use it. Don't just listen and then run off and type whatever you feel like afterward. If you would like to get the message matrix for your wall, go ahead and pre-order, then send me a receipt that shows that you have done just that. And we'll get you one as soon as we can. All right, that is all. Any questions?
I will so order that.
Okay,
I'm down.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic and dense. So yes. We have only 6 minutes for questions, and actually we had a few. I have first remark is that I've been in that meeting room during that workshop 1,000 times.
Yes, so have I.
And we all know how that is and how productive it's not.
It's not.
Also, like selling usually means that not talking about, or selling usually means only talking about prices and products and not about pages where like talks about the problems the customer has or like how to go about that. And I also feel that performance marketing channels like Google Ads and emails and like they want low funnel messages at all times and like nothing else. That is the only thing that they want. But as an SEO, I noticed that, or we know that creating a good optimized SEO for optimizing for search intents, both for search engines but also LLMs, we do have to like incorporate that assembly line kind of thinking. So this is golden for me as an SEO as well.
Cool.
Straight on. Okay, so we have a few questions from Modern Business AI.
Cool.
Who has been very, very good with questions.
Yeah.
How do you balance clarity versus curiosity, keeping readers intrigued without being vague?
Don't ever be vague. Vague is the enemy of conversion. Too often people are like, you got to keep it short, got to keep it short. The opening chapter for my book is why keep it short is like killing you. Stop it. It doesn't mean you have to rattle on at all. It means there's certain things that your customer needs to hear in order to become that customer. And if you're rushing them, they're not, why would they run? Don't rush. Don't rush.
Yeah.
Along ever.
I hate when they do that. I drop immediately when they try to rush me.
Don't rush me. If you are matching what I'm going through, I will pay attention to you.
Yeah. I spend my money in my own pace. No one's gonna tell me what to do.
And you're more likely to spend that money if you have felt your problem, like really felt it. The things we didn't get into, like coming to understand that the solution category is a problem and that the only way is this product. Now, a lot of people jump to the only way is this product, but you have to have done everything before it in order to get a person there. Don't rush that part, man. Don't rush. It can go quickly, but you have to say all the right words along the way. And the right words come from customers. They will tell you those words. You don't have to make them up.
Oh, that's amazing. So Jeannie actually was very helpful and shared your LinkedIn link. So if you have questions and we don't have time to answer them, I mean, I guess that's a good way to reach out.
Sure, totally.
But we have one more question from Modern Business AI. How do you avoid crossing the line between persuasion and persuasive and manipulative language?
Yeah, just don't be manipulative. If you are taking what customers say and they're saying you're using their phrases exactly as they are, you're not, where's the manipulation? You're not, right? It's all about how we do it. Too many people are afraid of the second point. Oh, I'm manipulating people. Oh, I better not go there because that'll feel like I'm fear mongering or I'm really pushing for the sale. But you have real prospects out there who actually need your solution. Like they need it. They need it. And you're keeping it from them by worrying that if you email them one more time, telling them about this, bringing their problem to life, now you're manipulating them. Well, use your language and then you won't be manipulating them.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right. Last one. 1 minute. Also from Modern Business AI. What are your favorite tools or methods for gathering real world feedback before publishing copy? I really like this one.
Okay, so we call this validation, right? So before you go out into the world with your copy, with your message, you want to make sure it's like clear, and also any gaps that you might have like not seen, right? So this is like Kendall Jenner in the Pepsi ad. If only they had validated that before they actually sent it into market, they would have known that the world hates that kind of crap. So, but they have to validate. And so there's
like people are the tool, actually.
Yeah, actually go out there with a smaller group of people.
Yeah.
But that's one way, right? So we've also got like validation rubrics to use. That's good. You can come up with your own as well. If you know what your brand needs to say and what your customers need to hear, and you know there are like 5 key points and you want to measure them before any copy goes out, do. But don't do the thing where you sit there and distribute a Google Doc and say, everybody leave your notes on this.
Yeah.
Like that's not going to work. That's not validation. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Thank you so much. I love this.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. And the next is Ellie Hughes. And so sit tight because this is going to be my last session for today. But yeah, stay tuned. And
Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address. Add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
And we're back. And now it's Ellie Hughes. Is that correct? Or did I slaughter your name as well? No?
Yes. Cool. No, it's okay.
I've been slaughtering names today.
It must be 8 p.m. for you now. So you've been doing great, I think, so far.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. But this is actually so interesting topics. I don't feel tired. This is not restraining for me at all. I'm just very, very interested. And it feels like a privilege for me to be able to just talk to you guys. So I'm starstruck and it feels, I'm so happy to be here and just listening to you. So guys, you heard me for 2 hours now, but if you are new to the show or if you just dropped in here now, I'm Ulrika Wiberg and I do SEO. That's a short version of me. But today, this session, we have Ellie Hughes with us. And I would like to introduce you, Ellie, if that's fine. So, Ellie here has over 13 years of experience in data and experimentation industry. So, experimentation is a word that I struggle a lot with. That is very hard to say as a non-English person. So, you have to bear with me here.
You could just say CRO if you want to. Or
okay.
I was at an SEO conference recently and people called it Crow. I was like, wow, that's retro. Yeah.
All right.
But CRO, you could say CRO.
Okay. So, but in the time that Ellie has done all of this cool stuff in the CRO industry, she helped businesses to ship experiments at scale, grow their data and product capability, and create more value from their experimentation program. She is now the head of consulting at Eclipse, an experimentation-focused agency in the UK. And I have a fun fact about Ellie, and I really love that you share this with me because this really tickled my interest. So fun fact about Ellie is that her geology dissertation was published by the British Museum. That is cool. Where she used pottery from boreholes to provide position of the Nile from Comfirin during the Ramesside period. Wow.
That was actually really good pronunciation of all the weird place names in Egypt.
Yeah.
Set you a challenge for late at night. But yeah, thank you for introducing
But that
myself.
is so cool. So you changed your career midway somewhere.
Yeah, I started in geology and kind of did that as my degree. But actually science and doing experiments, like I did physics and geology at university. So actually you do a lot of experiments, you do a lot of testing of hypotheses when you're a scientist. So actually it's like you have to collect a lot of data and manipulate it really well. So actually the transferable skills are quite strong into the CRO industry. So
cool. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. So for me, it's kind of late and we started and people are eager to hear. They already started to say like, oh God, it's Ellie. We really like that. I'm eager to hear your speech, your talk. Could you please share with us? And because I've been through this talk and it's amazing. I really liked it. I can say that in beforehand.
Good. So maybe I can introduce the talk a little bit and like kind of where it came from. So I've sort of spent a few years working both in-house and agency side with lots of different businesses. And I had a client a few years ago who were a B2B SaaS product, and they were trying to do something similar to Jira. And I remember one of the people came to me and said, we've just spent 8 weeks doing a discovery on what the login page should look like when we should have just copied Atlassian's login page. Not in the least offensive way to Atlassian. It's like there's only so much a login page can do, but they'd spent like 8 weeks doing a discovery. And that's kind of where this talk spawned from, which is how much time should you spend investigating what you should build before you actually start building it? And then how can you make sure as you start building it that you're actually building it out in a way that validates it as you go? And I thought the sort of discovery validation gap was quite a nice way of explaining that people can get stuck exploring all the potential ideas and solutions and then not get onto delivering them. So that's kind of where the talk came from at the beginning. And I'll give some examples as I go through. There's going to be lots of references to sort of product related stuff. So those of you who've got a product background will find that stuff super familiar. For those of you who are not from a product background, like Ulrika, I've actually got a primer at the beginning. So I'll explain some of the concepts at the start. So there's just another shot of me. And if anyone wants to connect with me on LinkedIn, there's a QR code there. And then I'm sure as part of all the process that my LinkedIn profile is somewhere. So if anyone wants to connect with me, has a question that they're not brave enough to put on the chat and they want to DM me instead, feel free, go ahead. I like this quote from Reid Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn. So this kind of is where some of this came from. But if you're not embarrassed by the first version of your product, you've probably launched it too late. What he's trying to say is if you spent so long refining it to make it look really good and finessed, you've probably missed the opportunity to beat the market. You know, if you look back at the original version of Airbnb, if you look at those screenshots, it looked rubbish. Like it looked really, really, really bad. But it meant that they kind of got in there and had something that was working and functional, even if it wasn't as beautiful and finessed as it looks now all those years later. So it's kind of like the idea here is how soon is too soon and how late is too late. So I'm going to talk about my talk's in 2.5 parts, the little primer at the beginning for anyone who's not got a product background, and then I'm going to talk about the discovery validation gap, and then how do you avoid it? Well, you avoid a waste producing machine. You don't want to build features that you don't want. So a quick primer. So product discovery as a term, it's actually been around a really long time. Some people started using it as early as the 90s. It's kind of almost as old as Agile. Basically, people started using it around the same time. Companies building websites and digital products spent a lot of time and money trying to convince customers that they needed their great products. Think back to the days when you were Microsoft and you would launch like a whole campaign to get people to buy a specific piece of software or a specific piece of hardware. And actually you'd spend a lot of money convincing customers this was the right thing they wanted to buy. But not so much time actually listening to what the customer had to say. And I guess that kind of connects back to Joanna's talk as well, which is about listening to the customer and actually using their language and their needs and wants and positioning yourself and your product correctly. And that led to a lot of waste. If you built something that then nobody adopted, think of like products that you heard about that like launched, a few people adopted it, and then people stopped using it, and then it kind of failed and closed. That's quite a lot of waste. That's a lot of code. That's a lot of hosting. That's a lot of design effort that people have gone and put their heart and soul into, and then it's not been successful. So people just didn't need some, not all products that get built are needed, but how do you make sure that you know that beforehand? So one of the things that, for those of you who are familiar with Teresa Torres, she came up with the concept of continuous discovery, and this is her diagram. I know this is a really, really bad image, but it's actually the one I copied from her webpage. So please just go to the webpage and then you can see a slightly better resolution version of it. But essentially, she talks about how you ladder everything you do up into the outcome. So you think about the outcome that you want, which is your product being successful, your website being successful, your app being successful. You look at opportunities, you break it down into opportunities, you break those opportunities down further, and then you think about solutions. And the idea is that you continuously do this whilst talking to customers, whilst learning about the product, and you're doing it all the time rather than fixing it up front. Oh, we'll do some user testing, or we'll do something up front and then build the product. And here's these resources. We can put them all. There'll be a way that you'll get access to everything that I've linked to here. But essentially, this is not an exhaustive list, but this is some of the things that you can do before you launch a product. And I know it's a bit of a boring list slide, so I apologize. But there's lots of qualitative techniques that you can use before you launch a product in order to know whether you should build that product. Is it the right product to build? So lots of you probably have heard of user research. So doing interviews with customers, doing some market research, looking at what your competitors are doing. You could have user interviews. You can have customer councils where you have people who are existing. So if you're a B2B company, you might have existing customers join a council and you can interview them. Do some market research, user testing or usability testing on your live product. So actually getting people to come and test your live product if it's live. Diary studies, that's kind of how you get someone to plot out how they use a product over a sequence of time. So it's almost like doing a qualitative time series analysis for those of you who are very quantitative. And also having things like on-site feedback and surveys. So some of you have probably heard of things like Hotjar or Usabilla, ways you can do incoming feedback and email surveys. In terms of quantitative things that you can look at doing, you've got product analytics, so GA4, like Adobe, whatever you've got access to, heat maps and session recordings, and then using incoming feedback, NPS scores, or other scores you might be able to collect from quant surveys. Those are some really good techniques that you can use before you launch a product to start learning about, well, what could work. Or if you're about to launch a feature that's quite radical, what's going to work. I mentioned some frameworks on the right-hand side, and some of these relate to books. Like you can definitely go and look all of these up, and there's every single one of these has a book behind it that you can go and read. And I've also linked some resources here, including some great videos. There's a really good video from a lady called Sally Foote, where she talks about actually doing qualitative techniques with physical products. Her and I used to work together when we were at Photobox. So those are some examples of things you can do before you launch. And this is not an exhaustive list. I could literally get a qual or quant person on here to talk to you for an hour about all the things that you could do, but that would get really boring. So in terms of validation, so we just talked about some examples of discovery techniques. In terms of validation, the oldest and quickest, but also most costly form of validation is just turn something on, just launch it and see what happens. You know, it feels like it's the cheapest way of validating something because you haven't put any testing in, you haven't validated it, you haven't rolled it out to a percentage rollout group, you've just put it out there. But actually, it's surprising the number of teams who use validation techniques incorrectly or simply use them to validate something they've already built. So I know Ulrika's going to kind of like curate the chat a little bit while I go through these examples, but do any of these scenarios sound familiar? I'll go a little bit slowly so you can have a read as I'm tabbing through, but do any of these scenarios sound familiar to you? The product teams build the product and ship it. Then our user researcher does some late stage validation during or after launch. And we have another team who might run some A/B tests to optimize the experience a bit further, but that's it. Yeah, we do some A/B testing, but it's not a core capability we expect our teams to have. We should ship the core of the product value, then optimize it with some small tests later. We did some prototypes and wrote a user research report about 6 months ago, but haven't done any user testing with the live site recently. We measured each metric before and after launch, and that was enough. So that's quite a common one. that one comes up a lot.
I have that all the time.
Think of any project where you've had to like re-platform a website, do a digital transformation, or you're changing the back end or front end of the website. Like I've been in multiple organizations where there's like old GA on an old site and there's new GA on the new site, and the tag management suites are completely different, and the report suites are completely different, and stuff's tagged completely differently, and people are like, oh, how do we compare like conversion rate? And I was like, you just can't. Like, well, how do you know how many people viewed these pages on the old site and people who view? And I was like, well, they're tagged completely differently. So old page views is like 8 times the size of new page views. And they're like, oh, but why is that? I was like, because you didn't put a tagging plan. You didn't think about the measurements that you wanted before and after, and you didn't think about how you're going to roll this out. So I'm hoping that a few of those examples are familiar to some of the people who are watching, and you may have been in businesses before where things like that have happened. It's completely normal. Every single one of them is completely normal.
Everything sounds familiar. Yes, me too, actually.
Exactly. So I've put this slide in. It's by a guy called Itamar Galad, who he's a product manager, like ex-Google, but he has strong experimentation expertise, and he writes a lot of really, really good resources that I strongly recommend you check out some of his stuff. But he almost is talking about experimentation from the product perspective, which means that he's kind of an outsider looking in and trying to explain it. And what I really like is he's got this example here of like, there's different ways that you can interrogate what you're doing. So you can have some validation methods, which are like business modeling, assumption mapping, stakeholder reviews, ICE analysis. So doing that kind of early business analysis assessment. Then you start fact finding, data analysis, surveys, competitive analysis, user interviews, field research. You get into different types of tests. Some of these sound really stupid names, so I apologize. Fish food, dog food are basically you're getting your internal teams to test it before you launch it. So it's a bit like an internal beta test, but they are distinguished with different names. So just ignore the sort of slightly silly names. And there's a mixture in here of qualitative and quantitative. So the Wizard of Oz and the concierge test, for example, one is you pretend it's automated by having humans, a bit like a mechanical Turk. You have humans pretend to do the activity underneath. And then the other one is like you kind of automate something that's in the other way around. So the concierge test, for example, is like you make it look like you've had this really personalized experience when actually you haven't. So there's a few in there, and they're both qualitative and quantitative, and they're ones which you can use even if you have really low traffic, even if your traffic is not great, even if you have certain pages that are not great, you can still use a lot of those techniques. And as you move over to the far right category, these becomes your kind of large scale, large volume techniques like A/B testing, multivariate testing. You can do a percentage launch, so you roll out a percentage, or you can do what's called a holdback group. So 10% of all users just don't get the new experience. And then it means you can have a measurement to see, oh, well, new users love and their checkouts are up, add to carts are up on the new experience compared to the 10% holdout group. So it's quite a good way of, I really like the fact that it gives you a broad spectrum of techniques. And this is kind of a list essentially of all the different types of validation things you can do. I've got it as like a list there, but I thought the diagram is better. And I've got a reference to that diagram that I just showed is in the list here. So I've just given some ideas of things you can do after you've already launched a product. So that's kind of our primer done. And basically the key takeaways is not everything that you find in discovery before you launch something can be validated. And not all things that you find later during validation could have been even predicted to happen by the best discovery. So you might have done really good user research before launching something, and then something happens when you put it out to all segments and all users, and you find a segment of users for whom it works really differently. Like think about that from an accessibility perspective, for example. That's a great example of where something performs differently on that person's machine. So that's kind of our overview of the primer. In terms of talking about the discovery validation gap, it's kind of the challenge of finding customer problems. So actually, again, Joanna was talking about this, right? Was how do you find the right problems to solve, and how do you then talk about them? And those of you who've got more of a sort of maybe SEO or data background will kind of recognize this diagram a little bit. You've got your known unknowns, like the data you'd like to track in GA, but you can't. You've got your known knowns, the stuff that you can track in GA. You've got the unknown unknown. So the things that you can do when you've got data from multiple sources are combined in one place, but you can't combine them today, or you don't know how they connect together and they don't know how they're influencing each other. And then the unknown known is a bit weird, but it's like how much of your traffic is real. You know, some of your traffic is not real. You know, some of it's bots. You know, some of it's AI searches of your site, all sorts of things that could be not real users, but you don't know how much of that is. To quote someone that I met at Brighton SEO recently, they said, I don't know how much of GA4 is bleep, basically. So that's a great way of thinking about that one. And thinking about how validation works, so discovery versus validation and kind of the theory. So any of you who've got a product background will be so bored of seeing this double diamond background diagram. But for those of you who've not seen this before, the double diamond is kind of like the classic framework or theoretical way of explaining how discovery and validation works. So essentially at the beginning of the process, the discovery is all about finding stuff. You're broadening your horizons. You're trying to look for more things. And you're searching and searching, basically. And then you start to narrow in and you start to pick on a specific customer problem or a specific customer issue that you found, that you have lots of evidence for. Having chosen that specific one that you want to solve, you then start validating by looking for lots of solutions. So one particular problem the customer's having, like let's say customers struggle to buy a gift card on the website. There could be loads of reasons why that's happening. And actually, there's lots of different solutions that you might want to try. It could be completely changing how gift cards are applied. It could be actually allowing people to buy gift cards that are tied to a specific product, which is a test I've run before. There's lots of solutions you could try. But then what you want to do is narrow in on a specific solution. What you don't want is to be constantly arguing and talking into the wee small hours about which solution to choose. You need to pick one. And I think this is one of the two narrowing phases of where people find stuff the hardest. Actually choosing one specific problem and choosing one specific solution and rolling that out and committing to that, that's where people really struggle. And there are two other concepts that we almost never talk about. So one is risk. So our risk versus reward profile for a given product or feature, especially in your business. If your business is really averse to risk, people really don't want to roll stuff out if it's risky. And how much of a reward do you think you'll get from releasing that particular product or feature? And then the real production costs. So thinking back to my B2B SaaS company, for a specific, very large, very big client who offered the ability to do kind of what we're doing today, like live streaming and video conferencing, they were a massive client for them, and they had built lots of things for them specifically that were spaghetti code built into the system that was just for that client. And it wasn't maintainable, and they couldn't actually roll it out with other clients because no other clients wanted it. But they then had to maintain those features once they'd already built it. And actually, long term, they didn't want to. Long term, they wanted to migrate away from having those features available. But once you've built them and you've offered them, it's very difficult to sunset them and take them away. So those are kind of two things that we never really talk about, even though we always talk about value, we always talk about velocity, what are we going to get out of it? But actually thinking about what's our appetite for risk and having to do things like technical refactoring, etc., later on in the process. So thinking about just the just launch scenario that I just talked about, this is kind of what happens. The team comes up with an idea and they turn it on for everybody. There's this massive gap between the idea being formed, which might have been based on data, but the idea was formed and then they just built it and turned it on a week later. No discovery, no idea about whether this is a good feature to build or not. And this is kind of what happens. You've picked, each little bar on this graph is something you've released. And the positive ones are the rewards and the negative ones are the risks. And every release ends up feeling like a one-way door because you're not sure if something's going to win or not. And you're getting some of the reward, but you're maybe not picking the best ideas. And you're being hit negatively by the bad things that you launch. And you maybe have to roll those back or do something to make them actually work on your site. And because we don't measure as we roll out and release, we don't get the chance to iterate earlier so that we make the product more successful. In a sort of scenario number 2, this is for teams who do a bit of pre-launch discovery, but don't do any validation. The team ideates, they do a little bit of research as they do their design and build. They do an alpha and a beta. They maybe test things internally before they roll it out. but they still haven't got that process of validating it as they roll it out. So you still get the feedback of like, oh yeah, we've got lots of people going to this page, lots of people are interacting with the page, but we don't know why it's successful, and we haven't validated it as we've rolled it out. So in this instance, you slightly improve the reward you're getting because you've actually picked some good customer problems to solve, but you might not have picked the best solution. So you've also then got the risk because you haven't validated something you've rolled out, so you can't reduce the amount of risk from your negative releases that you've got. When actually, if you do discovery and validation, so you do both processes, you've got the team comes up with a great idea based on data, based on evidence. They do some research, they learn. They do something like an alpha or a beta, or they do some sort of like qualitative testing. They roll it out or use a feature flag and they measure it as they roll out. And then maybe they run an experiment as an A/B test when they launch it to everyone. So you've still got 50% of the users who are maybe not getting the feature. And then you can precisely measure exactly how successful it is. And if it's successful, you can immediately put it to 100% if you want to in your A/B testing tool. If it's unsuccessful, you can turn it off straight away. You know, I've worked in businesses before where we were doing server-side testing and we had things that we rolled out that were not successful. 15 minutes later, it would be turned off because we were that responsive and able to turn tests off. And in this is the perfect scenario. You're getting all the rewards every time you launch something that's positive, and you're completely avoiding the risky ideas that if you launch them, you know, think of an example of where you've launched a feature and because you've not put it in an A/B test and it's been negative, it's actually cost you money. It's been really negative. You've avoided those bad ideas. You may have temporarily had a small amount of traffic getting that negative idea, but you've still avoided these really bad ideas. And now everything feels like a two-way door. I can turn something on and I can turn something off. And it's really easy for me to reverse my decision. And it's really easy to be wrong. You know, you can say I failed. I picked an idea that was stupid. But you don't need to apologize for picking an idea that was stupid because all ideas are possible. You only find out when you validate them if they're, you know, a bad idea. So your risk decreases with more validation and larger scale of volume. So I apologize that some of the writing here is a little bit small, but essentially as you go up the curve on the left-hand side, you've got user testing with too few users, feedback survey, missing segments. You've got these very small qualitative tests, which are useful for telling you the why, but they're not rolled out to lots and lots of users. And so you haven't cross-validated with other evidence, or you have to cross-validate with other evidence in order to make sure that you're getting every single thing that you can. And then as you move down, you get lower risk, but larger volume. The ones on the bottom right of the scale are obviously more effort, you know, because you have to roll out to lots of people. You maybe have to build for lots of edge cases versus recruiting a few user testing participants who you give a 50 quid Amazon voucher to early on. That still will really help you with the why, but you won't be able to do that at scale. You'd maybe be able to send it to 10 people. And so the way you need to think about it when you're building products is to flex up and down on this curve based on the following things. So one, your relationships with your stakeholders. I've known product managers before who've had such amazing relationships with their stakeholders that they could just turn tests on. I've known product managers who've had terrible relationships with their stakeholders and they've had to control everything. So you really need to know what your stakeholders' appetite is. Your tolerance for risk in your businesses, tolerance for the risk, so 2 and 3 are kind of related to each other. How much buy-in do you individually have to turn something on or off? And also how tolerant are you of risk and how tolerant is your business of risk? And also your knowledge and experience. So you know, in that instance of that specific product manager I'm thinking of, he knew his customer really well. So like kind of again, echoing what some of the other presenters have talked about, knowing your customer really well. He also knew his business really well. So he'd been iterating a lot and he had really honed like why something was working. He just wanted to iterate it a little further. So he rolled out some iterations without testing them because he knew they're in the right kind of ballpark because I've already A/B tested this, but I actually want to just squeeze more out of the lemon in terms of success. And he was someone who actually turned on an experiment, well, put an experiment to 100% after a week. When I said, you haven't got enough traffic, you haven't got enough sample size. He's like, no, you can see in the back end system, this is a winner, we're just going to go, you know. But he had that buy-in from the people he was working with. So it's up to you how much evidence you need to present to your stakeholders to prove to them this was a successful idea or not. So I think that's a nice way of thinking about discovery and validation together. And I'm going to move on to part 2. This is actually an animation. Some of you might have seen this animation before of like the dumpster with the fire floating down the river. Nobody wants a waste producing machine. So how do we avoid a waste producing machine? So this is kind of like the answer really to how do we practically get started with closing the discovery validation gap. So I'll talk through the steps, and then I'm going to give an example of each step. So the first thing you need to do is to follow a proven discovery and ideation process. So have a process that works, that uses data, and that helps you to come up with customer problems. And I'm going to show an example of that in a minute. Stop when you have enough customer problems. Do not try and find every customer problem. Like, an example I try and give is like, if any of you ever played like Civ 2 or Civ 6 or whatever, and you've got that infinite black map and you want to try and explore the entire map before you start building your first city, and then you get killed off in like the first 10 minutes. That's that, right? Try and build, something. Stop when you've actually explored enough that you've got the right things that you need to know, the right things that you need to know about your customer, and that you've actually collected enough problems. So I would recommend 4 to 6 quite big, chunky problem areas, and then start working on the most urgent one as soon as possible. Don't try and like explore all of them infinitely before you start working on the most urgent one. Prioritize problems and ideas correctly and quickly, and move to validating. So I'll talk through an example of how to do that. Avoid validating for the sake of it. Lots of people do this, like validating something because they can. Oh, I want to put a copy change in the checkout. I'll put it in an A/B test. Don't. If it's like a 1-sentence copy change about delivery times or something, probably just roll that out. If it's really negative, people will tell you, but I doubt it will be. And then when you validate, iterate in a really smart way. And then finally, when you iterate, use the best experimentation tools and frameworks. So I'm going to make a couple of recommendations in this space. So first one, following a proven discovery and ideation process. This is a process that I've used in lots of businesses I've worked in. You could say this is kind of related to design sprints, if any of you have ever heard of design sprints. But essentially, you could do this as a 1 or 2 week sprint where you spend a certain amount of time going through your data sources, everything from GA, Hotjar, customer reviews. Go and speak to your team who handle customer services and Wizmo. If you don't know what Wizmo is, it's where is my order. So go and speak to your team who handle customer complaints and ask them what's the most common 5-6 customer complaints you get. Run some user research or look at any historic user research that's been done. And then collate that all together. And the way you do that is if you've got some commentary in your qualitative feedback that has a volume of users who are experiencing that issue. So let's say lots of customers complain on mobile that they can't do something because the site is broken. Look at the number of people who are experiencing that issue in GA. You can probably work it out either by looking at the number of mobile users or whatever you need to do. That's your first customer problem. So you can then start to create your sort of 4 to 6 customer problems. And then as you start to look at what solutions you might have, treat each problem like a mini backlog. You've got like backlog 1 of things that you could do, solutions to problem 1. Backlog 2, solutions to problem 2. And let's say you start testing backlog 1 stuff and none of it works. You're just not getting anything that resonates with the customer. You're like, well, I've got 3 other backlogs of stuff. I can pivot away from this customer problem and explore something else and then maybe come back to it later. I've not put all of my eggs in one basket and tried to solve everything just with this one customer problem. So following that proven discovery and ideation process to generate a really strong backlog of ideas, and then stop. Stop when you have those 4 to 6 customer problems that are really, really, important. These are 6 that are from a real client that I used to work with a few years ago, and they were a online retail company offering stationery, and these were the top 6 things that they had problems with. And these are kind of quite obvious things. They had problems with their account and loyalty and login. People couldn't log in properly. People had problems navigating the website. Lots of issues with order tracking in Wizmo. That's much harder for you as the website to try and solve that for the back-end order system. But the other ones, the basket, checkout, and payment, like they said they would offer certain payment types and they didn't. Or people couldn't check out properly with a discount code, or the checkout totals were wrong when you added buy one, get one free products, that kind of thing. Product discovery, I can't find the product I'm looking for. So that's people either searching in Google and landing, or people searching in on-site search. And then product evaluation or quality is like you're looking on the PLP, or you're going to the PDP and then back, and you're comparing different products, and people struggle to compare different products. So those are some examples like from a particular client, and we found those 6 customer problems. They were quite broad, and we only chose to work on 2 in the end because we found a lot of evidence in 2 of them. We kept the others for later, but we really laser focused on just 2 of them in order to generate some experiment ideas. Prioritization. So you can actually see, if I do it this way, I have this diagram on my wall behind me, because again, it's another one by Itamar Galad. I should maybe be paid to advertise his stuff because I talk about it so often. But this framework, I recommend it to everyone. If you are working in a physical office, print this out and put it on your wall above your desk. And the next time someone comes to you and says, I have an idea, just point at it and say, how much evidence do you have for this idea? And if they cannot find enough evidence for their idea, you send them away and say, right, go and do something that brings more evidence. Go and do some product analytics. Go and look in GA. Run some user research. Come back to me when you have enough evidence that's not just your opinion that we should do this. Or big consulting firm says we should do this. Here's the 600-page deck that says we should do it. I really, really love this diagram, and I recommend like everyone get a copy, print it out, stick it above your desk. And whenever someone challenges you to do something in a particular way, you say, oh, I'd really love more evidence. Could you collect more evidence to support your idea? So that's like a really nice way of thinking about it. And related to the same diagram, avoid validating just for the sake of it. So in his sort of recommendations of how you look at the amount of evidence you've got, never launch anything just based on opinion. You can release minor tweaks based on assessment, and they don't have to be in a test. Release very small, low risk, easy to revert things based on your limited data. Everything else should be validated through tests and experiments. If something's really risky, you should launch it through an experiment. And how much validation you need depends on the cost of the idea being built in full. So if you could validate something with a smoke test, a sort of landing page test, where you don't build the real feature, but you ask people, would you like this feature? You can avoid building the whole thing if you actually do a test like that, because then let's say nobody uses it and nobody wants it. He's like, oh, actually, nobody really wants that feature, so let's not bother building it. And then again, coming back to how risky the idea is and your tolerance for that risk. I know some people who would happily roll out quite a risky feature because they're maybe an early stage startup and they really want to get going and they're pushing really hard to roll out lots of stuff. So yeah, how much validation you need is partially based on these recommendations, but also you need to make a choice yourself and then be comfortable with that choice. Maybe write down that choice afterwards. And then when you do validate, iterate smarter. So this is a really nice example from Teresa Torres again. She's basically trying to show, and this is a slightly weird diagram to try and understand, but she's trying to show in your first iteration, don't design the entire system through from A, B, C to D. Just design and test A and ignore the other 3 elements of the product. Because if you were to design the entire A, B, C, D, and then you just tested A, you'd then have to redesign B. So your poor designers will be furiously working in Figma to redesign all the other components that they've already built. Get them to laser focus on the first thing that you're going to design and then test, and ask them to only start designing the wider componentry when it's necessary to do so. And I know any designers watching this will be like, oh, but there needs to be a design system. I was like, yes, there does need to be a design system, but you should test the components and maybe keep the broader ones a bit weaker in terms of how granular they are, and actually only fill in the granular detail based on testing. That one can be a bit controversial in some product and design circles, so forgive me for including that one. And then when you do iterate, use really good experimentation tools and frameworks. So this is a tool that I use a lot with product teams when they're planning tests. It's something that it's similar to like the business model canvas or the value canvas or the lean canvas, but it's designed to be, and I know it's very small, but the idea is you ask someone to fill in all these different parts before they run their tests so that they know they've made a considered choice in terms of how they choose their tests. So the stuff that's in the black column is, what's my customer problem? Have I chosen the right experiment? name and the different variants that I'm going to include in my experiment. What type of experiment is it? Is it an A/B test? Is it like a fake door or smoke test? Is it a multivariate test? Is it a completely different type of test? Is it like a user testing or usability test? Thinking about which pages and devices, because what pages and devices it's on determines the volume of users who are going to see the experience. So if you only did mobile on a specific page, your volume might be very low. But if you did mobile, desktop, tablet on 12 pages, then your volume would be much bigger. The middle section is all about picking your goals, your KPIs, writing down a hypothesis really carefully, and then finally writing down the data that supports your idea, like where did my idea come from and why. And then the far right is kind of all about sample sizing, and I'm that's the statistical thing that is worth a completely different session on. But essentially, when you sample size, you're looking at how long an A/B test needs to run for based on the traffic you have. So if you have really low traffic, something's going to have to run for quite a long time. If you have loads of traffic, you can probably run it a bit quicker. Like if you're the BBC, you can run an A/B test in an hour with only 5% of your traffic going through it. If you're maybe like quite a small charity who have very limited numbers of pages and quite small landing pages that only get a few hundred customers a day, you're going to struggle to get to sample size. And you might want to choose something that's not an A/B test in order to do that. So when you iterate, think about the best experimentation tools and frameworks that you can use in order to refine your decision making, but also explain the idea to others. If you filled in this entire briefing template, it's very easy to hand it to a developer and say, this is kind of what I'm looking for. Hand it to your designer, who then create designs, and then you hand both over to your developer. Also, when your analyst is maybe looking at your results at the end, they can look back and go, oh, that's why we were doing this. And this is the data that supported this. Even though this idea was a disaster and it didn't work, this is the reason why we chose to do it in the first place. So this is the overview of the steps. So follow that proven discovery and ideation process. Stop when you've got a small number of ideas that you can work on and are actionable. Prioritize the problems well using prioritization process. I don't like saying framework. There's lots of frameworks out there, but use a way of prioritizing effectively especially based on evidence. Avoid validating things that are not worth validating. When you validate, iterate in a really smart way. Don't over and redesign the system. And then when you iterate, use tools and frameworks that are going to help you to iterate your ideas really quickly, and so you know why you're working on it. And so the key takeaways from the session: discovery is not an end in itself. That was really the thing that I learned working with some of the businesses I used to work with. It's not a thing to do as a sideline project, or to get you hear about people building a discovery squad who just do discovery. I'm like, it's not a thing in itself. All the teams that you're working with should be doing discovery all the time. It gets you closer to your customer and their problems. If you don't use a low risk process to validate your ideas that you roll out, actually the pressure to find the perfect idea mounts. So it's kind of counterintuitive. With teams who do less validation and less experiments, I actually find that all of their releases become really risky. And each release feels like really stressful. They have to take the site down. They have to worry about it. They have to have 1 million tickets to try and get a release done. And actually, your ideation process slows down because you're always trying to find the perfect idea rather than rolling out lots of ideas and just abandoning the ones that are bad. And so instead of failing fast and de-risking rollout to your customers, this results in less frequent testing, and your ideas are in front of customers less, and you get less feedback on your product. And you have to accept that the first idea you work on might not be the best one. That's the fear, right? That's the fear, is that I need to pick the perfect idea before I start testing it. And the truth is, just pick an idea, and it might be terrible, especially if you're working with a new team of developers who've never done A/B testing before, never done experimentation before. Actually giving them some slightly small rubbishy ideas that let them work out how to build a test, how to launch it, how to install it, how to track it and send the tracking over to GA or wherever you need to. Actually giving them some simple ideas to do to begin with is actually better. And then when your really risky idea comes along that's quite complicated, they're all ready to actually build it and go through it very quickly and successfully. So what one or two things would I recommend to get started? I'd recommend the canvas. If you're ready to do A/B testing, I would recommend the canvas. If you're not there yet, use the confidence meter. So if you're in an environment where you're not really ready to do A/B testing, but you'd like to start rolling out more things and you want to kind of justify what you're doing, use the confidence meter to help you justify why you rolled something out, even if you can't A/B test it yet, because you might not have that functionality, you might not have the resources in-house, that kind of thing. Good. So we've got about 15 minutes left. I'm hoping that there's either lots of questions in the chat or Ulrika's going to challenge me with lots and lots of
We'll
questions.
see. So thank you very much. This was very enlightful. And what I love about these 3 sessions is that you are packed with knowledge, but they're all different. But they're like looking at angles from different ways, and I feel like, oh, I should be doing this more. I need to do that better, and this is amazing. But the number one thing that I felt or thought about when hearing you describe the processes and all the work, this has to be some kind. If you're a new SaaS company or you're a startup, it has to be a process of getting this to work, because there has to be some kind of experience and learnings before you actually get it working for you.
You mean in terms of like starting? You mean in terms of like starting testing?
Yeah, learning how to do it and learning the process and like shaping it inside your company.
I think, based on my experience, often the best way to learn is on the job.
Yeah.
And so some of the experiences I've had in the past that have been really successful is I've been hired maybe in-house to be kind of a center of excellence / consultant internally. And then what I've done is I've kind of gone and consulted with individual product teams. And you could give them so much theory, so much explanation, so many things. And because you haven't given them that kind of lived experience of like messing up, basically, people learn the best when they kind of mess something up. And so I would go and work with the squads, and I would join their stand-up every single day, and I would go I wouldn't join their retro, but I joined a lot of their other ceremonies within their sprints. And I would be there to try and curate a specific decision and explain why they should do it differently, get them to try it in the moment, and then that helped to make them more successful. But a lot of the times we built out the process in a specific way, and 6 months later we realized we were actually doing it wrong and we need to change it. One was a very specific technical example where we were tagging stuff up in a particular way, and because it was server side, there was like a very slow API call that meant actually the analytics was not firing correctly. And we realized we had to refactor everything. But it took us 6 months of like running experiments to then realize that that was wrong. But the team learned from having done it the wrong way to shift into doing it the right way. And I think because experimentation has so many mini parts, it's got so many parts. You can't just teach someone all the parts in theory and expect them to know how to do it.
All right, so we do have some questions actually. So the first one that I caught was from Abed El Fattah. I'm sorry, but it starts with Abed. How can discovery versus validation be controlled or managed when we have a tight time frame for the feature?
That sounds like you already know what you're going to build, right? That sounds like someone has said, you have to build this feature, go ahead. So that almost sounds like there is no discovery. You might want to do a bit of pre-validation before you launch it, maybe some user testing, but that kind of sounds like the most efficient thing to do. Sounds like a stakeholder says, you have to build this and you have to build this right now. And that's completely fine. But I think what I would want to do in that instance is maybe build an A/B test where you've got 2 solutions. So you've got an A, B, C. So at least you're testing out 2 different versions of the feature when you launch that experiment, but you still meet that deadline. And you don't spend too long thinking about, should this be the right solution? Just find more than one solution. Like if you've got a solution, think of like how you could tweak it to make it a little bit better or a little bit different, and launch 2 solutions in an A/B test together. And then you'll get the learning. And actually maybe that alternative solution is the one that wins. rather than the original feature design.
That is actually close to a question that I had myself. So if you work on a project and you notice that, okay, we're starting to have this backlog with 46 problems that we actually should stop here and start fixing those before we move ahead. Is it a good idea to separate the line, like the project, into two lines, where one line is problem solving and the other is continuously in discovery mode or building the feature?
So technically that's what is called dual track agile. So dual track agile is actually but it's the other way around. So you basically have continuous discovery as part of the process in one track, and then in the other track you have people continuously delivering. There's different ways to kind of skin a cat. You can do it in different ways. I've heard of people, like I mentioned earlier, having like a discovery squad who just spend their whole time.
No.
I don't think that works that well. I think, especially if you're a team whose focus is running experiments, continuously doing things where, they call it just in time. You've done enough discovery and built the thing just in time, so you meet the requirements. But yeah, well, it's just like the dog with the cup and this is fine and everything's on fire. That's also experimentation, right? So that's how it can feel. But the way I kind of think about it as well is, you probably have goals as a business that you want to try and achieve, and the purpose of discovery and validation is to make sure that you hit that goal. So if you've got a goal that you've set, like we want to improve conversion rates by a certain amount, or we want to improve marketing channel share, number of people who are using certain discount codes, gross margin based on different marketing channels, that kind of thing. Ensuring you discover the right problem to solve means that you're aligning like your problem space to the goal. Like I've worked with product squads before who've run 12 experiments in a quarter, and none of them hit their goal. They had a 20% conversion rate increase goal, and they were doing things like playing with the cookie banner. I'm like, how is that going to impact conversion? They were playing with the design of the cookie banner. I'm like, you had one piece of feedback about that. You had 11,000 pieces of feedback about this other thing, and you chose not to touch it.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So the discovery part is about, have I chosen a problem that it has a strong likelihood to impact the goal I actually care about, which is probably money or conversion rate. And then the validation is just de-risking it as you do it. So if you have a really high tolerance for risk, you can do less validation. You can just turn stuff on. But you do want to know that the problem you're attacking is close to the thing that is actually what you want to try and achieve. So that's one of the ways that I kind of think about it. So often when I try and teach teams how to do experimentation, I actually start with goal setting, and I make them, as a product squad or as a business, set goals about what they want to achieve. And then we tie those goals kind of to personas. We maybe tie that to jobs to be done. I don't know if Joanna talked about jobs to be done at all, but you kind of tie it back to things that customers actually want to achieve on your site. And then you tie it back to specific solutions and ideas, and you start to discover some of those. And I think that's a nice way to think about it.
All right. Thank you. So we have one from Modern Business AI, my number one question.
Number one
here
of the
you know who it
is?
So the person asks, how do you prevent testing fatigue in both dev and design teams when running continuous experiments?
Depends on what you define as continuous experiments. If you mean continuously launching experiments, I think if you have set up the premise of that specific product team to be you're a team who runs experiments, they shouldn't get fatigue, because the whole point is, if you're a developer who's working in a team where nothing gets tested, you've built a whole ton of code. You don't know if it's successful for the customer. You don't know if it makes the customer happy. Like one of the things in a previous business I was in, we would make developers go to user testing sessions and watch the user testing sessions so they could understand how different their customers were to them, but also so they could understand that they were solving a customer's need and helping a customer. And it was really fulfilling and enriching. So I think if they're getting fatigued, it might be because they're not getting the results. So you mentioned dev, you mentioned design, you didn't mention analysis. So any team that's doing experiments should be analyzing their experiments and sharing the results. And then when there's a big win, you take the team out for dinner. Like we used to, when we smashed our goals for the year and we made 3.5 million margin for the business, we took the whole squad out for a really fancy dinner and said, right, you've really smashed it for the business. You've made the customer happy. Look at all this verbatim feedback from the customer that says you've made them happy. That maybe means you're not rewarding the team when they do really good work, and then also supporting them to continue to do those things that are going to make them successful. So that would be my thought, is that, if you take it back to agile principles, do a team health check. If the team is really fatigued and unhappy, there's probably something wrong about how the team is set
something
up.
else. Yeah.
It's maybe there's not enough resource, or it could be they're being asked to work on really difficult ideas they don't think are successful, or they're not getting the result that they want to see. And that can be very fatiguing.
Which actually ties into the next thing, also from Modern Business AI. Next question. What leadership behaviors help connect experimentation results to long-term product development goals?
What leadership behaviors connect experimentation results to long-term product development goals? I think the best businesses I've worked in who have done experimentation, they generally, the leadership team does kind of two things at the same time. They set really, really clear goals for what they want the team to achieve, and work with the team to set those goals and make them effective, make them relevant, and connect them to both a customer need, but also what does the business need? We as a business want to shift into a new market. We want to develop new products. We want to do this. That's a business need that they have versus a customer need. You connect those really strongly set goals to setting the remit that failure is okay. The best, I used to report to an amazing chief product officer who he made the team feel super comfortable about failure. Like he would just say, look, I would rather you ran lots of experiments and they failed than you ran no experiments. And that's the thing. If you try and put too much pressure on the team not to fail, they'll put everything into just a couple of ideas, and those ideas will fail, and then they won't have done enough experiments. In that particular environment, we had an OKR that we had to launch 18 experiments in a year. And I was like, this is totally unrealistic. We're not going to achieve this, especially server side. Yeah. And the team were like, but actually the person who helped set the goal said, look, if we didn't set you that ambitious goal and you only ran 2 experiments this year and they weren't successful, we wouldn't know why they weren't successful. If you run 18 experiments and none of them are successful, that means there's something else wrong. It's not your inability to build experiments or to pick ideas. It's something else. So yeah.
That's actually quite clever, in my opinion.
Yes, yeah. But it sounds horrible, but it's actually clever. It actually works really well.
Yeah. I was like, please fail more, because we want to know why you do it. And we need to, and that is in itself, it's a goal to achieve.
You can set stuff like win rates, non-significant rates, and fail rates as goals. Yep. So with a couple of our clients, we actually say, right, last year we had a roughly 60% win rate, but we want to do more experiments this year. So maybe we'll achieve like a 50% win rate, but we know we're going to end up with a 15 to 20% fail rate. And you said up front at the beginning of the year, we know we're going to fail a little bit. And that's okay. And you've almost like set a goal, like we should run at least this number of experiments per year that are a failure, because we've avoided a risky thing that we shouldn't deliver. And it kind of flips it on its head. You've then specifically allowed for a level of failure in the business.
Yeah. It ties into the third or fifth or 10th second question that Modern Business AI asked: how can we reward teams rather than just for shipping features? How can we reward teams for learning rather than just shipping like features?
Well, it is kind of similar to what I just said, but I also think you can define different types of experiments. So you can say this is a learning experiment where we just want to learn whether this type of thing works, versus other types of experiments where it's more commercially oriented. And I've worked in businesses before where we would actually categorize experiments and say, for learning experiments, we've got a higher tolerance for failure. We're less worried about statistical rigor, and we're also slightly less worried about whether we hit a specific value with the outcome from the experiment. We might be just learning, you know, I ran an SEO experiment once where we basically launched as the control the change. So we got the SEO ranking effect from it. And then we did a holdback group who didn't get the experience when they physically landed on the site to check that the conversion rate was the same for both groups. And the conversion rate was dead on exactly 0, perfectly statistically the same. But we improved the ranking of the page because of the way that we brought out the SEO change. So to like cross into your area of expertise, that's an example of something where it was a learning experiment. We knew that the SEO effect would be positive of what we did. We just wanted to make sure that we weren't harming conversion rate.
Just wanted to rank pages. I know exactly how that feels.
Yeah, exactly. We just need this particular PDP to be really strong. Yes. It's like, make this product top on Google for this search term. And that's what we were trying to do. So that's an example of kind of a learning experiment. We had other experiments which were very commercially oriented, where we were like, we have to cross-sell or upsell or push this specific product by a certain amount to make it worth running this feature in the first place. So we would actually include the cost of doing the thing, which is why we measured it with margin. So it's like a really good way of thinking about it. And in those ones, we had to have precise statistical rigor. We were like, we've made exactly this much money from this experiment. And we were really conservative, and we would like weight down the value of the experiment when we added it up and reported it to our business leaders. So that we were like, we know we've made this at minimum this much, even if we can't, you know, prove that we've made the bigger value.
All right, you have had a lot of nice comments in the chats. They
good.
really love this presentation, and they are waiting for the recording and the slides afterwards. So a huge thank you for this, and I've learned a lot. And I'm also gonna download everything and go through it once again. And I want to thank
a link to all the resources. I think there was an extra slide that I didn't show. It had a QR code for all the resources. But what I can do is just put the link to the page. Basically, you tick some boxes and you say, I'm interested in learning this. And it's you don't end up in like some massive like email chain. Literally, I go through them personally and then I pick a couple of resources and send them to people. So if anyone wants that, they're very welcome to. So.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. And I also want to say thank you from me, because now I go off and you will see Deborah O'Malley after me next night. Thank you, everyone. And
Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address, add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? How is your Duda marathon going for you? Woo! Probably amazing. I am super excited to welcome you to our next speaker, who's been optimizing websites since before Google even figured out what an algorithm was. Andy Crestodina is the co-founder and CMO of Orbit Media, an award-winning digital agency out of Chicago. He spent the last 24 years, not hours, years, decoding the mysteries of analytics, SEO, and content strategy, and for the past 2.4 years, teaching AI to join the fun. He's helped over 1,000 businesses turn data into demand, written more than 600 articles, and quite literally wrote the book on content marketing called Content Chemistry, now in its 7th edition. Andy teaches digital marketing at one of the best universities in the States, Northwestern, speaks at just about every major conference on the planet, from MozCon to South by Southwest, and still finds time to plant trees and donate hundreds of thousands in marketing services to nonprofits through Chicago Cause. Ranked among the top 10 marketers by Forbes, Entrepreneur, and just about everyone else, including my own personal best speaker ever metric. Please welcome the human algorithm himself, Andy Crestodina.
That was so sweet. Wow, Deborah, thank you for that intro. It's sort of awkward to hear all those things. No, I'm glad to be here, and I've been looking forward to this for a long time. And so cool that we're here and back together. It's been a little while.
It has been indeed. Yes. Andy, what are you going to be sharing with us today? I can't wait.
I have been, yes, it's true. I've been part of the planning process for like more than 1,000 web projects. I've written tons and done lots of research and experiments on conversion optimization, why people don't do and don't take action, persuasion science, managing visual hierarchies, building funnels and guiding visitors toward demand. So today I want to show some of the most useful, practical, my favorite AI methods. And I'm just going to really deconstruct all the best things that I'm doing, my favorite AI prompts and approaches. So I'm ready to jump in. Should I just
sounds amazing. I mean,
Okay.
AI is everything right now. And I know from the content that you create that you're going to have super tangible, tactical advice for people. So I'm excited to dig in.
Yeah, that's always the goal, is to make it really, really straightforward, almost prescriptive, like how to, like things that you can go do right away. That's been my goal from the beginning, things you can go do right away. And I love, thank you, Duda, and everyone there for putting this together, because there's so much conversation about AI search and about traffic and about content marketing and all those things. But this is really not just about the cheese. Today, we're just focused on the mousetrap, which I love, because if you can improve conversion rates, that is a lift from every traffic source. Traffic alone is totally insufficient. We're trying to create demand. I've been an SEO for 25 years, but I'm not just an SEO, I'm a full funnel marketer. I'm trying to drive outcomes. Our business here, 55 employees, it is 100% based on organic and content channels. We've never bought an ad. So I'm going to show you the things that we are doing for ourselves and for our clients to maximize the percentage of people who take action, the conversion rate.
Amazing. And yeah, I really appreciate that approach that you have, that full funnel marketing approach, informed by search and SEO, and then going all the way down the funnel to ultimately the conversion rate. I think right now with AI changing, I see it as search first, then browsing, and next ultimately the web. This is such an important topic for people. So thank you for sharing it with us today.
It is. And Deborah, you're such a pro. I would invite you to jump in anywhere and share your point of view. I want to learn from you here as well. We're all here to learn. But I'll make the case first that this is the game. I took the screenshot minutes ago. This is the last month of data in my Google Analytics. I like to separate out the information intent visitors, because we've written lots of things that rank and attract people who are just looking for answers, from the commercial intent key conversion pages, the sales and service pages, the home page. So I just made 2 seconds ago, made a comparison to show these people separately against the key event rate, which for us is mostly the form submission. And that is the number. This is what we're here for. This is the game. It's in there. Hopefully your analytics is set up properly. Typically it's just telling GA4 like what your thank you page URL is. And then it can measure to see what percentage of people take that action. There it is. That's what we're doing. And everything that I'm talking about today is intended to affect that one number.
Okay.
I also want to suggest that I'm going to use a lot of sort of AI methods to give us ideas that align with best practices. But best practices are not the goal in marketing. You know better than anyone, Deborah, right? Because you live and breathe these, UX and.
Yeah, I have people argue with me actually on whether or not best practices actually exist. And there's a great website that I've seen that says best practices. I think it's bestpractices.com. And you go to it and it says there are no such thing as best practices. That's the only thing on the site. So we'll have to put that in quotes very loosely.
Yeah,
I think there are practices that work well, but best practices maybe not so much.
Well, partly what we're doing here is staying involved, even though AI is going to help, and just consider everything that it suggests in every response as an idea. And that ideas, we just heard a great session about testing, experiments. Ideas are really just hypotheses, and whether or not the hypothesis worked is right there, right? That's the difference. So there's lots of other ways to slice it up. That was the overall key event rate for like an entire website. I think this per landing page, per traffic source is much better ways to drill down. But best practices, I'm going to show you now. I made like kind of a mocked up screenshot for you guys. This is a generic service page or home page or whatever. And I'm going to say that the highest performing pages tend to have 3 key elements, and they are answers to the visitor's questions. That's why you have a visitor. Evidence to support your answers. Let's not make unsupported claims. and calls to action. Answer, evidence, call to action. Those are, in my thinking, the things that are kind of the elements that make up these top pages. Scroll down, answer, evidence, answer, evidence, answer, evidence, call to action. That's sort of the structure of these pages. Sadly, many pages on the web are completely lacking in evidence. I'll help you use a prompt to audit pages against their ability to support their claims. And of course, CTAs can vary widely. I'm going to also show you a prompt for considering other approaches to CTAs. But there it was. I scrolled down. I'm showing 3 different key elements that appear on high converting pages. And I'm going to use prompts and AI methods to evaluate each of those. Now, to highlight the importance of this, this is also a screenshot I took like 2 minutes ago. There are people on these pages right now, as we speak. You have clients, you have an agency, you have a business, whoever you are, brand side, agency side, right? We should all feel some urgency for this, because literally, this is basically real time, because I just took the screenshot. There are people on my homepage at this moment. What aren't they finding? What claims did I fail to support? Could my call to action be more compelling? These are pages that probably could work harder. And honestly, and I've been part of the planning process, I think I said, for like 1,000 website projects. I am a huge critic of UX and conversion copywriting and visual hierarchies. I've never seen a page that didn't have big opportunities for improvement. So that's it. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to go through some methods for this. And I'd love your feedback, Deborah. This will be, let's make this interactive. Can AI help us improve those answers, evidence, and calls to action? Okay, it's kind of a simple framework. So I'm going to, but here's the secret. It's not really about what I think. And as a web development, website optimization agency, it's not really about even what my clients think. It's about what the visitor thinks. Remember, there's a true story in the life of every visitor to every web page. The extent to which that page does or does not align with that person's information needs, questions, objections, cognitive biases, is the extent to which that page will convert. So it's really about them. Now, AI makes this really fun, because unlike any time in the history of marketing, you can quickly build a synthetic member of that target audience. And I think this might be kind of the future of digital. We're all going to be building synthetic members of target audiences and then getting their point of view and looking at things through their eyes. That is special and different. And it's very hard for humans to do that, because we have our own biases. It's hard for us to spot gaps. We're all subject to the so-called availability heuristic, where we overweight the things that we can see. I have done this a million times, but it's always hard to look at an experience, a URL, a hierarchy, and say what's missing. Humans are pretty bad at gap analysis. AI is very good at gap analysis. So lots of ideas, some align with best practices. We can test these things. And we're going to stay focused on that lift on that one metric, the key event rate as measured in GA4. There's several other metrics, by the way. We can check the click-through rate and calls to action. I can do these things live if you want me to pull up analytics. I live in analytics. I picked a random company. We're going to be targeting this dude. He is a mechanical engineer or a building engineer. And I really have to be a bit obsessed with his point of view if I'm going to be able to convert him. Now, to build a synthetic version of that guy, I need to use a persona that will help me emulate that person's perspective. This is the simplest and fastest way to do it. This is a persona prompt. And it's quite simple. It's very straightforward. If we just fill in these blanks, it should work. Build me a persona of a job title at an industry, maybe a company size, a vertical within a geography, where they have certain roles, they've got a job, they've got responsibilities, this is what their life, this is who they are. They're looking for help with some problem, right? The true story in their life. And they're considering a product or service like ours. If you haven't tried this yet, it's breathtakingly useful. So that's who they are and what they need. But I'm also going to ask from the AI 4 things. give me their hopes and dreams, give me their fears and concerns, give me their emotional triggers, and give me their decision criteria for selecting a company like ours. Why would they not become a lead? It's almost like one of the most important questions in all of digital, right? Like, why wouldn't this person take action? What are they worried about? How do they decide? So I plugged those into
This
ChatGPT.
looks great.
Yeah,
It seems very powerful. Now, I just kind of want to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. One of the issues people say anyway with AI is that it's not empathetic. It doesn't understand human emotions. It doesn't really, at this point anyway, truly get our feelings. Now, if you use ChatGPT as a counselor, you may disagree, but there's very shades of whether or not it can truly understand that human empathy and really understand your pain points.
Mhm.
And in order to build the persona, that's really what we need, is getting to the gist of what causes angst with the user when they're on your site. Is this going to be effectively able to go in and really get to those fears and concerns?
Let's assume maybe that it can't. It's just going to give us a point of view and make some recommendations. So let's judge it based on how it works. I don't trust AI. I am not just doing everything that it tells me to do. No one should. But as a point of view, my thesis here is that it's useful. So Deborah, we're gonna decide whether we like this or not.
All right.
In fact, yeah, I have I'll jump ahead a slide or two. I'm going to assume it's wrong, and then I'm going to try to fix it because I don't think we should all, I have another slide once that said like AI is average information. Literally, it's the average of the internet. So let's not trust it. But let's give it a try. Persona of a building engineer at a real estate company responsible for building systems, multi-site operation. They want help with big HVAC systems. They're planning and researching this product. It's called an air handler. Okay, so that's basically the simplest version. I have a very carefully trained persona generating GPT that goes much deeper than this, which I think you'd probably like, but it's harder to bust out in a format like this.
Sure.
Okay, so here's what it comes back with. And I've done this maybe 100 times now with friends and prospects and clients and my team and all over. And the feedback I usually get from the frontline people at brands who talk to this user is that it's mostly good. In fact, some people say, that's it. Whoa, you got it. It's Marcus. Look, what does he care about? Extending the life of his existing systems, upgrades, not just replacements, being seen as a proactive, cost-conscious leader. We all know from research that people make decisions for esteem reasons. They want to be seen a certain way. They're afraid of making mistakes in front of their peers. They want to look good to property owners and senior management. What are they worried about? Downtime, angry tenants, getting stuck with a vendor who ghosts us after the install. You can just, I don't know where it got everything, but you can easily imagine that this person would be worried about that, right? What, you're just going to like disappear after I want to have a support team with you with this decision. They don't want cookie cutter systems. Their buildings are different. They appreciate tools that make them look good internally. Things like life cycle cost comparisons, not just the cost of the deal, but like they want to sound smart. Who doesn't? Maintenance schedules, performance guarantees. And in theory, if it's accurate, right, we would have to fix it, assume it's incorrect. But this person wants to see that we have proven experience with multi-site commercial buildings, that we build, that our air handlers, whatever they are compatible with our existing ductwork and electrical load, right? That we want to see case studies from comparable projects. I feel relatively confident that this is likely, and I'm not even in this category. I picked a company at random, but Deborah, does that feel like it's going to be close enough?
That rings true. Yeah. Yeah. My dad is actually needing to get a new furnace, and I've heard about the trials and tribulations of it. And the one about, not abandoning the job after it's installed, that's a big one, because you want to make sure you're spending money that everything is going to work properly after. So this all rings true for sure.
Yeah, and that's always the feedback that I get, and it's just close enough or it's good enough. All we're looking for is insights, and none of this is going to be prescriptive. Just copy and paste some text and you fixed the problem. So we're going to stay involved as analysts and as strategists. But now, if that worked, then you have a synthetic member of your target audience that you can talk to anytime. You can literally Don't have to schedule a call. Don't have to be polite or use icebreakers, or, you can just be super direct. What could I publish that would help you do your job? What social posts would you click on? What key phrases would you search for? What research could I produce that would support what you're doing? And what do you hate about looking for companies like mine? You almost can't really ask a human that. If you have a persona, you can ask it, or even just a job titles. Some of these prompts work. Humans don't know what they don't know, but you can ask AI what are the most important topics that people in that target audience don't know. There are so many interesting use cases for having a synthetic member of your target audience. I think this might be like one of the main use cases and one of the primary benefits of AI to marketers. Once you have it and you told ChatGPT to fix it and to deprioritize that and to add this, or you just rip it out and start editing it, you have stakeholder interviews, upload those things before just using the persona prompt or whatever. In any case, you want to take that out of the model. Today, not everything is all connected yet, maybe later, but take that out of the model. I would make that a PDF or a text file. And now you have a knowledge block, that Christopher Penn calls them, that you can drag into other prompts. And that is one of the two things that we'll need to be able to see this experience from that persona's perspective. So we're ready then to do gap analysis on a sales page, on a conversion page, on that page that we saw. There's visitors on it right now. Very hard for a human to say what's missing. There's 4 people on that page. What aren't they finding? This will give us that point of view. So I picked a random page. There's I think an industry leader. They're making air handling solutions, they call them. Side note, I've never seen the word solutions appear in keyword research, and I've done hundreds and hundreds of hours of keyword research. The theory is that the only people that use the word solutions are salespeople. I don't know that. I'm not sure I would use that word here. It's a long, vague word. The best words are short and specific. The worst words are long and vague. Side rant is over. This page is all about these air handlers. And the target audience is Marcus, or the dude who just made it, the synthetic member of the target audience. So is it a good page? Is it a bad page? Does it satisfy information needs? Does it do objection handling? Does it have compelling calls to action? Or are they like, are they going to hang around? I can't tell. Do they have one of those? Is it going to connect? Because our thing is not like the other ones. I've got questions. That's bad for conversion rates. If these two people in this AI-generated image are representative of your visitor, your conversion rates will be lower because look, there's if nothing else, you increase the cognitive load. They have to think harder on this page. So I've got the persona. Now I'm going to take the page, and there's lots of ways to take a page out of a website. I'm going to use Go Full Page to take a full page screenshot. It's a Chrome extension, free Chrome extension. And then I'm going to download that to my desktop. And now I have the two things I need. I've got the URL and I've got the visitor, and I'm going to put those into AI. Before I do, I'm going to make a case for using full page screenshots. You can give AI a page with a link, but it just will scan the page as it's, ChatGPT bot, like Google bot, like it doesn't render the images. It doesn't see the visual hierarchy. It will miss all kinds of things that a human would see. And if you're an SEO, sure, I've done this many times. You take HTML and upload it because that includes a title and meta description. But the full page screenshot is the one that will come closest, of course, to emulating the experience of that visitor. Which is what we're trying to do here, after all, right? We're simulating an experience. So screenshot plus persona plus prompt. Now I have, a 30-page document with piles of fascinating conversion optimization prompts. Persuasion and engagement, cognitive biases, missed opportunities, accessibility. There's like tons of these different, really sort of you could take any best practices or ideas or your own experience and turn it into an audit prompt. That's mostly what I'm doing with AI, is audit prompts. I don't use AI for writing for almost anything. I know that a lot of people are concerned about accuracy and bias and lack of originality and mismatched tone of voice. None of those should be concerns if you are using it for audits. An audit is just a point of view, to look at it and then you decide. So I'm not really worried about this being perfectly accurate writing in my brand's voice. I just want to review. I want a persona alignment table. I want a color-coded heat map matrix. And I want a list of missed opportunities. And then as a conversion strategist, I will use my brain and look at the options and decide for myself. So that's all this requires. You've got it on your screen. That the whole thing fit right there. Take a screenshot or find me online and I could show the prompt. It goes through and goes and shows me the extent to which I satisfy that person's information needs. They cared about efficiency. We got a 2 out of 5. They care about integration with their current systems. We got a 1 out of 5. Care about technical training and support. They care about installation speed and ease. We didn't really help this person with their problems. Garbage in, garbage out. So the persona has to be accurate, but that's the game. Better inputs equals better outputs. And this is, if nothing else, something to consider. The way when I do these, I often use language like this in prompts. I'm not trying to get an answer. I'm trying to get ideas. So I use these in prompts. I say, rate the extent to which this does or does not align with the persona, support its marketing claims, use semantic key phrase, whatever you're doing, right? Trigger biases, leverage persuasion technique, whatever. I just wanted to rate because I want to stay involved. It's sort of hilarious to me that people are equal parts anxious today will take their job and hopeful that they can automate everything they do. What? Like that's do you want a job? It's weird. So if we just stay involved with it and ask it to give us ideas and rate things, scale of 1 to 5, or red, green, blue. Okay, so it comes back. It is. I really like using color.
Andy, if we
colors.
go back to the previous chart there, it was 2 slides back. Is this something that you're getting AI to do, to categorize, or is this a template that you've already created? How does this get derived?
Just from this prompt.
Okay. Okay, so the prompt creates the output of the table then?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
The table, it's important to use the word table, not chart, because if you say chart, it might go into image generation mode, which is slower and uses more resources than necessary. Tables are just text, it makes them fast, and your computer's not going to have to grind through more processing, and the server farms up there can stay cool and quiet. But no, that's it. That's the whole thing, right? If this was Hogwarts, this is this book. That's all it is.
Right.
Say English is the hot new programming language. That's like the code in this little function. Think of it that way.
Okay, that's great.
I just make metaphors, software and bells. It's something in between. Anyway, no, but that's it. That's all it's doing. And also you notice that it has suggestions for improvement. One of my favorite things there is the gap analysis, where it will basically list opportunities. And it sort of can't stop itself from suggesting ways to remedy them. So your father looking for a furnace, if he's on a page that doesn't have, like if service availability is a concern, and the page doesn't say that there's support,
right,
then he's less likely to click a call to action.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a special time in digital where you can, maybe for the first time, quickly make a synthetic audience member and then evaluate everything you're really I'm sure there are people here who are immediately jumping to the possible applications for this. No, you can do audit social posts and email copy and subject lines and content strategies. Quick warning about buyer personas. Buyer personas are very focused on the bottom of the funnel. Therefore, they are not very useful when considering content marketing, content strategy things, because that person is not yet in the market. So if you ask your buyer persona for article ideas, it's going to talk all about service availability, performance metrics, when content marketing should be more thought leadership and research and how to, and so you could also train personas to be full funnel, including the top of funnel content marketing ideas. Or you could just strip out the persona and just give it a job title. I think he's just using a job title is often better if you're doing ideation on content ideas. I digress. No.
So I hear you saying for copy in particular, it's really not there yet. And you mentioned that with the title of solutions and your side rant on solutions. Do you have any suggestions for that in terms of maybe like a search log analysis or a content grouping to see what terminology people are using and how that fits in with your personas, and then creating copy that way?
Well, if you already have trained the AI in your buyer, a short, simple prompt could give you 20 ideas for H1 tag that would better align with there. I mean, I am obsessively focused just on conversion for this topic. I did a 2-hour webinar earlier today where it was about, AI for, the search and traffic, but no, I'm not using any search. I'm not, this is really just 100% about psychology and doing gap analysis to find what's missing. I mean, and I'm not saying the word solutions will hurt anything. I'm just saying that that's probably not a word that's in their mind when they land on this page.
Right.
I mean, did your father say I need a furnace solution? Probably not.
No, there was a couple, asterisks, swear words inserted in there. I need a new furnace.
Yep. If you've done that, you can actually then give it screenshots of all the other pages in the category and just confirm that your page did the best job against the competitors. If you give it more full page screenshots one at a time, I don't think you can overload it. I think somehow the way it works is if you they call it chunking, just keep giving it one by one. You can build a big table that shows persona alignment with all of the top considerations, the decision criteria of a target audience, and then turn that little exercise into a competitive analysis. And if it works, oh yeah, they got it. Works with my ductwork. Nope, that's no cookie cutter system. So that's the idea, is to satisfy this person's information needs, answer their questions, align with their decision criteria. Full stop. Like, that's why they're here. It's not taglines and overly branded copy aren't going to add clarity. As always, clear is better than clever. I got another one here for you. Let's say we're targeting zookeepers.
Sure. I do have a question. Let me just stop you there. It looks very powerful. It makes a lot of sense. And it's it's kind of one of those mind-blown moments with what you can do with AI and how easy and simple you can make it. This structure and framework seems to work really well if you have a single user persona. My dad buying a furnace, or a salesperson selling a furnace. How do you tailor content when you have multiple user personas and potentially competing personas?
That's a great question. I'm going to tab out to give you my best answer to that. Let me move this little browser away and pull up an example. So technically, properly said, what I'm doing is building composite personas, because these pages need to speak to more than one visitor. So this is the really fancy persona generator that I use. It's a custom GPT that is my pride and joy. The sister GPT to this is the Page Auditor, which is also much more detailed than we'll do today. But if you think about the page and just ask yourself, right, it's empathy. Who are the visitors to this page? You want the persona to align with the visitor to the page. And if it's the home page, they might have 6 job titles. This is not a traditional persona. This is an AI-generated composite persona for web page audits. And lots of times in this, I have a folder filled with them. There's piles of these, right? So if you look at some of these, there's sometimes a bunch of different possible users. And in fact, we need to align with the buying committee anyway, because there's more than one decision maker in these processes. But I will, this persona is HR directors, HR managers, CFOs, COOs, anyone responsible for any of these things. So it's a question of alignment with who's on the page. It might be different from the buyer personas you have in your drawer or on your desktop, your files. So but that's a great question. It's not for content marketing. It's for conversion optimization on key pages. It's not one specific target audience. It's any visitor who might land on that page. Right. And the responses are not prescriptive. We're strategists. We'll decide ourselves.
Right. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
So here's another one, zookeepers. This is we're going to target large animal veterinarians. They care about animals. They've got these challenges and goals. They want to outsource their veterinary services. We want their hopes, dreams, fears, concerns, and their decision criteria. So persona, they want a more robust preventive health program. They want to see their animals thrive. That's their big hope. They're worried about disease outbreaks. They're freaked out that budget cuts could impact the welfare of their animals. They get angry when there's bureaucratic delays that hinder animal care. And this is what they want: proven experience with big animals, track record of keeping their appointments. Seems like everybody's worried about getting ghosted these days. Service matters. They want a commitment to minimizing stress and discomfort. So you look at this, it helps you plan a page or improve a page. Did we have our relevant certifications and licenses here? Did we talk about preventative care here? Did we recommend that do we talk about response times if there's an emergency? Anything that's relevant that aligns with your value prop and that they care about is really what the page needs to be. Do you transport at large? Do you move zebras around? If not, you don't put that there. But if you do that, they care. You just found out, like you got a clue at least that they care. So then you take the page. Anyone could make this a better page. This page has very little information. Pictures are great. You can see they work with, elephants and tigers, but
and hopefully
yeah. Well, maybe that's a key factor, right? If that's what they need, or if it's a specialty of yours, that should be there. Right now, these zookeepers are super confused. So I give it a screenshot of the page. It's got the persona. I'm just writing this is a general conversion optimization audit prompt. Does the header clearly indicate the topic? Does it answer their questions? Does it address their objections? Does it use supportive evidence? Does it trigger cognitive biases? Does it have good calls to action? And it's going to rate the effectiveness on a scale of 0 to 5. And then you can decide, right? Complete veterinary services for zoos and aquariums, right? This supportive evidence, nope. It lacked testimonials, case studies, tangible results. It doesn't support its claims. So these are just various prompts for seeing things and auditing things from their perspective. You can start to tell, like if it was making a personal connection, or cognitive biases, loss aversion. People are worried about making the wrong decision. Did you highlight the risks? Here's a conversion pro tip. Remind your visitors what they miss, risk, or lose by not doing something, by not taking action. Contact. How about schedule a consultation? All right. I think they're actually more into each other here than the page.
They're happy about the page, and that allowed them to focus on other things.
Yeah, and he's not making her uncomfortable about her weird hands. Now, I love asking for visuals. If you're going to a meeting, and you want buy-in or budget, here I asked it to make a radial spider graph showing the extent to which, right, it did a bad job of leveraging cognitive biases. On the last one, this was the HVAC guy, did a bad job of these things. Weirdly, I mean, you can use cognitive biases in your own meetings. And if you want to get someone to take an action, show them colors. People are like weirdly freaked out if something's red. It's a powerful persuasion technique for your own internal meetings. I've seen it a million times. Anyway, okay, so now that was answers. Now we're going to do evidence. I'm going to speed up. Are there unsupported marketing claims on this? The best pages are filled with evidence. The worst pages totally lack support for their claims. Most pages, I see it every day. Yeah, if this was a workshop and there were only one of you here, we would pull it up and I'd literally eyeball it and just say, did we give reasons to believe for these things we're claiming? Again, same page. Should you trust this thing? Is this legit? Are they good? This is probably like a leading brand, so they're going to rest on they're going to exploit their brand awareness, and probably there's trust inherent to that. Not all of us are doing marketing for billion-dollar companies. So what are the ways in which a page can use supportive evidence? Social proof and testimonials, case studies, stories, awards, years in business, size of your operation, certification, number of happy customers. So without even proceeding to the next slide, you can imagine creating an audit prompt for this. Anything that you believe that could support a hypothesis or a checklist or operating procedures. So I made that into a prompt. You don't need a persona for this one. It's just going to look at the page and measure the extent to which it used supportive evidence. Evaluate the page, the extent to which it used supportive evidence, and rate its effectiveness. I listed this is a bit of a blunt instrument because this just lists all the types of evidence you could use. Create a claim support table, use a color-coded heat map matrix, and then make a list of all the unsupported claims. There we go. Oops. Nope. You called it, you said your state of the art. There's no user quotes or endorsements or data or industry recognition or performance metrics or certifications. You just said your state of the art. It's like, we love us. That's most web pages. We love us. We're number one, best in class, on time, every time. These are, sometimes those messages, you need to change the messenger and use endorsements or industry recognition. You can't really say you're the best. It's like radioactive, doesn't work. Put something in quotes and it's more credible. Quotes are the most powerful key on your keyboard. Put something in quotes and it change the messenger. It looks more legit. The right system for your needs. Really? I don't really feel it. You said that, but it doesn't sound specific to me. I don't know. So anyway, here's the claims. Here's the color-coded heat map matrix. That's my style. I like making color-coded heat map matrices. And then here, I love this. It will make for you a list. Very, very hard for humans to do. Make for you a list of all the unsupported claims you made. Measurable proof. And it can't stop itself from suggesting remedies. Examples. Accurate? Maybe not. Don't know. Depends on your brand. It's just giving you examples. I want these things to pretend that they know everything. I'm just looking for ideas. Okay, if our audience cares about easy installation, then maybe we should back it up. So I've done this for many things. Here's another one for zoos. I think this is a zoological course or something. One flaw, Deborah, in my prompt is that AI has infinite patience and it will read every word and it will say you did something even if it had very low visual prominence. So this one, there is evidence. There's Google ratings and some certifications here or memberships at the bottom of the page. So when I run the prompt, here's a audit prompt for evidence. These are all different types of evidence, rate them all. It sort of says that we did it. You have awards and badges, but it was low in the hierarchy. So one of these days I'll train a new prompt to take into account the relative position of these things. If it was a proof point was in tiny text, this drives me crazy. People build websites that say, what our clients are saying in like 60-point font. And then in tiny, tiny letters, it says like the most compelling thing on the page. Pro tip, whatever the most compelling thing is should also be the most prominent thing. If you
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the framework that you provided was one of your first slides. It's beautiful. It is sandwiched evidence statement, and it goes along in this layered cake pattern like this. Beautiful analogy and visualization of that. And here we see exactly what's needed concretely to create that evidence and really make users feel what I would call a sense of trust, credibility, and social proof. Do you have any prompts or any evidence on what works best in terms of that visual prominence, what they should see first, where it should be placed, how it should be placed, and then going down the page in descending order, what is from most to least important?
Our company has conversion copywriters who do stakeholder interviews and then build visual hierarchies that manage the prominence of elements so that the pages emulate a sales call. Then these prompts are used as in the workflow to confirm that we didn't miss anything important. But today at Orbit, the art of conversion is still something that our human experts are doing. I have not yet built like a custom GPT that will automatically make pages with a presumed hierarchy, but you can easily imagine how a subsequent prompt might suggest the relative prominence of elements and therefore the order on the page. UX is actually much more nuanced than that because the prominence of an element could be the size, the position, the amount of white space around it, the use of color. So I wouldn't expect ChatGPT to do an amazing job of building a visual hierarchy, not today anyway. But if there, for a format like this, like a quick webinar, like I just think that this type of gap analysis would be useful. One day I may build, and I could probably do it with my voice. The more I use AI, the less I type. These are things I'm just talking to it. And by the way, most of these prompts were not written by me. It's me talking to the AI about the goals and telling it what type of prompt we're trying to build together. But no, I think that's possible. I thought about giving AI scroll heat maps and then having it weight the relative, weight the likelihood of impact on each of its recommendations based on its position in the page. But even that, it's, that's only the position. So I have also tried auditing pages by using ChatGPT's agent mode, but that does not behave like a human. It reads every word. So it's not, agent mode isn't sufficient for, in the ideal world, you'd upload 50 session recordings and it would watch them and then it would, but we're not there yet, which is good for humans, right? We still have jobs. Anyway, so this is a bunch of stuff that it recommended. It gave us a 2 out of 5. And then we decide, right? Are those the opportunities? I'm going to say yes. I think highlighting the instructor credentials is absolutely something this page should do. And would I have thought of that without this prompt? Maybe. But with the prompt, I think you don't need like a Deborah to make better pages. A lower skilled person with the right prompts could quickly surface these ideas and consider them.
Yeah, they become unignorable.
Yeah. So anyway, this is again the unsupported claims report or chart. So it says the text, but it did not say leads you to your dream job. Oh, really? Do you really? I didn't see any alumni stories or job placement data or career outcomes. So that is, and we've done a lot of higher ed sites. That's my experience too, is that if you want to build a page that gets people to apply for a program or enroll in a school, that page needs to be quite specific about showing them what their life will be during and after, and remove the need for the user to use their imagination. I think that's a huge problem on pages, is that, the copywriter might say, oh yeah, we talked about it, but can they really, are you making their brain work hard by having them put the pieces together and see what their life would be like? The specificity correlates with conversion. Oh, that reminds me, I put in a specificity audit prompt. I'm going to keep going if I have time. We're going to get there. Okay, answer evidence call to action. I'm going to use a prompt now for auditing calls to action. So this one says, find your trained rep. Is that a good call to action? Again, it's hypotheses. This is in GA4, in the exploration section, you make a path exploration, and then look at the page on which the call to action appears, and then see what total number of people made it to the subsequent page. Divide number 2 by number 1, that's the numerator and denominator. Then you have the conversion, the click-through rate on calls to action. Rarely will you ever meet a marketer that knows the call to action click-through rates. But every brand, it needs, that's the money click. Did people click it? Do you know? So this is in a different report. This is the click-through rate on calls to actions is only measured in a path exploration. It's specific to the URL. There is no general call to action click-through rate. Find your trained rep, get a high click-through rate on one page and a low on another. There's other CTAs on this page. I think there's another one here at the bottom. Contact your local train office. Okay, maybe that's good. Let's look for ideas. Here's a call to action audit prompt. Here's for this one, I give it the persona because this has a lot to do with the psychology. There's a true story in their life, and if you can create a CTA that aligns with their needs, is urgency a thing? Is it a high commitment click? Is there a tiny, a kicker, a little bit of text? One of my favorite things, I got this from Ollie Gardner. Do you remember Ollie?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Yeah, Unbounce. Yeah. This is borrowed from Ollie. For the primary hero CTA, you've got more space. So add a supportive subtext, a kicker that reassures them by addressing a likely objection or fear. Justin Rondeau's up next, and he might make the case to not do this. But if you do put a secondary sort of mid-funnel CTA farther down the page, that's maybe a distraction if your goal is just the main, the most important click. But this one will create secondary CTAs for mid-funnel, get a case study, or something other than contacting the brand. So that's it. That's what I'm looking for. Trigger cognitive biases like certainty, loss aversion, social proof, time sensitivity. Again, higher ed or all kinds of different value props. There's a time limit. You have to apply in a certain time. Yet tons of web developers and copywriters and brands forget to mention that there's a deadline to apply, right? That has, you've bought an airline ticket lately, you can see the 11 ways they use that loss aversion and trigger urgency. So it comes back, here we go. I don't love these, they're too short. I wonder if a forward CTA would give me much more interesting ideas. You can continue the conversation with ChatGPT. These aren't meant to be one-shot prompts. Down here in the primary hero CTA, I love this one a lot. I love a lot of these. See the kickers? Get answers fast. No pressure, just support. Customize your system. Modular AI handlers.
Are you seeing these as microcopy, like below or near the CTA?
Yep. Small text right below the CTA. Supportive kicker to overcome. Just small text right below it. So I've never called it microcopy, but I might steal that. Here's the secondary CTAs for the software conversion, the mid-funnel CTA. Download a checklist, buyer guide, case studies, success stories, whatever those might be. These should not, you don't want the visitor to go to a blog post or some how-to stuff. These should be sales alignment formats. These are clearly sales alignment formats. And this one, similar, schedule an office tour. We're talking to zookeepers again. Need sustainable solutions. I don't like that, there's solutions again, but this doesn't even mention what they do. Specificity. So anyway, I got CTA ideas from that one. Clicking through, you can see. Start your project. That's not bad. If they're really potentially ready to go. Plan animal spaces. This company builds environments for large exotic animals. I could have picked any category. Why not zookeeping? Design spaces that animals thrive in. I love it, right? Plan for happier animals. So that's the idea. I've got one more that I'll show if we have another minute. This is
I just want to say this is great. It takes a lot of the guesswork out of CTAs. And we know from conversion case study evidence that a simple word change, even just one word, removal or addition of a word, can markedly change conversion rates. So this is really great to have this as a first step. The other thing that I noticed in this is every single prompt or CTA started with a verb. And in the analysis that I've done of CTA copy, that's absolutely the best way to start a CTA, because a verb is an action word. And actually, some research by Nick Kalinda has shown that physiologically in our brains, it triggers a motion response. So if we see the word click, we actually physiologically start to engage in that click on our mouse. And verbs engage us in it. They bring us as the user, the audience, into it, and then we can proceed from there. So ChatGPT or your AI system is automatically doing that, and I think cluing into something that is very innate within human psychology.
Yeah, I wonder if I trained it on that. I'm a big believer in verbs. I don't think I mentioned it in this prompt. But I did a piece on CTAs recently. Deborah, I should get a contributor quote from you, or just add that quote to this, changing a single word. So you can see this one went from, where was it? Schedule an office tour, chat with a zoo design specialist, align the design with wellness goals. I don't know. You have to, again, it's a hypothesis, and you'd confirm the impact in your path exploration, click-through rate, the CTR on your CTA. That's what we're doing today. CTR on your CTA.
And these are great things to A/B test as well. Does this one work?
Yeah, all these, right? Yeah. So the last one here, we'll do it fast. I have a theory that specificity correlates with conversion, which is partly what you just said. Learn more doesn't specify, solutions isn't specific. Like there's just lots of terms and words and images people use that are just vague. And that's a perspective that I always have when I look at people's URLs, is to just ask, like, could that be, is this generic to everybody? Is this generic to your industry? Or is this specific to your brand and your visitor? So that's, as an SEO, partly, I'm looking for missed keyword opportunities. As a CRO, I'm looking to trigger action and thinking through about, could this language be more relevant and specific to the visitor's moment and to our brand? another way to think of this, just look at any page you've ever made and ask, could a startup born yesterday make this same page? Or are those navigation labels common to every industry? People make pages all the time that are just so watered. They taste like water. They're just really generic and weird. I made these just for the due to MegaWebinar. Grabbed these yesterday. This is some architecture and engineering site. I'm back on the kind of engineer. About markets, services, projects, careers, community, culture, blog. I'm a web dev company, and I could put that same navigation there, right? How about the header? Unmatched talent leads to extraordinary results. That could be any of our businesses. So I picked an easy one, but this is a specificity audit. Look at these subheads. Who we are, projects, services. Like that is just, what is the most compelling thing at this scroll depth? It's the smallest text. The big text is so vague. Okay, so here's my audit. Here's my specificity audit prompt. Screenshot prompt. Adjust the page for the following, for the use of specificity and its key elements. Rate the extent to which each element, header, hero, subhead, nav labels, CTAs, is vague or specific. For each element, provide detailed recommendations for improving the language and content, specifically identifying which words or phrases need to be more specific or clear. That's the idea. I want to do the header, I want to do the images, and I want to do the subheads. Also, I added to this one the navigation labels and the calls to action. So this is kind of an all-in-one prompt. Specificity is something that's common to all kinds of parts of the page. So if you were to use one prompt that I'm sharing today, this might be the one, because it looks at the whole thing and just will help align it with the visitor's moment. Rate the extent to which offers specific word level improvements. This was, again, me writing a draft prompt and giving it back to AI, and AI makes me a better prompt. Then I test the prompt to see if it worked, and then I iterate on the prompt. Prompt engineering, if you have that mindset, you are testing and debugging your prompts. That's what engineers do. Just like a software engineer has to debug their code. Don't assume that your draft prompt is any good. Work on it harder with the AI before putting it in your shared prompt library, making it a reasonable prompt. So here's what it came back with on that Valdez engineering site. Unmatched talent. Only got a 2 out of 5. Not impressed. AI was not impressed. Sounds polished, but doesn't communicate what the firm actually does. Maybe you should say what you do. It could describe that. Recommendations, engineering and architecture for industrial and infrastructure leaders. I don't even think we need to test that. I think we're just going to go with that. Like, that is so much better than, a human wrote this. They weren't thinking about the visitor. In the moment, they maybe thought the whole internet was just about engineering, but the whole internet is not about engineering, and every website has a back button. So you probably didn't, do anything to educate or hold on to or be clear with your visitor.
Right.
How about the images? The stacked hands, generic. How about project photos, people? How about diagrams? You're talking to engineers. You're talking to municipalities and civil engineering partners. They like to see the work, I assume. That'd be better than stacked hands, which are generic to anybody. Subheadings: who we are, project services, community, culture. Who we are becomes licensed engineers and architects for industrial growth. Definitely better. Projects: recent industrial and infrastructure projects. Is there any debate on that? Services: engineering, architecture, and project management services. Specificity correlates with conversion. Community and culture. And finally, the nav labels. I thought this was very interesting because there's the current nav, and it had good recommendations, but not for the community and culture. It says keep it. Good enough. I like that. I think it's rare to see an odd prompt be like, no, you just hold on to that one. That worked quite well. Anyway, okay.
This is great. So I think it's really important. As marketers, a lot of us can attach on to the idea of being quantitative in what we're stating and being really concrete by answering the 5 W's and the H: who, what, where, when, why, how, in the copy that we create. And this is really getting at the essence of that with specificity, being quantitative, which we know tends to be more convincing and will convert more people, and going into the details to address particularly who our audience is and those personas that we've learned now how to prompt with AI. So this is really fantastic, Andy. Thank you. You've shared a lot of gold mine with us.
It's very validating to have you, Deborah, say that. I never know. I'm not really like that deep. I'm part of a lot of communities, and I'm kind of adjacent to lots of communities, and I haven't really done tons of this with the conversion community, but it means a lot to me coming from you.
Yeah.
The final point here, so it made a summary table. Look, you can't stop it. It's like it wants to rewrite the page. It's like this over-eager conversion copywriter who wants to get to work. So you could just type the letter Y for yes, and it will go ahead and start rewriting your page for you. But really what I wanted, the final slide, I'm using AI not to be efficient. Don't care, not interested, not the game I'm in. Efficiency is nice, but that's not really why I go to work in the morning. I'm trying to drive outcomes. So I don't care that much about being efficient. I care a lot about finding deficiencies. Use AI to find deficiencies. Use AI for gap analysis. Use AI for audits. Use AI to create things that are higher performing, because that's why we're here. It's not to save 8 minutes on a task by having a, edit this YouTube level, no. There are people on these pages today. Make those pages work harder and, you'll have better results forever after.
That's fantastic. I love that. Deficiencies instead of efficiencies. That's wonderful. We have 1 minute left, and there are a couple questions.
Okay.
One person is asking how you determine the optimal number of CTAs per page. Do you have a structure or a framework for doing that?
Best practices are multiple CTAs, but I think that is probably overrated because a high intent visitor who's solving a big problem will happily scroll up and find the CTA. I don't know of a method for thinking of optimal CTAs. Justin will tell you in a minute the benefit of having multiple CTAs, and he's got data for it.
Yeah, and I'd add to that as well that you'll have to think about it from desktop versus mobile, because it's going to be different scrolling experience. And in my view, having a sticky CTA on the bottom, particularly on mobile, tends to work very, very well as a primary CTA. So that's a good little hack there. And I think we have time for one last question. We have one more question, which is, have you connected insights from synthetic personas to measurable KPIs to justify your assumptions? For example, using Looker Studio with conversion rate dashboards and GA4 events, or tracking ad campaigns using UTMs?
Measure however you like. Use whatever tools you're already using. If you have low traffic, I would recommend just kind of a pre-post exercise where you make the change and then check the performance. Most people don't have enough traffic. Most people I know don't have enough traffic to run effective A/B testing. Quite honestly, that's sad truth. But you could also, if you have enough traffic and you can run an A/B test, there's your method. But really that, traffic acquisition report in GA4, exclude blog landers, and you've got just the conversion rate from visitor to lead for whatever the key event you're choosing. And then the path exploration from any specific page that you've edited to check the number of people, get out a calculator, divide to get the percentage of people who clicked on the CTA. No fancy measurement, mostly. I'm just using GA4.
Okay, amazing. Andy, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. This was really sage advice and super, super helpful. I think you're trailblazing in AI and prompts, and it's really great to see it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Duda. Thank you, Deborah. Bye, Anton. Thanks, everyone.
Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities, you can make the entire editor your own. Use your own logo, your own domain, your own email address. Add even your own color palette. With Duda, your clients are your own.
Well, everyone, I am sad to say this is our last session of the day. I know it's been an amazing day, but we end on a high note with Justin Rondeau. Justin has been testing, optimizing, and winning long before most of us even knew what a control group was. He built programs at Which Test One, more on that in a second, led Zero, a digital marketer, and helped countless brands master data-driven growth. He's currently the head of marketing at Search Atlas, where he gets to work directly with some of the world's best marketers. And Justin doesn't just talk about experimentation, he's helped define it. Today, he's going to help define what works in experimentation based on his experience through seeing thousands of real-life A/B test case studies. Now, some of you know I've made a career out of cultivating A/B test case studies, but here's a fun fact you may not know. I actually took over Justin's job after he left Which Test One. And while he could have wished me luck, he chose to mentor me the old-fashioned way through brutally honest feedback and comments on every questionable conclusion I made while I was still learning. It was the best education I ever had. And now today, Justin, the tables are turned and I get to give you brutally honest comments back in return. Talk about karma repaid. So Justin, let's get into it.
Let's do it. I'm so excited about this role reversal in this scenario here. This is fantastic. Oh my gosh. And yeah, that was so ages ago at that point. This is coming back to get me. But awesome. Everybody, thank you so much for sticking around to the last session today. I know it's been, just like drinking from a fire hose. I caught Andy's session, and Andy, he's a G and he has a lot of really cool stuff to say today. But one of the things, this presentation, normally I'm surrounded by like media buyers, SEO people, those things. So I really wanted to like drive this home for anybody here that is having difficulty getting their experimentation kind of programs off the ground, or why things are holding up. So it's really a two-part presentation. The first is going to be like why the heck we're having so much trouble, even in 2025 going into 2026, some areas that need some focus, and then just some flat out like examples of stuff I know works and has worked literally at every company I have ever been at. So if that sounds good, drop like a hell yeah, like in the chat and whatever you're doing. Like, get excited. Let's do it.
Justin, it's an amazing transition from Andy's session where he was actually just talking about best practices. So you couldn't get any more spot on.
I love it. All right, cool. So we already had the about me kind of go through there. I do some cool stuff. The software I'm like at Search Atlas is awesome. You should check us out. But that's all we don't need to get into that. Let's get into the cold, hard truth of the matter. And it is your traffic doesn't mean shit yet. It doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. Like every time, like the Deborah, I think you'd agree with me. What's the number one question we get all the time? How much traffic do I need to run a split test? That's the wrong question. That is exactly the wrong question. It's like, how much of an action that you're trying to influence can you get is the right answer. So the fact of the matter is, when people are so super focused on traffic, they miss out on what actually matters. And that's the money. That is the money, right? So really, I've been calling traffic a false god for a very, very long time. You generally don't have a traffic problem. Just flat out, you have a conversion problem, right? And it kind of makes sense why it's easier than ever to drive traffic. It is so easy to start a Facebook ad, and the algorithms will want to send you as much traffic as humanly possible, right? Very, very easy to drive traffic. A little bit harder on the organic side, but really easy to drive traffic. Most sites fail to monetize traffic. It's just a fact. Like, I don't think this metric has changed since I was talking with Brian Eisenberg when we had an event in Austin months ago. And I said this on stage, that the average conversion rate across all industries hasn't changed in almost 2 decades. That is 2 decades that this just hasn't changed. It's around that 2% number. 98% of your people just fall flat. And that's not a matter of like a messaging problem or something. It's just, that's just the world. And so you do need to, like, we want to be able to hyper focus on what's going right with those 2% so that we can expand that out, right? And we just know that more visits do not equal more revenue. When you talk to any ad buyer, media buyer, anybody along those lines, what's the first thing they say? Like, hey, like we'll spend around like 50K. A CFO might come and go, cool. So we spend 100K, we'll just double our revenue, right? No, traffic doesn't scale linearly. It just doesn't happen, right? So you have to make sure that you have these things in place to be sure you're able to convert as much of the traffic as humanly possible. Like, and kind of, I think to further the point, average CPCs are up. Like, traffic is more expensive because it's easier to drive traffic, right? That's up 30% since 2022. Median session duration is down. People have a shorter attention span. You need to get to the business, right? I think, what was it? Nielsen Norman Group had talked about at one point, they had a post forever ago. I don't know if they might've changed their mind on this, but they were talking about how like the fold doesn't really matter, or maybe they're arguing the other side, but the fold absolutely matters. It's just elastic. It's changed, but you have a shorter amount of time to actually get people focused, right? So median session duration down 20%. Average conversion rate is even dropping. So, man, what's going on? People are still hyper focused on their leading metrics. Leading metrics aren't the villain though. Okay. We do need to, like, they're easier to influence. Thus, there should be a downstream effect. We should be looking at those, but that can't be the whole story. It's funny, like bringing up Which Test One. I haven't talked about Which Test One in so long, but like some of the first tests I published there that I got decimated for was because I focused on click-through rate, or I focused on even just leads generated. Like they're like, hey, I don't care about leads. It's like sales, like, it still matters. It's still mid to deep funnel, whatever.
I feel your pain.
Yeah. Sorry, Deborah. But like, the marketers obsess over these things, but they're not the ones that pay the bills. Like your keyword ranking doesn't mean you're going to have a higher RPV. It just doesn't. And it gets more and more difficult to connect those dots the further up funnel you go. That's why most of my testing strategy always been like, start with the money, move backwards. And for people who are traffic blessed, you can go further up to run additional tests, try things out. But for a lot of the people that are likely on this call, or like Andy said, that he's been working with, and just in general, you do need to utilize heuristics. You do need to utilize data that other people have pulled in. And you just have to be able to, to just try something else out here, other than just like, let's just put more traffic onto the page. Let's send another email. Let's do this. It's just not what's going to be there. So what pays the bills?
Makes perfect sense. You've said here leading metrics, and we can see something like click-through rate maybe as a vanity metric, if you will. Do you still suggest people monitor it? Do you suggest people take a multi-pronged approach where they look at click-through rate and then further down the funnel, let's say RPV? How do you suggest people deal with that?
Yeah. So if you're going to be looking at some of those like vanity metrics, top level metrics, leading metrics, whatever like term you like to use, I do like to look at those and see if there's any correlation down the funnel. So like I generally, like the thing that's going to make me like make a decision for me is going to be the deepest funnel metric and how we've been able to influence it. I do like to see like, are we seeing better click-through rates, better like initial, like step one form fills, those types of the different areas of the funnel. I do like to look at, even as far as if it's a paid media campaign, looking at my ad click-through rates. Like, how are we looking across the board? And you'll see discrepancies between them. Generally, like you will be able to see, you will see from some leading measures that like, all right, like this campaign might not go like as we're expecting. And it should be, you would be surprised if something was like super high click-through rate or super low click-through rate and like the highest conversion rate ever. Like, I don't think that would be like probably very low numbers, and it wouldn't be driving any sort of like useful metric. But yeah, I like to take a look at the top level metrics as well. And for people who have lower traffic, sometimes you don't have enough conversion events, deep funnel, to actually get statistically significant data. So you need to kind of hang out in the micro conversion world and then make sure that it kind of comes out down the line. Right.
Yeah. Really important points. Thanks for sharing that.
Absolutely. Okay. So here's the thing. And the unfortunate truth is brands still favor traffic over CRO in 2025. I've been trying to get people to favor CRO for almost 15 years at this point. And it's a losing battle because, and I'll kind of explain why. And sorry if you're at a CRO webinar here, but this is what you're up against, right? Why traffic generally wins the war. You have a quick feedback loop. So it's almost like why is everybody on TikTok? It's very consumable, right? Clicks go up, your Slack pings, Google Ads dashboards light up. Everything begins to feel like progress because there's that quick feedback loop. It's easy, like attribution's easier. There's no such thing as easy attribution, or in some cases even like accurate attribution, but it's easier for the layman, right? Somebody like your CEO is going to look at it, your manager, they're going to see it and go, okay, like we spent how much on ads this week, this month, and how much money did we get out, right? Everyone understands CPMs, CPCs. They get it. It makes sense. They don't have to think more about it, right? And then visibility with leadership. Where it gets ignored, why CRO gets ignored is because there's a slower feedback loop. Test takes weeks. They can take weeks. There's no dopamine spike. There isn't. Like you're just not getting that. Maybe like when you have something that works, but the problem is 20% is generally a good win rate. Like if you're batting like 20%, you're doing okay.
Well.
You're doing very, very well.
Harvard shows 1 in 10 tests typically win. So
20%, you're a rock star then. You're a rock star. You've doubled doing like the good, right? So that's tough to sell. 10% is tough to sell internally. Other side, it's perceived as optional. It's hard to visualize. They misunderstand it as color, like button color or UX changes. So there's lack of ownership. I didn't think there was going to be like larger CRO departments even early on, because it's so multidisciplinary. It needs to really be baked in. I used to talk with Tom Wessling about this a lot, like that it needs to be baked in to almost like the culture as well as the job description of the people doing things. Like, what's your feedback loop? Like insert where you work. It's like demand generation. Cool. Like, what's your optimization paths for different aspects of your position? That can go to even things like community management and those things. How are you optimizing for like improvements, delight, those types of things? Whatever your metric is, what is that like cycle that you create? That is why I think CRO largely gets ignored, because it's kind of factored into like people just expect people to do better infinitely, like like forever. So like it's kind of something people are saying like, okay, you should just make that better, versus this is an initiative that we need to have internally as a group to make sure that we're doing this in a scientific way. So it's not just the looks and feels that gets better. So it's really hard to sell. This is what clients and stakeholders think CRO is in 2025.
We haven't moved past button color yet.
This is it. I've had people that I truly love, respect in the business that have said to me, like, hey, blue buttons convert at 31%, so everything should be blue, right? And I'm like, you're missing the point. And this is the wrong question. The fact that we even talk about this anymore is kind of really silly to me. Like, because also there's an easy, like, indirect proof that you could make on this one. This color here, this yellow, which I would argue is more like Amazon orangey, like yellow. Amazon has one of the best conversion rates in the world, right? But only 1%. Like, it's silly. Like, it's just, if you start, it holds no criticism, holds absolutely no weight. I actually contributed to Andy's post that he was talking about just recently. And I was like, I brought this one thing up. I was like, this doesn't hold to scrutiny. When you talk about buttons, the easiest thing to deal with buttons is, does it stand out? Does it look like a button? Can you click it? And do you know what's happening next? And if you do those things, you did it. You nailed it. You got it. Right. So this is what people think. This is what clients, this is what stakeholders think this is. It's nuts. Like CROs are more scientists, less marketers. I feel like we've done a bad job marketing that internally. And so one problem that we see time and time again is that with everybody that's so traffic focused is the battle is won after the click, after they click on the ad, after they click through on your homepage, because like everything happens after the click. So traffic gets in the room, CRO is what gets them to buy. Right. And like I said, 98% of website visitors never convert. You can, if you have a solid CRO program with even that 10% win rate, if you're picking the right tests, swinging for the bigger moves, you can generate 2 to 4x from the same amount of traffic over time. It's not something that you do in a month, in a week. It's like, that is like 12 months, 18 months of work to be able to start getting to that level. And then this is the kicker. And this is, again, what I said, like CROs, we're just a bunch of nerds in a room that just couldn't market this program to people. 74% of marketing budgets go toward traffic acquisition, less than 5% spent on optimization.
Wow.
Like, let that sink in.
Yeah,
for everybody that's here. Yeah, that's huge. For everybody that's here right now, like the fact that you're investing time into this, like you're getting steps and steps ahead of everybody else. Like, if you get this right, if you are spending more time and money on optimizing the traffic that's there, you can beat your competition, because so few people are investing in that still when they know they should. That's kind of nuts.
Definitely. It's so important. These are really, really crucial points. And it's funny because when I started at Witch Test One shortly after you, I always used to say to people, oh, well, everyone knows what SEO is, but give it 5 years and everyone will also know what CRO is. And that's never happened. And I think exactly to your point, it's become this science that within the community is debated about, sample size, hypothesis, p-value, and we're not marketing it effectively. I wonder also how you perceive AI is going to potentially change things. Is it going to wipe out websites and CRO won't even exist? Is it going to change how websites function? What is CRO as we move into this new frontier of AI?
I ultimately think that there's going to be this level of mass personalization. This is like, okay, like future casting, but mass personalization that that's going to occur, where like the web experience is going to be very personal. It's gonna be super uber personalized, where it's all about having like truly segmented data and then like the right data schemas in place to make sure people are seeing what they need to see in that moment. I believe like we'll be in this almost near browserless style, just web interface that just tells us kind of like what's most important to us based off of like the data points there. So websites, I think, are going to become largely almost like structured data sets so maybe then CRO will win at that point, because we're just data people that are like, okay, let's structure these things in place. But yeah, I think that that'll change dramatically. I don't think that that's like a near future, but I do think we'll be moving that way. And I think it will be the first time that like personalization, and because I'm going off script here, but personalization was one of those things that was supposed to change the world. Like, remember Optimizely was putting that out, like, and then they would always show these stupid things like, hey, it's raining where you are. Who cares? Like, personalization never did what it was supposed to do. When we did the state of online testing, we did that. Everybody, like, you would watch this go down each and every freaking year, where they would be like, I'm investing a little bit in personalization, but not getting anything out of it. Right? Like, personalization was kitsch back then. I think now with the rise of AI, this is the opportunity for that to really come in, to have as close to a one-to-one relationship between you and the vendor and you or the service provider, anything along those lines.
Yeah. Crystal balling it, I completely agree with you. My prediction is hyper-personalized structured data snippets in GPTs or AI technologies. I don't see websites actually happening in the future. It's all going to be through these AIs. So you heard it from us, ladies and gentlemen, 2025, and in 5 years, we'll see if we're right or not. But it's interesting that we have that same perspective. So with that, we're talking about traffic, we're talking about conversions and the importance. How is this going to affect where we're going and, what we're doing right now?
Yeah. So really, like, how this is going to affect this is, like I was saying, for the folks that are on here, it's identifying like that you need to be spending more time and money on the experience post-click, like, and really, really digging into that experience. And I think a case in point here, it's like just some basic math. I mean, obviously this is all a fake case study here, but again, what CRO is supposed to be able to do based off of like the 2 to 4x that you could see as an improvement on any sort of ad budget there. Say average click costs $3, which I shared earlier, $1,000 a click. 20 sales versus 40 to 60 sales on the same amount spent. So you go from a loss to a gain. Like, really, I mean, obviously this is purely illustrative, but I have seen this like work at much larger numbers when you get these things in place. That's what's at stake here. If you only think about how do I get more people, you're just pouring people into a black hole versus trying to keep them, right? And get them to take that next action. So that's where I really want to be going here, and where I want to dig into currently where you're bleeding money and you don't know it. And then I'll go through these 3 segments here, and then I will break down like just some cool stuff that works. Some of it you're going to super disagree with me on, and go ahead. It's made me almost $1 million. Like, and you could not make $1 million either. It's good for you. I'll keep getting it. But so that's my tease for that. Stick with me to there, but let's talk about where you're bleeding some cash. So there's 3 areas here. There's really 3 areas that you're going to be leaking cash once you get to the site. So people have clicked an ad, they found you in Google, they clicked an email, they got to you somehow. You're either missing on the attention to engagement side of things, the engagement to action, or the action to revenue, right? And so, like, how am I approaching attention to engagement? That is, they've landed on the site and they go from a passive participant, as in just scrolling or like or interacting with aspects of the page. So they just go from a scroller to interacting, whether that be like filling out, like starting like to fill out a form. It could be CTA clicking, could not. Sometimes you'll actually see people like, you'll see these in session recordings where they actually have their mouse moving while they're reading, which is a really interesting thing to see. Like, that to me is somebody that's gone from attention to engage, like they're going into that engagement side of the house. And why you run into the attention to engagement problem is you either have a weak hero section, the who, what, when, where, how, why, how scenario doesn't happen. They don't know what to do next, because really the role of any page is like, what is it? Like, what do I get from it? What do I do next? So as a weak hero section, no scroll cues. You might have a false bottom on the page. You might be taking your best content and it's kind of buried way too far down the scroll zones where they don't see it. So your best persuasive stuff's not there. Or you could have a message mismatch. Your message mismatch would be like they clicked an ad and you're not referencing like the main key terms that are in that ad. Or there's a visual change if you're using meta ads. If the coloration is different, if anything, like it might make them feel like they're in the wrong place and they're gonna get a little sketchy, right? So that's an attention to engagement problem. An engagement to action problem is, all right, you have confusing CTAs or you have too many. You're trying to get them to do too many things, or there's a mismatch in terms of the ask compared to what you've sold. You could have, again, competing paths. That's what I'm saying. Like do this, learn more, call now, apply for a job, do all these other things. And then you have dead end pages, which are pages without a CTA. I'll share this like later on, but dead end pages, even like you should never have a dead end page. I don't care if it's a thank you page. I don't care what it is. Always have them doing next, always consume, ever consuming. Okay. We're in the age of TikTok, right? Oh, we need a continue consumption. And then finally, action to revenue. And this is where you have clunky checkouts or forums, no urgency or trust signals, price friction, no nudges, anything along those lines where people are like, hey, I don't know if I want to get to that final step. Right. And that's where, like, in all of these areas are where you can start running different split tests, or you can be enabling some of the tactics I'll be sharing in a little bit.
Amazing.
Okay. So let's talk about leak number one. Like I said, that was attention to engagement. So your first impressions aren't selling. So we're going to play a little game. Okay. We're going to play a little game as a team here. And so I'm going to want to make sure people throw these in the comments as well. How this game works. I'm going to show you a homepage. You need to tell me, what do they do? Who they do it for? What do they do next? Y'all in?
Sounds fun. Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right, cool. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, everybody. What do they do? Who do they do it for? And what are you supposed to do next? Let's see if we get any winners. I've done this presentation. I still don't know. So, all right, I'll go to the next one. Let's see if people get this right. So they do online proofing. So this is this is for editing. So it's online. Who knows? Exactly. They're going after business professionals and they're looking for a start trial or request demo. So yeah, you can see, let your content flow. The worst headline in existence. Don't be catchy. Like, be descriptive. Yeah. So marketing moves fast, but chaotic feedback, endless approvals, tight deadlines. Zyflow is your proofing platform to process and help your content flow smoothly. I don't know if this is image content, video content, written content. I know nothing about this. I just know it's online proofing of some kind. I'm not sure if they're a competitor like Air. I don't know anything about them because they went super like creative, and they get a little bit more descriptive here, which tends to be, this is a trick I'm not going to tell you later, but go look at your website right now. If you're going creative then descriptive, flip them. Just flip your H2 to your H1. You're going to win. It's really that simple. Okay, cool. Let's do one more. Oh, okay. All right. Next one. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. This one I think is a little bit more clear. So I'll give everybody a second. Cool. So full service plumbing, unclear who or where, which might not matter. And their CTA is find your local plumber. And so this, I believe Blue Frog might be a national brand. So when I was doing it, they were injecting anything there. But the main thing, put your zip code in. We're going to find you where you need to go. This is pretty well done, actually, in my opinion. As opposed to, could you imagine if they were like, let your pipes flow, like something like that's silly. Why would they do that? Affordable plumbing that never leaves you drained. A little cute there still, but they know it's affordable plumbing, right? Cool. All right. So I think that puts the point across that, like, hey, we should probably make sure that the message we have in our site is so abundantly clear that people not only know what we do, who we serve, and they also know what to do next, right? And that's very important in that hero section, because you will lose people. Like I said, the fold super matters. It's just elastic now. So you need to be looking at that in both desktop and mobile. All right, let's look at leak numero dos. More CTAs don't convert, they confuse. And yes, straight up, like if you have a page with a single clear CTA, but reiterated multiple times. Okay, so it's not just one CTA. It's like reiterate the same CTA throughout, either with a sticky nav, reiterating in different buy sections, but keeping that ratio, like your link to CTA ratio, as close to 1-to-1 as humanly possible, will see a page convert up to 202% better. Here's an example of a page that does this very poorly. Okay, so what you're seeing here is stuff all over the place. So we're Haibu, the leading provider of technology-driven integrated digital marketing for local businesses. I mean, it's a homepage, so you can't reduce everything down. So I'm going to give them that. But you have consultation number. I think really for me, what bugs me is kind of this request consultation is then the enable platform. I don't know what that is. You need to be very like multiple CTAs don't solve a more complex problem, which is a prioritization problem. And that's what homepages need to figure out. Like, what is the most important thing that people should be focused on? That's why in the past, like these have fairly gone out of style at this point for real. I think CROs actually this is because of the CRO community, so great job. Like the auto sliders that are in the main header, a lot of those are pretty much dead now. Thank God. Because again, that was a lazy solution to a prioritization problem. Okay. This is just poorly done. And so you want to make sure that you're not having like a kind of a drop down of all of these things that exist. There's better ways to do that in general. Here's a perfect example of a page that I think is done quite well. Better up. This stands out from the page style because you could also remember before, white buttons don't convert, Justin. White buttons do not convert. How dare you, Justin, show me a white button? This stands out. It looks like a button. It tells me what it's doing, right? It's also reiterated up here. When you scroll down, it also turns into the sticky nav. This is done quite well. Here's another one, not done well. This is the one I was waiting to see. Look at this one. Request service, financing. Financing is a big ask, I think, out of the gate in general. 2 levels of navigation. And then also like, yo, we're hiring. Whoa, less good. I should have looked at this one on mobile because I bet it was absolute trash. Here's somebody in the same space. Again, a homepage. Homepages are generally busier, but pretty simple. I'd probably want some more copy on why I should work with them, more of a reason to do it. But yeah, I think in general, like from a layout perspective, cool. It stands out. I would never have white on yellow. That's weird, but that's a whole other thing. Anyways, I think, again,
that's great. That's really important. And it ties in really well with what we spoke about with Andy earlier, which is CTAs and CTAs numbers. So I'm wondering from you, when there's multiple CTAs, if you go to the very first one you showed us with get a quote, it was request a consultation. They have it twice, same copy, different formatting, different colors. Do you see that as competing and part of the problem of this page? Or how would you handle a CTA in the hero section and then as well in the header? And presumably that's a sticky CTA in the header.
Yeah. I wouldn't see these being competing because coloration difference. It's just because of the sections that they're in. I wouldn't have granted they're using a ghost button to create this as a secondary action, which cool. But I still at that stage, I generally wouldn't have that. If they're trying to drive consults for a particular part of the platform, say it and don't confuse it. Like get this out of there. What are they getting a consult for? What's the reason they should be getting on a call? If you're able to say, like, what's your 5-second pitch? That's all you have. So I would tighten that up, and I'd probably get away from talking about like the AI enabled platform stuff. Let the rest of the page do that for users who need to like be convinced that people that aren't coming here from like a branded ad or something like that are like, I just need to click this button. And then I would reiterate it even still throughout with request a consultation, even if it is a sticky nav. I like to make sure that I go button crazy. I remember you asked Andy, like, how many buttons do you? I was like, all of them, put them everywhere. I don't care. My belief is that there is a point on every page where someone makes a decision. And the last thing I want them to do is start scrolling to take an action because they're gone. They need to be able to take it. It needs to be in your face. I think if you've ever, my designers hate me because of that, because I'm like, buttons everywhere. Like let them click, like get them to that same thing. Yeah.
So multiple buttons on the page, but the same CTA or the same call to action throughout. Correct. So if it's your key conversion objective is request a demo, that's sprinkled throughout the page multiple times.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. That's great.
All right. And so leak number 3. So we want people to actually take, let me go through leaks one more time. Leak 1, you weren't able to get them to engage. Leak 2, like, you weren't able, no, sorry, leak 1, you weren't able to get them to stick around. Leak 2, you weren't able to get them to engage. Leak 3 is you didn't get them to buy. And that's normally because you botched the finish. And this is one, Deborah, I really want like you to talk through with me, because and you have a lot more data at this point than me in terms of like what you've been seeing from tests. But when I talk about like unnecessary friction on forms, like checkout forms of those things, I think it really comes down to like 3 main areas. It's the number of fields, type of fields, and field input type. This chart has pretty much never changed since Unbounce originally had it and put this out. They update this every year. You're going to have low friction on the first one, but lower quality. Then generally around here, it levels out. Then it goes back up to like 14% at 10, but that's just because it's a high intent form versus saying like everybody should have as many form fields as they can have. My general like consensus has always been only ask for the number of questions that you're going to use, and the number of fields that you ask for and the type of field you ask for has to be directly correlated to the perceived and actual value of the thing that they are signing up for or that they are buying. Yes. Deborah, like what are some stuff you've seen kind of on
so important. So I'm not the authority on it. I would say Alan Lucas from Zuko would be probably the person to speak to about this. But in what I've seen from the hundreds of case studies looking at forms is generally, yes, shorter is better. People don't want to have to sit there and fill out a long form. It's just kind of one of those, oh, do I really have to get through this? You can do what I like to call the Monday morning test. If you look at a website, a page, or a forum, and you go, it's Monday morning, do I want to fill this out? If your answer is innately no, then that applies to every user out there. So if you don't want to fill it out, your user is not going to either. Therefore, shorter is better, and a multi-step form, if you have multiple fields that you have to have, is a good way to get them to make the micro commitment and go into the form, starting with the easiest, lowest friction fields first, things that are easy like your name, and going to higher friction things like your phone number, even your address, where people don't want to divulge that personal contact information. But you made a super important point, which is very related to intent. And what some studies actually show is in the case of being hyper relevant, as we talked about earlier, and form fields that are looking exactly to provide you answers through you filling out that information, people are happy to do it if they know that on the other side of that form, there's going to be that reward for them in terms of the information that they're after. So context specific, but as a general rule of thumb, the shorter, the better. Typically.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I loved what you said there about the multi-step forms. One, you get a level of momentum. 2, you can also create a return path for abandonment. When you have multiple steps in place, that also gives you another at-bat, which is something I'll talk about with return path campaigns a little bit later. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that's a huge area of opportunity that I think we miss on. Maybe we don't, but other people do. So I wanted to break down. So I broke down the number of fields, then it's the type of field, and then the what did I say? It was type of field, and then field input type. So type of field, this one was like from every type of form I've ever filled out, or like different tests where I've run these. Like this is kind of the general consensus for me in terms of friction level, and then conversion impact across the board. So email address, first name, last name, those are fairly static. Those are simple things that people don't have a hard time doing. Company name, like it could be like if you're in B2B, like maybe they don't have a company yet. Like it might just be it's Justin Rondeau Consulting or something like that. Like that's not helpful. It might have a slight drop off rate. Similar like job title, job role, especially if you're using drop downs, because you might not have their role in there, which can also be like, is this for me? Are there some other things? So that's a whole deal. Phone number, street address, that's when you're starting to get into like these higher territories of how much it can actually decrease conversions. Only ask for a phone number if you're going to have somebody calling on the other end. It's really that simple. If you aren't going to have somebody following up, do not. I was just running for our LLM visibility challenge that we ran last week. We actually we turned it into a free challenge. So what we did was first name, last name, email, and phone number. Because we had appointment setters. We had people that wanted to make sure they showed up, because we knew if we get people on the call, then we have an opportunity to, one, teach them, get them into Search Atlas, and then taking us up on like some sort of annual offer. So we were like, if we're going to ask for this phone number, we better be calling these people because it definitely impacted conversions. That landing page prior to me putting phone number on there was converting around 40-ish plus %. It went down to 29.
Wow.
But it was a hit I was willing to take
Yeah.
because those numbers were so incredibly valuable to us.
You get high quality leads. So that's a consideration is, okay, am I willing to make the form really easy and maybe not get great quality leads, but lots of them? Or should I constrain the form a little bit, not get as many leads, but much higher quality leads? And sounds like it definitely worked for you. Another tip that I found that works on particularly the phone number form, if you can justify why you need it with an answer that helps satisfy the user's concerns, something like, we needed to follow up with you on, I have a client that does home titles, and they need the phone number to follow up with the client on the title of their home. So they'll actually call them if there's an emergency. You can justify that, put it in either the form field itself or a little micro copy or a little bubble. And then people see that, and it provides the reassurance that, okay, they're not going to phone me. I'm not going to be hassled, but I'm providing my phone number for a purpose that serves me as the user.
Yeah, I really like that. And I think for e-commerce company, it's really simple. It's like, do you want like shipping updates, or if there's an issue with your order, like this is the fastest way for you to make sure you get the thing you paid for, right? There's all these great ways. I love that. Contextualizing the reason for these, super important. And then you can see it kind of gets a little bit crazier. Revenue, budget, there's going to be major drop off unless like highly qualified. This again, B2B, you wouldn't be asking this on like an e-commerce site. Credit card details, if they're buying something, I don't know why anybody else would have something else there other than that. And then social security number, unless you're Experian or like the US government, like you're not going to have that in there. But I just wanted to stress kind of the level of different things you could have. And then the next kind of breakdown, it goes into input types. So we talked about input, like number of inputs, the questions you ask, and then the input type. Radio buttons are, I love radio buttons. I could, like, when we were doing some tests at Digital Marketer, we used to call them, binary segment questions. And so what you do is you create a self-identifying question that is fast and intuitive that people recognize. So like say for us, like our number one client there were marketing agencies. So we'd be like, first name, last name, email. Are you a marketing agency serving small businesses? Yes or no? And every time, like I could add that to any type of form, like a binary segment question, and it would not impact overall conversion rates ever, especially when you're connecting it to something that's self-identifying. People like to tell you those things. Those are things like, but yes, indeed I am. Tell me more. Like it's a very innocuous thing. And then like if you keep asking it, like asking multiple ones on the same thing, then you're going to run into a problem. But radio buttons are super, super smart, especially for binary choices. Don't give like multiple ones to choose. Checkboxes also easy. Single line inputs, super easy. Data pickers, woof. Don't like data pickers unless you're Calendly. Calendly has figured out how to do that. Sliders and ranges, ew. Let people input things. Single sign-on, that's very easy, but then you have people who are worried about their data. Like what are they going to access when they do this? Drop-down menus are trash. Don't use them. Text areas, like they don't, like you need to have clear prompts in there. Or make them super optional. So you can get like the people who are going to write you these really long forms. And then file uploads, unless you're a resume like you need resumes or like something, like don't ask for file uploads either. Right. So really these are all like forms, I think, are the forgotten part of all like website of the website. Like look how in depth we had to go here to make sure that you can nail it. Everyone has them, every single one. And they're mostly not great. And don't think of forms as like a lead form. A form is also your checkout form. And then for checkout forms, like I guess I can amend this, but what payment options do you have in there? Like are people able to do Apple Pay, Google Pay, those things? When we added Apple Pay and Google Pay to our current checkout for Search Atlas, I think we saw like an increase around like 7 or 8%, and we're at volume here in terms of people completing purchases there. They make up a really big amount at this point. So understanding the input types and what those mean to conversions is so incredibly important. And this is a legacy tip I give people, but I still give it because I don't trust website builders. take a look on your forms. Look, like go on your phone right now, go to your website, go and try and fill in a form and go to like email address. What's the keyboard? Does the keyboard have an @ on the main face of it? If it doesn't, tell your developer to change that. If you're using a tool like GHL, if you're using a tool like HubSpot, that's like the forms are in there, it should have those, but sometimes they don't. I remember like I reduced form error rates by 89% when I made sure we had the right keyboards for the right input fields.
Wow.
This should be out of the box.
Most people don't think about when they're optimizing a form. So that's a great tip.
It should be out of the box now, but just check it, just in case. Trust but verify. That is like the CRO like mantra. Trust but verify. In those cases, please do that. I hope you did it now and even stopped listening to me for a second and just did that because that will be helpful. Awesome. All right. So really, when you're thinking about form usability, it's like you need to ask for the appropriate number of fields. Don't use too many high friction fields. Break up forms if too long, like Deborah was saying. You don't want to overwhelm, and you also want to have chances for better at-bats, and you build momentum, right, by chunking it up. If you do chunk it up, make sure you have form indicators, step 1, step 2, like wherever they're at. One sneaky little trick you can do is if you don't have that on the first one, when they land on the next page, you can say they've already completed something, so they feel good about it. It's a nice way to make people like go like, oh hey, like I'm just moving on and down, and I've accomplished something, even though it's something as innocuous as filling out a form. Cool.
Nice. That's a great
All right.
tip.
So this is when we get into what's actually working in 2025. This is where I will be most controversial. I have not spoken at a CXL event since I did a presentation on 10 best practices that just flat out work. I actually did that in a controlled scenario where I took 10, I either added or removed a particular best practice from every one of our portfolio companies' pages, and then I recorded the data. And I believe my win rate, like best practices, went out 70% of the time.
Wow.
Like so remember when I said like I was nice and said a good win rate's 20%. Deborah informed me it's actually 10. I got to 70. So that's why when I talk about best practices, I like to be a little bit more nuanced. I like to say it's common practices, and why common practices work is because that is what is learned experience by the user. So what is common is what is known is what converts, right? That's why when I do these sessions, it shakes a cage, shakes the hornet's nest a little bit in the CRO community, but deal with it. So, okay, if y'all are ready to see some of the stuff that's worked for me, we'll dig into these. So before I do that, I just want to talk about my modern CRO tech stack. Like this is what you kind of need to have to do this stuff right and to do the things that I'll be sharing today. Obviously, you need your analytics platform, GA4. Like does anybody, like, unless you're like super enterprise, then yeah, everyone's using GA4. Tag management, GTM, user engagement, Microsoft Clarity, yes, for the win. Really smart business move by Microsoft to do that, by the way, because Microsoft was never going to win with like another, like a competing platform to GA4. How they get your data, how they get your juicy data is by like, hey, we have these things called heat maps. We have these things called session recordings, but they're still getting all the same data points that GA4 is getting, right? And so it's really, really smart play for how they position. Like that's a masterclass in how you get your foot in the door in the level of like data access that Google or like a main competitor would have to do. So really, really cool. You need some message and usability testing tools. You need a testing tool. I still use VWO. People like, who are people using now? Actually, Deborah, like you're
the main platforms. I would say I'm platform agnostic, so I don't want to call anyone out or miss anyone. But from what I see in test submissions, the main platforms are still VWO, Optimizely, but Optimizely is going more for an enterprise angle.
Yeah.
Chameleon is gaining more traction. Convert is gaining more traction.
Yeah, Dennis and Convert team
a little bit, and then there's kind of a war because Chameleon and AB Tasty are both in France, so I think they vie for a very targeted market segment. And then there's sort of the outliers. I would put Adobe Target as an outlier because it's so enterprise focused and it's very expensive but powerful. And then there's kind of all sorts of others, and now there's some AI platforms cropping up as well. So there's a lot of options for A/B testing platforms. There's over 40 platforms out there. In my mind, when you look at analysis of websites, none of them do a very great job of saying who they target and what their differentiating factors are. So there's a whole marketing opportunity from that perspective, applying your principles, Justin. But
Yeah.
it really does depend on your traffic and your price point and the different functionalities that some of the platform offers in terms of what's best.
Yeah. And like, you don't need to break the bank on a lot of these people. Like, I'm still using, and I hope no one from DDO is watching this. I'm still using a free plan. I don't need to pay for it right now because it's a very generous plan. So when you're doing these types of things, you don't need to go and break the bank out of the gate. My testing velocity should maybe be higher, but in some cases, it's not right now. But I do test a significant amount with that. I'm able to drive a lot with the monthly tested users. So most of these you can get for free. It's pretty nice. And then de-anonymization tools, these cost money. These vary. These are like IP checkers and only available in the United States. This is where I get into a little gray hat stuff. Okay. So here's my winning CRO strategy. Good to know that Crazy Egg is actually, I didn't know Crazy Egg was still good. So that's good to know. I love to see that. Like, they've been around forever. They, like, when I started True Conversion, we were competing with Crazy Egg and Hotjar. I severely misunderstood the size of like the total addressable market. I thought there was more market share than there was, but for heat mapping software and those things, they're very project oriented, hard stick rate to keep on people for quite a while. And then Microsoft Clarity, I think, decimated everybody because it's absolutely free. Cool. So these are the things I'm going to go through today, of different aspects of my tests that just tend to work. The first one is probably the most complicated, and you need to have a lot of traffic. I'm also not a statistician, so don't ask me statistician questions. And then, so it breaks down multi-arm bandit experiments, return path campaigns, borrowing authority, exit intent pop-ups. Yes, they work. Shut up. Sticky navs and footers, minimizing CTAs, which I talked about a little bit earlier, a concept called the hybrid gate, which is going to help you monetize your blog significantly better, the ghost lead process, which utilizes de-anonymization tools, and then my like final piece of like never having a dead end page ever, and what that looks like. All right. So multi-arm bandit tests. So a multi-arm bandit test, essentially, let me actually show this here. I should have showed this first. A multi-arm bandit test is a self-optimizing test. What it's doing is it is going to be looking at the performance of your different variations, and it's going to be allotting more traffic to a variation depending on it being more likely, depending on it converting better. What will happen is you're never going to get to zero. So in this chart, it's kind of crap. There should be still some yellow there. They will still want to challenge the winning or like highest, like the most likely to convert scenario with the other variants to make sure that it still is the highest converting treatment in that like in that experiment. I actually run these more like I run these more of like kind of like a gambling type thing where I just have them running. And I know if I'm running a multi-arm bandit test on my homepage or my top five conversion pages, if I'm running a multi-arm bandit test, I'm going to see around 10 to 12% increase in performance than when I'm not. So this isn't about trying to find the best variant. What I'm trying to do is have this running because it's going to squeeze out the most value from this traffic by being a self-optimized test. So let me repeat that. When I run this isn't about me saying version A is the best. I want to just run with version A. What I learned when I run these is if I have a multi-arm bandit running, that page is going to convert better overall. So I want to have them continuously running on these key pages, right? You need to have a decent amount of traffic to do these, so it might not be applicable to everybody, but that's my way of approaching these. Eventually, yes, I'll switch out some different versions if they're really bad, but like I like to have these consistently running. I'm not making an assumption that one is better than the other from these tests.
That's an interesting approach.
It's definitely like, I bet some people are like dying inside, like, Justin, that's not statistically stiff. That's not how you do it. It's worked for me and I like it. So here's kind of an example. We have like AI SEO tools that actually grow with you, get complete access free for 7 days. Generally, I run these on simple headlines or hooks that I can use. I'm using a WYSIWYG editor for the most part. I will use, if it's a big change, which I generally don't like to do for multi-arms, then I can use split traffic, but going to do simple headlines, images, or I can do a page routing, but it's generally sticking around with messaging because we know how important that message is, especially that hero message, because we did that 5-second test earlier and nobody really knew what these people did. So we want to make sure we're testing these things out. It also will help you figure out what's a decent angle and think through like how to approach it. Cool. All right. So that one is more advanced, needs more traffic, and likely like broke every statistician's heart. Whatever. Let's go into return path campaigns. So really, like, I'm talking about abandoned emails and texts. So you want to identify the key points where you're asking for data and where you're missing things, right? So, and how you capture that data is the key part. So if you have somebody that visited your site and has no action, your return path to them is going to be your retargeting pixel or de-anonymization tools, where they identify who they are, capture their email address, and then you put them into a new campaign. You have started form fill but didn't complete, so you're abandoned. So this is when you're going to need to make sure you have like a breakdown to, is that data being sent to either your dashboard, to your CRM, anything along those lines, and what does the flow look like? They've completed a registration of some kind, but they didn't buy. So say you have an upsell funnel, somebody's signing up for something and you're saying you should buy this thing, and they don't. Okay. That's going to be a similar breakdown to what needs to be done between like your form completion tools or any sort of development work there, but it's going to be driven through your ESP and your CRM to make sure that you're following up with these folks. When we did this for our challenge, we had people sign up for free. The next page, they hit with a big video of me saying like, you should spend $97 on this thing. And 3% of the people did. The 97% of the people that didn't were getting emails being like, you should do this. So it was all about kind of making sure that they complete that next step. Another one, and this is more for SaaS companies and like information companies, anybody that's selling a subscription, they bought, but they didn't use. So that's going to require your SaaS engagement tech and making sure that you are getting them back into play. So that's where you want to be thinking about what's the intended action at this stage. After they've completed that action, what do I want them to do next? And wherever they drop off, you want to make sure you have a return path. That's why they're return path campaigns. Here's an example these are our SMS campaigns that we are running. So people, when they sign up for Search Atlas, they fill in their information. We ask them for their phone number. And then we ask them, I think, another question, and then they can check out. A lot of people don't like giving, like the people who did give us their phone number, they would receive a text if they didn't buy anything from us. So the funnel is actually a credit card trial. So they need to give us a credit card in order to get it for free for 7 days. You lose a lot of people at that choose plan step because like, I don't want to give you my credit card for something that's free, whatever. But when we send a text, it's like, hey, complete your sign up process. And we send a tokenized link to them to make sure they can just pick up where they left off. We saw a 21.45% conversion rate.
Wow.
So people that left, they gave up. That was it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a no. It was a not now.
Yeah.
21%. Lower traffic, higher conversion rate. And how we did this is we would send a recovery text in the first 20 minutes, another 24 hours, another 48, and then final 7 days. Generally, it's going to be the first and the second one that pull people in. This was also matched with an email campaign.
Amazing.
All right. Moving on to borrowed authority. I get to go back to my Witch Test 1 days here, which I'm pretty stoked about. All right. So we have 2 variations of a checkout. This should be, I think this gives it away with the title of it. 2 variations of a checkout. One is a modal checkout when they choose a plan to take a trial of. They kind of have this whole breakdown here, fill in their information, blah, blah, blah. Then I just stuck a Stripe form down on a page. I was like, let's just put a Stripe form. Who think this gives it away, but which one do you think won? Could someone guess the test, so to say? I understand this isn't a clean test by any means. I didn't change one variable. I changed all of the variables. But what's crazy here, this variation saw a 52% increase in reg to trial conversion rates. And I'm very, very high volume of we probably push a couple hundred trials a day through this funnel. So credit card transactions going through this was wild how that went. And the only change, my belief is, and this is me filling a data story where maybe I shouldn't, but people know Stripe. They don't know this modal. Like we have McAfee, Norton, those things. People know Stripe. They use Stripe for their personal lives. People they buy through Stripe a lot. Stripe's also easier to use in terms of if they have a card on file, Apple Pay, those types of things, they can complete the offering. So this was a really good one for us. So I like to try and borrow authority wherever the hell I can.
It's an interesting example because I actually would have guessed wrong if you go back to the slide.
Yeah.
I saw the trust symbols under the CTA button. I saw the shorter form. I saw the credit card icons. And oh, that one for sure is going to win. But in the context of Stripe having that brand recognition, you don't need to explain all those things or build the trust and credibility. It's already inherent in there. So great example. Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. All right. Exit intent pops. I got to motor through some stuff. So exit intent pops. This one's a simple one. Anytime, like, so we had a really killer line, save 399 days of SEO work with Search Atlas. I always wanted to steal one of ClickUp's marketing lines, and it was like, get 1 day back guaranteed. I could do it with 399 days. So I was pretty stoked about that. Anyways, there's a 4% average click-through rate on this exit intent pop. How it works is if you're triggering towards the closeout, we go, hey, what are you doing? You should do this. 4% average CTR. Of the people that click, 20% of them took a trial.
Wow.
20%. So this, I need to update this one because I have this marked at 650K in revenue from exiting traffic. It's significantly more than that at this point.
Wow.
This is a major driver for us. We put it on our homepage, our blog content, our paid landers, and our pricing page. All those, and it absolutely slays. And this is kind of how we broke it down. We use Opt-in Monster for this, I think. But yeah, that's how it's broken down. You can see everything here. All right, sticky nav or footer. I don't need to dig into this too much. Deborah talked about this already. You need a sticky nav, not just for desktop, also for mobile. You want to make sure people can take are able to take an action where it makes sense. You can see here from a heat map breakdown, this is generally standard across all types of pages, but look at the density on a sticky nav on that nav, and you want to make sure that it follows them, right? It's going to be like third in line compared to navigation and your main CTA. Your sticky nav will always be up there. So make sure you have some sort of sticky nav, and for mobile, have it on the bottom. And if you're a local business, it better be click to call, and it better be on the bottom, and generally bottom middle, bottom right, because it's easier to click. All right, minimizing CTAs, talked about this already. Pages with a single clear CTA convert up to 202% better. We saw how this breaks down. It's kind of a no-brainer. I don't need to dig into that one. The hybrid gate is a concept that I came up with for long-form content when you're trying to rank good content for SEO, but also want to get a lead, not just not just bury it behind a gate. So the hybrid gate is exactly what it sounds like. You create a piece of cornerstone content that's long, keyword rich, solves a lot of problems. And then you just ask a question like this: download the PDF. Do you want this to go? This would pop up. Want to save this guide for later. This generated over 6 figures in leads just from this piece of this one piece. And it also got us ranking just under HubSpot for the term digital marketing. So we got both things kind of nailed there. Yeah. So I love the hybrid gate. I use it everywhere I go. Ghost lead campaigns. Real simple. You need a de-anonymization tool. You need customers in the US, and you need to be able to connect it to your email service provider. A ghost lead campaign, what it does is people hit your site. It identifies who they are. If they're in a global opt-in list of some kind, this is why it needs to be in the US, because we don't care about email rules. And then you send them a follow-up campaign based off of the page they were on to try and get them to opt in. You use that as your opt-in in their inbox. So generally it's like you go on landing pages, home pages, service pages, high intent content pages, booking pages, really anyone you're pushing in action. And for each one of those, like that, the email should be representative of the action they are taking. If it was a paid lander for like a lead magnet, give them the lead magnet. Hey, saw you didn't get a chance to fill that, like to sign up for this. Here, we sent it to you. If it's a booking page, tell them to book the call. It kind of I break everything down here on that. And since I'm running out of time, going to get to, and then yeah, the open rates on these were ridiculous. Open rate at a 53%, click-through rate at a 4.8, unsubscribe rates higher, but I ask them to unsubscribe if they don't want emails. So that's how I break those campaigns down. And then lastly, avoiding dead end pages. These are your thank you pages, meeting confirmation pages, post-purchase pages, your end of blog content, your 404 pages. Always have something for them to do next. They booked a meeting with you. Cool. What's their homework? What should they prepare for? Have a video on that page. Make sure they're looking at your most recent content. They know what to do. A thank you page. Sell something else. Like if they bought something, sell anything else at that point. It will work. Never have a dead end page. Don't give people a reason to hit the close button ever. Trust me, you will make more money for it. And so how to nail a quick win from any of the things I said there. Look at your 3 to 5 conversion pages, define each step of the funnel and pick an audience segment. Fix one thing this week, either simplify a form, move a high value section to a high visible section, remove a dead end page, put an exit pop, do one of those, You will make more money. You will convert better in 2025. And that's all I got.
Amazing. Well done. Thank you so much, Justin. These are really great tips and very practical, very actionable, and something everybody should be able to do right now and just go do it. So
Dude,
so
it. I
much,
love
Justin.
it. I wish I said, that was good. Just go do it. I love it.
It's actually not mine. I saw it from somebody at Duda.
Okay, cool.
Thought it was a good thing to repeat. Justin, we're just over time, but there were a couple questions. I don't know if we're okay to take them or not, and people can hop off if they want or stay on if they want to hear answers to questions. But somebody was wondering about their specific clients in the healthcare sector and wondering what they should focus on specifically for clinical CROs. They're doing patient centricity, data security, and regulatory compliance. Is there anything else that you would recommend they focus on?
No, I think like when you're looking at, I'd say look at this one's tough because you have these different areas and different sectors of the business that they should be looking at. And then you want people to self-select early, right? So if it's like a homepage tester thing that you need to be doing, you need to be getting them, like your homepage isn't going to be like as much of a single CTA. It's going to be like I feel like microsites are coming back, but like, it's going to be something that's like, what are you trying to do today? Like, are you trying to increase your data security? You want to improve your compliance. You need to be doing it's something patient related and getting them to self-segment and then kind of go down that line. If you're running ads or anything along those lines, you need to have dedicated setups for each one of these and dedicated like ad sets that are for that particular avatar, for that particular end result. And your pages should be reflective of that. They should not be going to a homepage. They should not be going to a deep funnel SEO page. They should not be doing any of those. So that's kind of how I break it down. If those are the key things. If there's one thing that they're like, say, I would ask your client, or if it's your business, what's the biggest thing that you want to influence this quarter? If it can't be all three, it just can't. So try and find the one, and then maybe you hyper focus on that with a different kind of like deeper page, like call outs for the rest of it. So that's where I'd go.
That's fantastic. Thank you. And then Cynthia is asking for a sing off. I'm assuming that's not a typo and it's a sing off, not a sign off.
You found me. I don't have time to sing, Cynthia. I have to jump to something else. But
I see a guitar in the back there. I think.
Well, it's a bass, so you can't be like, hey, I'm playing the bass and singing. But Cynthia knows I love karaoke, and specifically, I love karaoke and singing songs from strong female leads and Disney. So you can probably Google like Justin Rondeau karaoke. I bet there's videos on YouTube.
Can we end with "Let It Go" from Frozen?
That's not. It's out of my range.
Let it all go.
That's out of my range. I can't do that. That's a hard song to sing. I tried. I was like, I let that one go.
All right, Justin, amazing. Thank you so much. From singing
Absolutely.
to optimizing websites, you do it all very well. So we are very lucky to have you. Thanks for sharing your tips. It was really interesting to see all of them. Maybe controversial for some people, but I tend to agree with you. So that's really all that matters, right? And I think you provided a lot of value to our audience. So
awesome. Thank you so much, Deborah.
Everyone who tuned in today. This is our last session for the day. It was a great marathon, and we're really appreciative that you came. And I'm not sure.
Duda puts your brand front and center. With Duda's extensive white label capabilities,